Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Martial Peak, Chapter 5736, The Two Yang's Treasure Hunt. Why is there a desert here? An hour later, Yang Shui froze in a daze as she took in the odd scene in front of her. A barren desert had popped up in the middle of the boundless void, a startling sight for any who saw it. The two of them quickly surveyed the place and soon realized that it was not a real desert, even though it looked identical to a real one. This seemingly enormous desert was entirely made out of the strange shattered Tao essence. All they saw around them was golden sand that stretched as far as their eyes could see. There was even a fierce wind that blew through the area, and the sand dunes that rose high up to the sky looked majestic. Anyone who saw this sight would immediately notice the peculiarity of the situation, as well as the danger. However, the closer they got, the clearer the reaction was from Yang Zhao's two marks. He could tell that they were getting closer to the source of the reaction. Is Big Brother here? Yang Shui frowned. Either way, we'll find out once we look. Yang Xiao replied. Yang Shui nodded, and with a flick of her hand, something flew out and started spinning. It turned into a small temple the size of an ordinary dwelling. The characters, Flowing Time, were etched on the sign above its main entrance. This was what used to be the Flowing Time Temple that they had inherited from the Star Boundary's Flowing Time Great Emperor. Over the past few millennia, both of their cultivations improved and their understanding of the Tao of Time had long since surpassed that of Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, Flowing Time Great Emperor was still their honored master, thus, Yang Shui could not bring herself to simply discard the Flowing Time Temple that the Great Emperor left behind. Over the years, the two of them exchanged countless military merits to seek out the help of an artifact refining Great Grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Heaven to strengthen and improve the Flowing Time Temple. The Flowing Time Temple was vastly different now when compared to its original state. Although it appeared largely the same, its power was not any weaker than that of Dawn's dawning light worship. Throughout the many years of charging through the various great territory battlefields, Yang Zhao's squad often relied on the Flowing Time Temple to battle against the Black Ink clan masters. This mobile palace artifact had accompanied the two of them on their journey of growth and witnessed their rise. There were countless times when they had relied on it to flee for their lives, and to them, it was no longer just an artifact anymore, as it was something that had its own meaning for existence. After summoning the Flowing Time Temple, the two of them swiftly entered. Yang Shui waved her hand once more and an hourglass-shaped artifact appeared in her fair hand. It was Infinite Hourglass, an artifact they had also inherited from the Flowing Time Great Emperor. 10,008 grains of flowing time sand were sealed up inside the hourglass, and as the sand trickled down, time principles encased the Flowing Time Temple. This allowed it to become out of phase with normal spacetime and become virtually undetectable. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui remained on high alert as they traveled into the depths of the desert. A few days later, the Flowing Time Temple abruptly stopped as Yang Xiao triggered his great sun and moon marks to quietly sense the surroundings for a moment. He then looked up at the towering sand dune in front of him. It's coming from the inside of that. No matter how one dissected the situation, it was strange to find a sand dune several thousand meters tall in the middle of this unending desert floating in the chaotic void. The moment they arrived, the two of them realized that Yang Kai could not have been the source of the reaction from the great sun and moon marks. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. If he had been here, he would have sensed their approach a long time ago and would not have stayed hidden. Let me try, Yang Xiao said softly as he raised his hand. The time Tao strength that permeated out of the infinite hourglass in Yang Shui's hand grew even more concentrated as she became even more fully focused. The void shook, and under the vibrations from the dragon force, a stretch of bright light shot towards the sand dune. The forceful blow centered on the sand dune before shooting out in all directions and stirring up clouds of sand in the process. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless desert sprung to life all of a sudden as hundreds of millions of grains of sand swirled in the air to form a giant cloud of several thousand meters tall that was constantly shifting in shape. What's that? Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were both terrified. However, Yang Shue's eyes soon lit up as she pointed at a specific spot in the sand dune, an open heaven pill. A multicolored light flickered momentarily amid the billowing sand. It had only shone through for the briefest moment, but Yang Shui still managed to spot the shape of a spirit pill, along with the mysterious aura which emanated from it. The shackles that kept her at the peak of 8th order open heaven realm cultivation trembled ever so slightly just sniffing the aroma coming from it. Yang Shao had seen the same thing and could not resist laughing with glee. "We've found treasure, little ant." He never thought they would stumble across an open heaven pill this quickly after entering the universe furnace. He was a pure-blooded dragon, so he did not need an open heaven pill. As long as he kept refining his dragon vein, he would be able to attain the body of a divine dragon. Naturally, this was no easy feat as, after all these years, the dragon clan had only birthed a handful of divine dragons. However, Yang Shui needed the open heaven pill. In the past, Yang Shui had directly ascended to 6th order open heaven realm. At the time, the World Tree clone had only just begun blessing the star boundary and Yang Shui did not benefit much from it. The fact that she directly became a 6th order master was largely credited to her own aptitude. If she had been born in the present era, Yang Shui's aptitude and the blessing from the World Tree would have been enough for her to ascend directly to 7th order. In any case, based on her current situation, reaching the peak of 8th order open heaven realm cultivation was her limit. However, if she could get the help of an open heaven pill from the universe furnace, she could remove the shackles and reach the 9th order. Not only would she be able to reach the pinnacle of martial Tao, but she would also provide a huge boost to the human race's strength. This spirit pill was the only reason why Yang Shao accompanied Yang Shui into the universe furnace. Technically speaking, Yang Shao did not qualify to be one of the ones entering the universe furnace. There were over 400 8th order masters in the suppressing black ink army and many of them were bound by the shackles which stopped them from rising into a higher realm. However, Fu Guang, who oversaw the suppressing black ink fortress, only allowed 50 of them to enter the universe furnace. This meant that a lot of careful thought and discussion went into deciding who could go in. As part of the Dragon Clan, Yang Shao did not need an open heaven pill, so naturally there was no reason to waste a quota on him. Fu Guang did not express any form of opinion on this either. The 58th Order Masters were decided based on the discussion among the inner circle of masters in the suppressing Black Ink Army. Initially, they arranged for Su Yan, Yu Ru Meng, Shanqing Luo, and Yang Kai's other wives to enter the universe furnace. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have made it to this day. Furthermore, his wives had slaughtered just as many of the enemy, if not more, so they had every right to enter the universe furnace. However, if Yang Shui was included among them as well, nearly a fifth of all the openings would go to people who were closely related to Yang Kai. The entire suppressing Black Ink Army could only afford to allow 50 masters to enter, which meant that it would be quite unfair to the others. In the end, it was Su Yan who said that she and the other wives would not be entering the universe furnace. Instead, Yang Shao would accompany Yang Shui in the search for opportunities. It would be up to fate to decide whether or not their search would be a success. Yang Shao and Yang Shui could be considered childhood friends who knew each other extremely well. They had spent thousands of years together and had long since developed the connection that allowed them to be of one heart and mind. When they joined forces, they were able to wield strength that was far greater than that of simply two 8th Order Masters combined. Allowing Yang Shao to accompany Yang Shui was the best way to ensure her safety. After all, she was Yang Kai's only blood-related little sister. How would anyone be able to face Yang Kai if something happened to her inside the universe furnace? Thus, the two Yangs entered the universe furnace just like that. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi, who were also with the suppressing Black Ink Army, all had the aptitude to become 9th Order Masters on their own, so they did not need to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. Before entering, Yang Shao had secretly made up his mind to do whatever it took to protect Yang Shui and obtain an open heaven pill that would enable her to become a Ninth Order Master. The only difficult part of this was figuring out how to locate such a valuable treasure. Never would he have imagined it possible for them to locate the precious open heaven pill that countless human race masters desired so easily. At this moment, he was puzzled as to what the relationship was between the open heaven pill created by the universe furnace and the great sun and moon marks that his adoptive father gave him. Why was there a faint connection between them? He could not figure it out and did not have the time to dwell on it either. As he probed into the sand dune, it seemed to stand up like a living creature, and the hundreds of millions of grains of sand were tumbling around in a way that made it look as if the sand dune was attempting to flee. It was a rather comical sight. However, in the very next breath, Yang Shao could no longer smile. Amid the strange movement of the sand dune, a huge surge of sand rose from the desert surface out of the blue, and soon, a large hand stuck out from the sand. It pressed down hard on the surface and a large silhouette appeared. The silhouette was over 1,000 meters tall. Martial Peak, Chapter 5737, Hui Gu. A fierce battle broke out in the desert. It was so intense that the desert seemed to be on the verge of crumbling apart. Although it was Yang Shao and Yang Shui's first time dealing with chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit clan, they were not flustered at all as they had fought countless battles on numerous great territory battlefields for millennia now. At first, they had a harder time as they had not figured out the best way to face off against their opponents, but as time passed, they began to take control of the fight. Pure world force, dragon force, and even ordinary secret techniques and divine abilities had limited effects when it came to injuring these monsters, but when the two of them worked together to unleash pure time principles in the form of time Dao strength, they were able to restrain their opponents. The three chaos spirits with physical forms were as powerful as Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords, but the chaos entities without physical forms had varying levels of strength. Some were incredibly weak and were instantly exterminated under the rush of time principles, while others were able to put up a struggle for a little while. However, there was a seemingly endless number of chaos entities amid this sea of sand made out of shattered Dao essence. Thankfully, the two had decided from the start that they would be targeting the leaders first to win the battle. One of them had the body of an ancient dragon and an abundance of strength, while the other was at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm and naturally possessed power that could not be underestimated. Furthermore, they had cultivated the Tao of time since their youth, and after thousands of years of effort, the Tao strength they wielded when they joined forces to harness time principles far surpassed what was to be expected from someone of their cultivation realm. They expended a fair amount of effort and paid a big price to kill the three chaos spirits, but in the end, all that was left was a sand dune several thousand meters tall that was fleeing deeper into the desert. While Yang Shao and Yang Shui were busy battling against the Chaos Spirit clan, Yang Kai and Liao Zheng were traveling together along the Infinite River. After asking about Xiang Shan and hearing that he did not manage to become a Ninth Order Master, Yang Kai found it lamentable. However, this meant that the moment the Black Ink clansmen came across either him or a seasoned Eighth Order Master like Xiang Shan, they would immediately target the two of them. The Black Ink clan would not want to let either one of them gain an opportunity inside the Universe Furnace which would allow them to become Ninth Order Masters. All of a sudden, Liao Zheng asked, "Senior Brother Yang, was a Black Ink clansman spying on us in secret just now?" He recalled the way Yang Kai shot off on a chase immediately after they joined forces to kill the Territory Lord earlier. It meant that Yang Kai had noticed something. Yang Kai nodded, there was one, but they fled soon after realizing that the situation didn't look good for them. I couldn't figure out where they went. By the time he went over to chase that Black Ink clansman down, all that was left was a tiny trace of the enemy's aura. Even Yang Kai had difficulty ascertaining the direction in which the Black Ink clansman had fled amid the endless shattered Tao essence inside the Universe Furnace, so he had to return without achieving his goal. Had this been the world outside, there was no way Yang Kai would have allowed a territory lord to escape from right under his nose when he could use space techniques. Alas, this was a unique environment that greatly increased the difficulty of doing things like searching, tracking, and investigating. Liao Zheng could not help but feel a sense of belated fear when he heard this. He knew that if Yang Kai had not discovered him by coincidence, then the tables would have turned and he would have been the one to suffer the fate of the territory lord instead. As they traveled, the two of them remained on the lookout for both open heaven pills and other human race masters. Less than half a day later, Liao Zheng's expression abruptly changed. He took out a communication bead and checked it before exclaiming happily, "Senior Brother Yang, there's a 7th Order Master up ahead." It had to be said that the Supreme Headquarters, or perhaps more specifically Mi Jingluan, had given a lot of thought to this operation and prepared everything in great detail. Naturally, this was also because the humans had ample knowledge regarding the universe furnace world. Mi Jingluan knew that most of the humans would be separated when they entered, so he had them stick to the infinite river as they traveled. That way, they would be able to encounter other humans regardless of which direction they moved in. Inside the universe furnace, the humans had to team up in groups to defend themselves against the pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, Mi Jingluan even asked Divine Cauldron Heaven to create communication beads that would allow the human race masters to contact each other and handed these out to all of them. Previously, Liao Zheng had dedicated a thread of his divine sense to the communication bead at all times to see whether there were any communications happening nearby. He also sent out regular messages to the general region but he never got a response. However, just moments ago, a 7th Order Master got in touch with him. Since their communication beads made contact, it meant they were fairly close to each other. Yang Kai nodded at once, "Let's go and look for him. Also, tell whoever it is to not enter the river." Even though he did not think that others would be as careless as he was, it was still better to give a warning anyway. There were a lot of chaos entities inside the infinite river and for the time being, Yang Kai had not encountered any chaos spirits, but it was still dangerous for a 7th Order Master to enter the river. Liao Zheng acknowledged his instructions and complied with a flicker of divine sense. The two continued forward for a little while longer, and sure enough, they saw a figure approaching from the distance, a woman. She had not known that Yang Kai would be here as well when she contacted Liao Zheng, so when she saw him, she was visibly excited as she greeted respectfully, "Disciple Chu Ling Ling, greets Palace Master." "You're a disciple of High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai remarked in surprise. Even though he had never met this Chu Ling Ling before, she had to have come from High Heaven Palace since she addressed him as Palace Master. Similarly, those who addressed him as Tao Lord came from the Void Tao Temple. High Heaven Palace was now of great renown among the human race. It was comparable to any of the cave heavens or paradises. In fact, within the star boundary, its fame was actually greater than that of all other great forces. This was because Yang Kai was the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace. When the World Tree clone at the star boundary first exhibited the ability to nurture the world, the cave heavens and paradises set up Tao temples and split up the territory among them to gather disciples with good aptitude. High Heaven Palace did not stop this as Yang Kai knew that the star boundary would be filled with many great talents in the future. High Heaven Palace would not be able to take all of them in, so allowing the cave heavens and paradises to set up Tao temples of their own would ease High Heaven Palace's burden and ensure that the talent of these humans did not go to waste. Thus, when the cave heavens and paradises started dividing up the star boundary among themselves, High Heaven Palace had given its full cooperation. At the time, the humans of the star boundary were pretty open to the other cave heavens and paradises as they were all the mightiest great forces in the 3,000 worlds. Those who could join them would surely make something of themselves in the future too. However, as Yang Kai's prestige continued to rise over the years, his fame soared and High Heaven Palace became the symbol of the star boundary. If given a choice, the humans born in the star boundary would choose to join High Heaven Palace. Chu Lingling had turned red from the excitement she felt when she met Yang Kai. Her palace master was a legend among the human race, and even though she had been a part of High Heaven Palace for many years, so much so that she was now a seventh-order master, she had never met Yang Kai in person before. She had only seen his statue back at High Heaven Palace. She never thought she would run into him after entering the universe furnace. Liao Zheng was quite amused by this sight. He also possessed peak 8th order open heaven realm cultivation and was quite famous among the Wolf Fang army, but when compared to Yang Kai, he was nothing but a flicker of light against the dazzling bright moon that was Yang Kai. He could understand what Chu Lingling was feeling, as he had also felt an instinctive sense of respect and awe when he met Yang Kai earlier. This was due to the seeds his seniors had sown deep within him from the moment he started cultivating. "Senior brother Yang asked you a question, martial niece Chu." Liao Zheng had to prompt Chu Lingling when she failed to respond after quite some time. That managed to snap Chu Lingling out of her reverie. She blushed and quickly replied, "Yes. I am a disciple of the Huigu Divine Monarch, and before that, I was taught by the two martial ancestors on Bamboo Peak." Yang Kai nodded. Huigu, huh? Huigu was the subordinate that Yang Kai had taken under his command at Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star. At the time, Yang Kai had used the strength of the loyalty list to subdue Huigu, recording his name on the 7th page, so he was one of Yang Kai's earliest subordinates. However, when Yang Kai decided to head off to the Black Ink battlefield, he gave Huigu his freedom. The moment he stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai would be caught up in a constant life-and-death war, and he had no idea whether he would make it out alive. If he died, then those whose names were recorded on the loyalty list would die as well, so before he left, he gave them all their freedom. However, even when Yang Kai had these subordinates under his command, he never treated them harshly and was willing to form sincere connections with them. Thus, even though he gave them their freedom, none of them left. As Chen Tianfei said, he did not possess great powers, so he would not be benefiting from leaving Void Land. It was better for him to stay in Void Land. After all, thanks to his relationship with Yang Kai, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources. During the Great Evacuation, Void Land combined with High Heaven Palace, and the people whose names had been recorded on the loyalty list became elders there. Luan Baifeng even formed an elite squad with Su Yan and the others, and they fought hard together in profound nether territory. After thinking about Huigu, Yang Kai could not help but recall many of his old acquaintances. Throughout the past few millennia, he did return to High Heaven Palace from time to time, but he would always arrive in a flurry and leave in a rush, so he could not stop to meet them. Who knows how many more familiar faces will disappear by the time this calamity is over. As for the two martial ancestors that Chu Lingling mentioned, they were none other than Yang Kai's parents. Although his father and mother did not possess exceptional power, they longed to join the battlefield and hunt down the enemy too, but Hua Qingxi would never allow that. If anything happened to them because she gave them her permission, she would not be able to face Yang Kai again. Thus, she gave them a new responsibility to keep them occupied. Their task was to teach the new talented disciples who had just begun their cultivation journeys and did not possess particularly noteworthy strength yet. There was more than met the eye to this arrangement, however. These talented disciples would one day become the core pillars of High Heaven Palace, and the fact that Yang Yinfeng and Dong Suzhu had once mentored them at the beginning of their martial Tao meant that regardless of how powerful they became in the future, they would still feel gratitude towards the two of them for teaching them in the past. Yang Kai quietened down his complicated emotions and smiled. Has Huigu reached the 8th order? Huigu used to be called a heavenly monarch, but now, Chu Lingling addressed her master as divine monarch, which was a step up. In the 3,000 worlds, there was an unspoken rule that only high-rank open heaven realm masters had the right to be called divine monarchs. When she saw that the bottle was filled with spirit pills, she was both shocked and thrilled. Have I just received the very thing that I came into the universe furnace for? Aren't these the ordinary grade open heaven pills that I'm looking for? Did I achieve my goal this easily? Liao Zheng had also spotted what was inside the bottle and could not help but sigh. Senior brother Yang is so efficient. I haven't even gotten a single thing yet while he has already accumulated so much. With luck, this bottle of ordinary grade open heaven pills would be enough to let 2 7th order masters reach the 8th order. As they traveled, they were still on the lookout for other humans, but Yang Kai also shared his experiences in finding these open heaven pills with Liao Zheng and Chu Lingling. In reality, it was not difficult to find these open heaven pills. Setting aside the open heaven pills that had not been discovered yet, the ones that had been devoured by the chaos entities could easily be found. If a chaos entity could not merge into the surroundings and hide, it meant that it had consumed an open heaven pill. Also, it would take a lot of time for them to refine and absorb the medicinal efficacies of such a pill. Based on the test that Yang Kai did in his small universe, it would take a chaos entity decades to perhaps even over a century before they could fully absorb the open heaven pill. Therefore, as long as the humans discovered chaos entities who were unable to hide their tracks, they would easily be rewarded with open heaven pills. They did not need to worry about the loss of medicinal efficacies either, as the chaos entities could not refine them in such a short amount of time. Chu Lingling immediately let out a regretful expression. Earlier on, she had seen one such chaos entity inside the infinite river, but she had been worried about the peculiarities of the terrain and dared not enter. Thankfully, Yang Kai had her retrace her steps, and soon, they found the chaos entity again. Yang Kai personally caught it and killed it with great ease by flushing it with his Dao strengths before collecting the ordinary grade open heaven pill it had devoured. The trio continued moving forward. Now and then, they would stumble across a fellow human, and the group slowly grew bigger. The humans kept making their way along the infinite river and using the communication beads to get in touch with each other. The ones they met up with included both 7th order and 8th order masters. Once there were 11 of them in total. Yang Kai, who was in the lead, stopped and turned around before saying, "Here's where we'll part, everyone." The group of 10 was made up of 3 8th order masters and 7 7th order masters. There were 2 reasons for this unusual ratio. Firstly, when compared to the 8th order masters, a larger number of 7th order masters had entered the universe furnace. Secondly, Mi Jingluan had also instructed the 7th order masters to search for the infinite river the moment they entered, and meet up with other allies. Their only goal was to team up, then find ordinary grade open heaven pills before breaking through to the 8th order inside the universe furnace. Supreme grade open heaven pills were extremely rare. Not only would they be hard to find, but even if one was found, they might have to fight the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan for it, so not many would succeed. However, if more 7th order masters became 8th order masters, it would be a great boost to the human race's overall combat power. The 8th order masters naturally hoped to gain their own opportunities, but some of them would still need to lend a hand in protecting the 7th order masters. A group of 10 would be strong enough to protect themselves. Even if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord, they would still be able to put up a fight, so Yang Kai no longer had to stay with them. It was time for him to hunt down a supreme grade open heaven pill. Liao Zheng and the 2 other 8th order masters knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, so they simply nodded and Liao Zheng said, "Go ahead, senior brother. Over the past few days, we have found many ordinary grade open heaven pills. The 3 of us will help them find a safe place and let a few of them break through first before we decide what to do next." Yang Kai nodded. That would be for the best. Remember that safety is your top priority. Nothing matters more than survival. He cupped his fists in a final goodbye, and with a flicker of space principles, his figure disappeared. Once Yang Kai left, Liao Zheng and the others had a quick discussion. The 3 8th order masters stuck around to protect the 7th order masters as they led them away from the infinite river and into the endless void. It would be challenging to find a safe place inside the universe furnace as their abilities to inspect and search the area around them were greatly restrained. No one knew when they might suddenly encounter a fearsome opponent. Fortunately, the world inside the universe furnace was expansive, and as long as one was not severely unlucky, it would be alright to simply select a place at random. Once they settled down somewhere, they took out the ordinary grade open heaven pills and divided them among the 7th Order Masters who needed them. The 7th Order Masters quickly consumed the pills and refined them. Soon, the aura of one of the 7th Order Masters began to surge. It was a sign of an upcoming breakthrough. Everyone gasped at the sight. Although the ordinary grade open heaven pills could not help a cultivator break through their innate limits the way the supreme grade open heaven pills could, they were still able to provide great help to cultivators facing a bottleneck. From the looks of it now, there would be many new 8th Order Masters once this trip inside the universe furnace was over. At the same time, Yang Kai was traveling through the void. Now and then, he would check for a reaction with his great sun and moon marks or check for any activity from the communication bead he had with him. Liao Zheng had given him this communication bead. It was what the human masters used to reach each other in this space. It made it easier for the humans to confirm where they were, and in a moment of crisis, they could ask for help. Right now, Yang Kai was concerned as to how he was supposed to find the supreme grade open heaven pills. Even though he left a mark on all 9 of them, he still had not found any of them yet. He had no idea where they were either, so he had to rely on luck. The information he received from Liao Zheng also made it clear to him that the situation inside the universe furnace was a lot more complex and perplexing than he thought. The Chaos Spirit clan could be found inside here, and there was also the possibility of Chaos Spirit Kings existing. Furthermore, the supreme grade open heaven pills were useful to the Black Ink clan as well. This possibility had never even occurred to Yang Kai in the past. Thus, the number of obstacles between the human race and the supreme grade open heaven pills was far above what Yang Kai originally suspected. He was moving through the void when all of a sudden, he spotted something that looked like a gray fog in front of him. He broke out in cold sweat and had a look of belated fear. It was just a tiny layer of gray fog that was about the size of a table. Yang Kai had nearly gone straight into it just now, but luckily, he noticed it in the nick of time and halted. He used his divine sense to inspect the gray fog, and to his surprise, he found that there were worlds inside the tiny blanket of gray fog. It was no mere gray fog, after all, it was a sea of stars that was many, many times smaller than normal. It looked like a tiny layer of gray fog, but it was treacherous on the inside. If anyone entered it by accident, he or she would be entering the sea of stars. That person could even lose their sense of direction and be stuck in there with no means of coming back out. Why would this be inside the universe furnace? However, upon thinking back now, Yang Kai realized that this was not the only time he encountered something like this. He had seen countless gray fog patches of varying sizes along the way but had not paid any attention to them earlier. He only realized how mysterious they were after studying this one more carefully now. The universe furnace is proving to be even more mystifying than I thought. Yang Kai quietened down his heavily thumping heart. As he stared at the gray fog in front of him, he could not help but consider a new possibility. If I'm able to take this away, refine it, and summon it whenever I'm up against the enemy, wouldn't it mean that I'd be invincible? Even a Black Ink John Spirit God would probably have a hard time escaping from the gray fog if he was stuck inside it, let alone a royal lord. However, the moment Yang Kai began checking out this possibility, he gave up on his unrealistic idea. He could not take it with him. It appeared to be just a tiny patch of gray fog, but it was actually colossal in volume. To take it away meant taking away an entire sea of stars, and the massive strength needed to accomplish that was not something he, an 8th Order Master, had. Not even a 9th Order Master could do it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5739, Third Brother. Even after racking his brains for quite some time, Yang Kai could not think of a way to get it done. He had no choice but to give up now, as it was more important for him to find a supreme-grade open heaven pill. He could always return to this place and think of something later on if he had a chance. However, before he started moving, he sensed something. He immediately turned around and stared into the distance, and at the very next breath, he melded into the void with space principles. A few breaths later, he saw a silhouette rushing towards him from a distance. The silhouette's black ink strength was prominent, clearly a territory lord. However, Yang Kai could tell that this was an acquired territory lord, as his aura was not as strong as that of an innate territory lord. Yang Kai could easily kill an acquired territory lord without even breaking a sweat. He was waiting in secret to make his move when he noticed what the territory lord was holding. After just a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai decided against attacking. Instead, he hid his tracks and chose to tail the territory lord in secret. It was because he saw the territory lord holding a miniature black ink nest, and from the latter's urgency, it was clear that he was heading somewhere in a rush. Thanks to Yang Kai's many years of experience battling against the Black Ink clan, he knew that miniature black ink nests were used for communication purposes. Back when he was hovering outside the no-return pass and the innate territory lords were hunting him down, they used these miniature black ink nests to pass messages between them. However, that was not its only usage. If the Black Ink clan were willing to pump in the resources, they could turn these into real black ink nests. Seeing as how the territory lord was grasping the black ink nest and was moving in such a hurry, it was easy enough for Yang Kai to deduce that the territory lord must have made contact with his clansmen and was using the black ink nest to lead him to them. Instead of killing just one, it was better to root out a bunch of them. That was why Yang Kai decided against killing this territory lord immediately. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was taken aback by the fact that the communicative function of the miniature black ink nests was still working inside the universe furnace. However, the territory lord whom he and Liao Jing joined forces to kill did not have a miniature black ink nest with him. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized the reason behind this. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the universe furnace, so naturally, they would not be as well prepared as the humans. This territory lord must have had a black ink nest with him because he was already carrying it around even when he was outside. Even though Yang Kai was following the territory lord the whole time, the latter had no idea that a human master was tailing him. This was not only due to their power differential, but also due to the mysteriousness of the Tao of space. As long as Yang Kai wanted to stay hidden, a mere acquired territory lord would not be able to detect his presence from afar. Yang Kai patiently tailed the territory lord as he pondered the possibilities of the situation taking place up ahead. Since the territory lord was quite likely moving in a rush after being called upon by his clansmen, it was either because they had found something valuable or they had gotten into a fight with the humans. Either one of these outcomes would still be bad for the humans. By following in secret, Yang Kai might be able to alleviate any dangers that had befallen his allies. Yang Kai thought that the situation would only be one of the two possibilities, so when he suddenly felt a weak reaction from his great sun and moon marks, he was thunderstruck. There was no denying that Yang Kai was deeply frustrated and upset over the fact that he had witnessed the creation of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills and had let them slip away from him. Even though he left a mark on each of them, he did not get a reaction after all this time and was beginning to suspect that the mark he left might have dissipated. Thus, he was stunned that he felt a reaction now by coincidence. Yang Kai suppressed his exhilaration and carefully tried to sense the direction where the reaction came from. To his surprise, it was exactly where the territory lord was heading. Did that mean the Black Ink clan discovered a supreme grade open heaven pill? Who were they fighting against to get it then? Yang Kai had no clue now, but he would find out once he arrived at the battle. After traveling for an unknown amount of distance, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the commotion of a battle up ahead, and it was a pretty intense one. Yang Kai peered into the distance and was a little startled by what he saw. A large part of the void was filled with countless jellyfish-like creatures of various sizes. They were giving off multicolored light that glimmered and dimmed. Even the solidity of their forms kept changing, which made them look incredibly peculiar. Several figures were scattered among the sea of jellyfish. Some were fighting while others were moving around. There was no sign of any humans. There was someone from the monster race though. Its 5-meter-long body shifted like flowing water. The leopard print on its skin was bright as it dazzled like reflected light. At times its form became phantom-like and at other times it solidified. It was fighting against several territory lords alone. Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. Yang Kai never thought he would encounter his monster self here. Truth be told, when his monster self was in the process of becoming a great emperor back at the Myriad Monsters world, Yang Kai had specifically gone over to stand guard, but after that, he did not pay any attention to his monster self. That was because he did not have to. As a great emperor, his monster self would have an easy, untroubled cultivation journey in the Myriad Monsters world. From the looks of it now, that was precisely the case. His monster self's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Order Monster Emperor realm. Although his monster self was using primal art to train its monster core, just like Fang Tian Ci, it was still held back by Yang Kai, its true body's limit. Right now, his monster self's cultivation was also at the limit and he could not break through any further. When Fang Tian Ci was breaking through to the open heaven realm, he possessed everything needed to become a 7th Order Master, but in the end, he ended up as a 6th Order Master. This was because of Yang Kai. Regardless of whether it was his human self or his monster self, their cultivation journey was hindered by the limits of their true body. When the universe furnace surfaced, Yang Kai knew that both his human self and his monster self would enter and reunite with him. Throughout this journey, apart from trying to track down the supreme grade open heaven pills, Yang Kai had also been on the lookout for signs of his monster self and human self. He had checked with Liao Zheng and the others too, but they had not seen anything either. However, he did not expect to reunite with his monster self under such coincidental circumstances. It was an unexpected pleasant surprise. That being said, the biggest and most joyous surprise was the supreme grade open heaven pill among the sea of jellyfish. At the very center of the huge swarm of jellyfish, there was one that was at least 10 times bigger than the others, and it had clearly devoured a supreme grade open heaven pill which could be spotted when its body turned translucent. Yang Kai did not know whether it was his monster self or the Black Ink clan who first discovered this supreme grade open heaven pill, but it was evident that the fight had been going on for quite a while now. The Black Ink clansmen could use the miniature Black Ink nest to call for aid, but Yang Kai's monster self was alone in a one-against-many fight. Despite being alone, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor was not as disadvantaged as one might imagine. After all, in most cases, the average monster race master was stronger than the average human race master in the same equivalent realm. Monster race masters had far stronger bodies than normal, and Thunder Shadow himself had an innate divine ability that allowed him to blend with the shadows and become hard to detect. By striking suddenly and powerfully now and then, Yang Kai's monster self was just barely able to put up a fight against the group of territory lords. Naturally, this was also thanks to where the fight was taking place. The large swarm of jellyfish were most likely chaos entities, but they were different from all other chaos entities that Yang Kai had previously seen. Although they were still shifting through various states of solidness, they had fixed forms. They seemed harmless enough, but when someone else came into contact with them, the person would be hit with a peculiar attack. Yang Kai saw a territory lord flying backwards after being hit by Thunder Shadow. When the territory lord crashed into a jellyfish, it looked as if he lost his consciousness as his eyes glazed over. It was a while before he regained mental clarity. Thunder Shadow was about to kill the territory lord when another one came over and rescued his clansmen. The jellyfish-like chaos entities were rather strange. It was clear that Thunder Shadow had suffered at their hands too, so when it fought against the territory lords, it tried its best to avoid touching them. However, that meant it could not move around as freely as normal. It appeared to be a fiery battle between the two sides, but in reality, both were seriously hindered by the environment and could not go all out. The territory lord that rushed over had clearly received instructions beforehand. Upon arrival, he did not show himself at once and instead quietly crept towards the battlefield in an attempt to sneak up on Thunder Shadow and deal a deadly blow. Unfortunately, he was not particularly skilled at keeping himself hidden. He had just approached the battlefield and had not even entered the swarm of jellyfish when Thunder Shadow noticed him with a single glance. The territory lord was a decisive one, however, and since he had been discovered, he openly revealed himself, but before he could do anything to Thunder Shadow, a territory lord stared behind him in shock and quickly shouted, "Watch out!" All at once, the territory lord felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop him, as if death itself had come. Before he could recover from his shock, he felt a sharp pain. He looked down and saw a spear sticking out of his chest, with world force surging along it. Someone snuck up on me and attacked me. What was most terrifying was the fact that he had not noticed anything until the moment the person attacked. Who snuck up on me? All sorts of thoughts flashed across the territory lord's mind as he tried to escape, but he could not move. Space seemed to have solidified around him, and world force flowed strongly from the spear in his chest. A violent force erupted and the territory lord's body exploded into a shower of bloodied scraps. The black ink strength that escaped from his body leapt out like a wild horse and swiftly turned into a black ink cloud. An invisible force surged as the black ink cloud dispersed to reveal a young man with a spear in hand. He flicked his blood-soaked spear and smirked. Yang Kai. The territory lords gasped as the color drained out of their faces. They were petrified and no words could describe the bitterness they felt right now. How could things end well for them after running into the killing star here? Most importantly, why did they run into him? The universe furnace was vast and boundless and they had relied on the miniature black ink nests to gather themselves here. No humans had been drawn over even after their lengthy fight with this monster race master, yet now, it was Yang Kai of all people who showed up. Thunder Shadow was also taken aback. The lightning in its mouth flashed and crackled, but soon, a human-looking grin broke out across his face. He thought that this would turn out to be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents and was fully prepared to flee if things took a turn for the worse. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was valuable, but his life was even more so. He knew what his priorities were. What he did not expect was Yang Kai's arrival. The situation was a lot simpler now. It was going to claim the lives of these territory lords and collect the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Thunder Shadow was assured and confident, while the territory lords were panicking. As for the jellyfish-like chaos entities, they just shifted about, giving off their multicolored glow which illuminated the different reactions from both parties. Outside the battlefield, Yang Kai lifted his spear and pointed it in front of him as his voice boomed all across the place, "How dare you bully third brother? You must have a death wish." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5740, Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. Yang Kai's abrupt appearance immediately changed the tides. Initially, the territory lords had the advantage in the fight due to their numbers, but they no longer had any inclination to continue fighting. All they could think of was to flee as far away as possible, lest they met their doom. Nevertheless, they knew that it was futile for them to try and escape from Yang Kai alone considering his mastery over the Tao of space. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, the territory lords quickly began grouping up to form a battle formation to try and put up a fight. However, forming a battle formation in this bizarre environment was no easy feat all along. They failed to form a battle formation due to the inconvenience of being surrounded by the swarm of jellyfish. One false move and they would end up making contact with the strange jellyfish, and when that happened, even masters as powerful as these territory lords would fall into a brief trance. Previously, they gave up on the idea of forming a battle formation and simply used their numbers advantage to gang up on Thunder Shadow, who would not have managed to hold out this long if that had not been the case. They now wanted to attempt forming a battle formation again, but it was too late. Thunder Shadow, who deduced what they were trying to do, immediately charged at the nearest territory lord. His strong, agile form morphed into a ball of lightning and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of the territory lord. The lightning shrouded him and his opponent so the others could not see what was happening. All they could tell was that powerful forces clashed within the lightning. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already raised his spear and charged into the swarm of jellyfish. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he realized what was strange about these chaos entities. They kept oscillating between varying physical states. At times, they could be seen, but at others, they were invisible. They also kept moving around as if a swarm of jellyfish was floating along in the vastness of the universe furnace world, though there was no telling where their final destination was. When they disappeared, even Yang Kai could not detect them. This resulted in him bumping into a jellyfish the moment he entered the battlefield, stopping him in his tracks. Light flickered and the jellyfish reappeared. Yang Kai could sense a wave of jumbled, chaotic energy coming from the jellyfish, aimed straight at his soul. It finally dawned on Yang Kai as to why the territory lord who made contact with one of these jellyfish-like chaos entity ended up in a dazed, trance-like state. If the attack landed, the target's soul would be hit by that strange energy, and it would indeed be hard to retain full control of one's senses after taking such an unexpected hit. A few of these attacks in rapid succession could very well damage one's soul. These jellyfish-like chaos entities possessed an innate form of energy that allowed them to attack their opponent's soul. This special characteristic of theirs hindered the territory lords and Thunder Shadow's ability to fight, and from the looks of it, everyone in the battle had found out through first-hand experience. When one of the nearby territory lords noticed what was happening, he grinned happily and charged straight at Yang Kai. Even if they formed a battle formation, they might still fail to hold their own against the human's killing star, but now that Yang Kai had accidentally allowed the jellyfish to attack his soul, it was a rare and precious chance for them to land an attack. However, the moment the territory lord reached Yang Kai, he realized something was amiss. Even though Yang Kai was standing stiffly as if he was in a trance, his eyes were bright and shrewd. It did not look as if he had lost consciousness at all. By the time the territory lord noticed this, it was too late. He was a decisive individual, so immediately shoved both his hands forward and black ink strength gushed out like a wave crashing onto the shore. Yang Kai snorted and pierced through the attack with his spear. His azure dragon spear turned into countless spear shadows before condensing into one again. Black ink strength collapsed and dispersed, while the territory groaned as his body flew backwards, black blood spurting out of a hole in his shoulder. His expression was one of someone who just had a narrow brush with death. A silhouette appeared in the territory lord's hazy peripheral vision. He looked up and was horrified as he saw Yang Kai pull back his fist. The territory lord reacted in haste and crossed his arms in front of him. The moment Yang Kai's fist made contact though, a surge of unstoppable force sent the territory lord flying backwards once more as his arms fell to the side to reveal the gaping hole in his chest. Yang Kai was only a step away from becoming a divine dragon, so a mere acquired territory lord could not withstand even such a simple attack from him. The territory lord landed on a visible jellyfish-like chaos entity and the light faded from his eyes as the attack that battered his soul made things worse for his heavily wounded body. Yang Kai raised his hand once more and hurled the azure dragon spear out, piercing right through the territory lord who was currently dazed. The territory lord's aura instantly swelled up before fading away entirely. It had only been 3 breaths of time since the fight between Yang Kai and the territory lord began, but now the other territory lords were trembling with fear as they witnessed how easily Yang Kai had killed one of them. The azure dragon spear flew back to Yang Kai and he grabbed it before turning to Thunder Shadow, who was still fighting against his opponent, and snapped, "Why didn't you warn me that these chaos entities can attack the soul, third brother?" Thunder Shadow growled and ignored Yang Kai. As if you needed a warning. These jellyfish could hinder everyone else, but Yang Kai, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, could pay them no mind. If his soul was attacked, the soul-warming lotus would protect him. The territory lord assumed that it had been his best chance to strike because Yang Kai had fallen into a trance, but in reality, he was only delivering himself into the hands of the enemy. Also, third brother? What the hell is that? An inexplicable sense of irritation washed over Thunder Shadow and his attacks became even more ruthless. The lightning that surrounded him and his opponent became even brighter as cries of agony and ferocious growls rang out. 5 territory lords had gathered here to gang up on Thunder Shadow, with a 6th nearly joining them before Yang Kai killed him. Now that Yang Kai had killed the 2nd territory lord and Thunder Shadow had pinned one down on his own, there were only 3 territory lords left. While Yang Kai was dealing with the other territory lord, these 3 territory lords managed to gather together and join their auras to form the simplest 3 fortunes formation. Despite having successfully formed a battle formation, they did not feel any more assured about their chances. Yang Kai had killed a pseudo-royal lord before, and during his time outside the no-return pass, he had regularly fought against 4 innate territory lords who formed the 4 symbols formation. Thus, if the territory lords wanted to have a fighting chance against Yang Kai, they had to be in at least a 4 symbols formation, and that also hinged on Yang Kai not employing his strange technique that could injure souls. If he did, then a 4 symbols formation would be useless as well. Since Yang Kai was inside the universe furnace, he was not going to use an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, as doing so would harm him in the process and have lingering detrimental effects on him. That being said, a 3 fortunes formation was not sufficient for these territory lords to put up a fight against him, so he had no worries in the first place. The 3 territory lords were quick-witted enough. Once they formed the battle formation, they immediately tried to escape, as one of them roared, "Spare our lives, Yang Kai, and the open heaven pill is yours." Yang Kai snorted, reached his hand out in their direction, and made a grabbing motion. With a flicker of space principles, he grasped something unseen and coolly remarked, "Do you think you can negotiate with me?" As soon as he said those words, the 3 territory lords stiffened and froze in place against their will. It was not due to the space secret technique, however, but rather because they were surrounded by the jellyfish-like chaos entities. The undetectable chaos entities had now revealed themselves and were attacking the souls of all 3 territory lords who came into contact with them. The territory lords instantly became dazed and disoriented. Yang Kai caught the jellyfish-like chaos entities with his space secret technique and teleported them into the territory lord's path. These chaos entities could not do much physical damage, but their attacks on the soul were nearly impossible to avoid, so he made good use of them. Yang Kai slowly strolled over to the 3 territory lords, brushing away a few of the jellyfish-like chaos entities that appeared in his path with his bare hands. The territory lords struggled hard against the relentless attacks on their souls. Sometimes, they were able to gain clarity, but it would only be for a brief moment before they fell into a daze again. It looked as if the chaos entities had rooted them to the spot. All 3 of them were now sitting ducks. When Yang Kai got close to them, he raised his hands. World force surged forward as he targeted all 3 and easily reaped their lives. At the same time, the giant ball of lightning suddenly dissipated and Thunder Shadow walked out. Though he was wounded, his presence was just as strong and domineering as ever. There was a tattered body lying behind him though, looking like it had been torn apart by a hurricane. Although Thunder Shadow was stronger than these acquired territory lords, he did not have a soul-warming lotus to protect his soul, thus, he still had to put in some effort to kill one head-on in this field of jellyfish. Yang Kai turned to Thunder Shadow and grinned. There was no need for him to say anything. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the largest chaos entity. This chaos entity was many times bigger than its fellows, though it was uncertain whether it was naturally bigger in the first place or because it devoured an open heaven pill. The supreme-grade open heaven pill only peeked through and gave off a multicolored light when the chaos entity's form became translucent. There's no telling what might happen if this takes too long. We'll do it together. Yang Kai shouted and immediately harnessed his Tao strengths before blasting them at the jellyfish-like chaos entity. Thunder Shadow bounded over and started harnessing his own Tao strength as well. Under their combined attacks, the enormous jellyfish-like chaos entity instantly started shrinking, as if it had met its mortal enemy. It seemed to have an instinctive urge to flee from danger, but Yang Kai had used space principles to keep it locked in place. It could not move or leave, but its physical state started changing even more rapidly, and the invisible attack on the soul was shooting out in all directions. Surprisingly, it was able to attack at a distance. As for the swarm of smaller jellyfish-like chaos entities, they were also visibly affected. Their bodies were releasing chaotic energy which soon covered the surrounding void. Thunder Shadow was affected by this as its Tao strength would cut off now and then. Upon noticing this, Yang Kai had to channel his spiritual energy to protect Thunder Shadow, which saved him from a possible crisis. Under the constant flow of Tao strengths, the jellyfish-like chaos entity that devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. Yang Kai reached out and took the spirit pill that was giving off a multicolored glow. He now had a supreme-grade open heaven pill, one which would allow him to break through his limits and become a ninth-order open heaven realm master. Martial Peak, Chapter 5741, Another Path. The universe furnace produced many ordinary-grade open heaven pills, but only 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were created. Yang Kai had left a mark on all 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills in advance, and by using his great sun and moon marks, he could sense where these pills were once they were within a certain distance from him. Thus, he figured that as long as he was not completely down on his luck, he should be able to make this a fruitful trip, though he could not be certain how many supreme-grade open heaven pills he would ultimately get. Nevertheless, he did not expect it to be this easy for him to get the first supreme-grade open heaven pill. All he had done was tail a territory lord in secret, and not only did he get one of the pills, but he even reunited with his monster self. All he needed now was to reunite with his human self as well. Once all 3 of them were together, they would even have a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. Inside the universe furnace, the only ones who posed a threat to Yang Kai were the pseudo-royal lords and the Chaos Spirit Kings. The latter was more powerful than the former as their strength was equivalent to that of a true royal lord or ninth-order masters. However, the humans did not know for certain whether Chaos Spirit Kings existed as the information they had came from Blood Crow, and it was only a guess of his. Either way, Yang Kai now had 2 goals to accomplish inside the universe furnace. The first was to carry on searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills, and the second was to find his human self. He next quietened down and studied the item in his hand. The spirit pill had an extraordinary appearance. The multicolored light glowed freely but the Tao currents were subdued. It's a valuable treasure, all right. It deserves its reputation as the most precious opportunity. Even though Yang Kai had witnessed the birth of the supreme-grade open heaven pills, he could not move at the time and could not use his powers freely either, so he did not know much about these pills. They had scattered into the distance the moment they were created, and Yang Kai's hopes of getting an early advantage had been dashed. Thunder Shadow was also studying it carefully out of curiosity. Yang Kai's thoughtful expression was reflected in Thunder Shadow's amber eyes, and the latter reminded worriedly, "This isn't something to be eaten. It needs to be absorbed into the small universe and refined." He was afraid that Yang Kai did not know how it worked, and it would be hugely ironic if Yang Kai ended up swallowing the spirit pill just like that. According to information provided by Blood Crow, the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace differed from the ones humans made. The latter was created to mimic the former as the humans had studied the medicinal efficacies and found a way to create open heaven pills after countless years of trials and experimentations. However, at the end of the day, the open heaven pills created by the human race were still completely different from the ones created by the universe furnace. The open heaven pills made by the humans were consumed and refined. It would then provide a boost to the heritage of an open heaven realm master's small universe. That was not the case for the ones from the universe furnace. Those needed to be absorbed into the small universe, and the cultivators would need to rely on the strength of their small universe to refine them. Yang Kai was now at the peak of his martial Tao, and his small universe was wrapped inside an invisible layer of shackles that made it impossible to grow any bigger. However, with the help of the spirit pill in his hand right now, those shackles would disappear and his small universe could continue expanding again. As one's small universe grew larger, one's heritage would also increase. This was the right way to use the innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace, and this was why the pill could help an open heaven realm master break through their natural limits. Yang Kai had already read about these things from the jade slip Liao Zheng had given him earlier, so he knew better than to make a reckless attempt. Then again, does it work on you? Thunder Shadow asked. Yang Kai sighed, I don't think so. Although he had not refined the open heaven pill, he had a feeling that it would not do him any good. Even if he did absorb it into his small universe, it would not be able to help him reach the ninth order. Despite holding this open heaven pill in his hand, the barrier around his small universe did not react at all. If the spirit pill did work on him, then this invisible layer would show some kind of reaction in response to the spirit pill's aura. Perhaps this had something to do with the disadvantages of the open heaven realm method and the 3-self source reconstitution art that Wuquang gave him. The open heaven realm method was flawed, but the martial ancestors were not to blame for this. They had relied on the world tree to gain enlightenment about the open heaven realm method before teaching it to the rest of the human race, which allowed the humans to have a fighting chance against the monster race and the Black Ink clan all those years ago. The humans of today would not exist in the same way if it had not been for Tsang and the other martial ancestors. Nevertheless, the martial ancestors failed to achieve full enlightenment of the martial Tao, as there was one part that was hidden inside the universe furnace from then, making it impossible to comprehend outside. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was able to make up for the imperfections of the open heaven realm method and complete one's martial Tao, which allowed a cultivator to break through their limits. However, the 3-self source reconstitution art that Wuquang taught Yang Kai was a result of Shi's many years of hard work and effort in his attempts to comprehend the limitations of the open heaven realm method. Out of the 10 martial ancestors, Shi's ability to formulate secret arts and techniques was the best. If it had not been for that, the sinister, heaven-defying ability of heaven-devouring battle law would not exist. He was the one who came up with the 3-self source reconstitution art to deal with the imperfections of the open heaven realm method. Thus, once Yang Kai chose this path of cultivation, his martial Tao had been set and it differed from those that cultivated strictly using the open heaven realm method. Thus, the supreme grade open heaven pill, which was able to complete the martial Tao of the open heaven realm method, was meaningless to him. Once Yang Kai realized this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Thunder Shadow spoke mostly of Qin Shui, as he undoubtedly cared a lot about the 7th Order Master who took care of him when he first started out. He was constantly worried that something bad might happen to her during the imminent battle ahead of them. All of a sudden, Thunder Shadow asked, "Will the 3-self source reconstitution art really allow you to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Yang Kai continued gathering the jellyfish-like chaos entities as he said, "No one has ever tried before, so there's no way of knowing whether it will work. However, since it's something that Shi derived back then, it should work." "Wuquang's no saint," Thunder Shadow scoffed. Yang Kai chuckled, "My trust isn't in Wuquang or Shi, but in myself. Even though the 3 selves have not reunited yet, I can sense that once that happens, it will indeed help me break through my limits. When the time comes, your human self and I will disappear for good. You are me. I am you. Combining as one doesn't mean you will disappear. You're wrong. You're you, your human self is you, and I am you, but you are not us. There's a difference. Yang Kai frowned. Thunder Shadow licked his paw. What's the matter? Is this topic too heavy for you? Relax. The human self and I both understand our purpose. When the time comes, neither one of us will hesitate. That's not it. Yang Kai sighed and closed the portal to his small universe. These jellyfish-like chaos entities are polluting my small universe. I can't keep too many of them. He had been too simplistic in his thinking. After entering his small universe, the jellyfish-like chaos entities kept giving off that strange energy to attack his soul. Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus for protection, so he was not afraid of that. However, these chaos entities were made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence, and to Yang Kai, that was like the harshest of impurities that could contaminate his small universe. If he took in too many of these chaos entities, it would affect his small universe's stability. He had been thinking about taking in all of the jellyfish-like chaos entities here, but from the looks of it now, he had to reluctantly abandon that idea. Yang Kai thus only kept the small number that he was still able to suppress, as it would be hard for him to carry on doing so if he took in any more of them. Martial Peak, Chapter 5742, Evolution. Yang Kai made his way through the void with a tiny, feline monster race master sitting on his shoulder. It was his monster self, Thunder Shadow. Alas, Yang Kai found it lamentable that he could not take too many of the jellyfish-like chaos entities with him and left the place with Thunder Shadow in tow. Initially, he wanted Thunder Shadow to give him a ride as he wanted to experience what it was like to have a mount, but Thunder Shadow refused. Instead, he shrunk down and took a seat on Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai could not do anything about it. Since Thunder Shadow did not want to do it, Yang Kai was not going to force him. At this moment, Yang Kai looked somewhat hesitant as he held a miniature black ink nest in his hand. This was one of his spoils after killing all those territory lords. After inspecting it up close, he confirmed that it was a low-rank black ink nest. However, since it could be used to communicate inside the universe furnace, it meant that there had to be a mid-rank black ink nest somewhere inside this space to use as a hub for the Black Ink clan's communications. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to use the Black Ink nest space to communicate. Now that Yang Kai had this small Black Ink nest with him, he could use it to spy on the Black Ink clan and glean some useful information. The only thing he had to worry about was if the Black Ink clan realized something and sealed the Black Ink nest space with him inside. If that happened, his soul would also be trapped and he would not be able to escape. He had experienced this once before, but fortunately for him, he had been protected by the soul-warming lotus. At that time, he managed to kill and injure quite a number of territory lords and Black Ink disciples with soul-rending thorns. That was what eventually forced the Black Ink clan to undo the seal, which allowed him to escape. At the time, Yang Kai was still part of the Great Evolution Army, so the situation was not quite the same. He was inside the universe furnace now, and if his soul did get sealed up, it would hinder him from accomplishing his goals in this place. After mulling it over for a short while, Yang Kai sighed and crushed the miniature Black Ink nest. He was certain that the Black Ink clan would have their guard up against the possibility of someone spying on them. If he did enter the Black Ink nest with his soul, he might end up falling into their trap. Just to be safe, it was better for him to avoid stirring up any possible trouble. Just then, the void began to rumble and shake. Yang Kai immediately halted and took in the surroundings with his senses. Thunder Shadow, who was sitting on Yang Kai's shoulder, also turned solemn as he said quietly, "The first evolution is happening." Evolution was the word used to describe the change that would happen with the chaotic shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace. Such changes would happen a total of 9 times, and once all 9 were complete, the environment inside the universe furnace would become vastly different. It was also the signal that the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace was about to come to an end. Blood Crow was the one who provided the humans with this information. He had first-hand experience from the previous time the universe furnace emerged, and although he did not get a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was not a part of any major fights back then, he did manage to come back out of the universe furnace alive. Furthermore, thanks to what he found, he easily broke through and reached the 8th Order open heaven realm. The jade slip that Liao Zheng gave Yang Kai not only mentioned the different grades of open heaven pills and the existence of the chaos entities, but it also included information about the changes and evolutions that happened within the universe furnace. The universe furnace was filled with shattered Tao essences, and anyone who entered would immediately sense that. Due to the effects of these shattered Tao essences, the environment inside the universe furnace was similarly chaotic and disorganized. Even time and space were both less defined in this space, allowing for a large number of chaos entities to be born. It was possible that an environment like this would not affect the Black Ink clan much. Their bodies were made up of Mo's creation force and they did not cultivate the Grand Tao. However, the environment did affect the human race masters greatly, especially concerning their Tao strengths. In the outside world, Tao strengths filled every single corner of the universe. Open Heaven Realm masters could harness their own Tao strengths to resonate with the universe's Grand Tao, which allowed them to channel part of that strength. However, inside the universe furnace, the Grand Tao was shattered and Tao essence was chaotic, so there was nothing they could use to enhance their own attacks. Only the humans' physical strength and the world force inside their small universes were not affected. Yang Kai's body, with his dragon vein, was not affected by him being inside the universe furnace, and his ability to use the world force from his small universe was not affected either. However, when trying to manipulate local space principles or time principles, their effects would be weaker here. That being said, this did not affect the human masters too much as they relied mainly on their own power when engaged in battle. Nevertheless, they were still weakened to a certain extent. However, the environment inside the universe furnace was not static. Each time the universe furnace showed up, the world inside would undergo 9 rounds of Grand Tao evolution. Blood Crow had no clue as to why this happened or why 9 times instead of 8 or 7, but either way, that was what happened. As a result of each evolution, the shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace would slowly become more refined, and after all 9 times, the shattered Tao essence would have changed into a complete and structured Tao essence. This change had a direct and significant impact on the universe furnace world. Upon entering the universe furnace, everyone felt that the world inside was vast and boundless, but that was mainly due to the haziness in the dimensions of time and space. If one was unable to define the structure they were inside, it was impossible to determine its size or scope. However, as the shattered Tao essence gradually became more and more refined, the space would also become more clearly defined. When it came to this space, the disorder of the universe furnace before would slowly morph into one that could be defined and measured through the continuous rounds of evolution. And, this was only the shallowest of the changes that happened. Blood Crow said that during his last foray into the universe furnace, after 9 rounds of evolution, the universe furnace started feeling as if it was a real great territory, and countless universe worlds popped up inside at some point. Every one of the universe worlds had been filled with the aura of new life. He could not figure out where those universe worlds came from and could only speculate that they were a result of the rounds of evolution. This was how the environment inside the universe furnace was changed by the evolution of the Grand Tao. For both the humans and the Black Ink clan who came in, this change greatly affected them. The universe furnace world was currently boundless and never-ending. Even though many masters from the 2 races had entered, it was not that easy to encounter anyone else, be it an ally or an enemy. Most of the time, they would brush past others without even knowing about it despite being fairly near to each other. However, with each round of evolution, the shattered Tao essence slowly became more refined, and the environment inside the universe furnace world would grow clearer. Blood Crow even suspected that the universe furnace world that emerged after all 9 rounds of evolution was the true nature of the universe furnace world, and everything that had been visible before that could simply be an illusion. It was as if the real environment had been shrouded by a layer of fog. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan sent many of their masters into the universe furnace, with some 7 million or so Black Ink clansmen entering from the entrance in the barren territory alone. With so many living beings inside a single great territory, the chances of running into each other increased manifold. Thus, inside the universe furnace, it was rare to have a major fight break out during the early evolutions. Most of the time, it would simply be one-on-one fights, or perhaps skirmishes between small groups. However, as the evolutions continued, the space inside the universe furnace world slowly became more defined and the seemingly boundless area would become a lot more crowded. There was no way of discerning the pattern of evolution. No one knew when the next evolution would happen, but whenever it did, there were clear signs. Right now, Yang Kai was standing still as he took in the changes to the environment and found that the information had been accurate. The shattered Tao essence that made up the universe furnace world had become ever so slightly more refined. It was not a significant change, but it had indeed changed. Why would there be an evolution of Tao essence inside the universe furnace? Yang Kai had pondered this question when he first received the information from Liao Zheng, but he could not think of a reason why, so he decided to wait until he experienced the evolution for himself to see whether he could learn anything from it. Alas, he was just as clueless as before. In just a few moments, the rumbling stopped. The evolution had started abruptly, and it stopped just as quickly. Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to scout around him and realized that it was a little better now. He could inspect a greater radius around him, though it was still far less than the maximum he could perceive outside. The shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace was still a great hindrance to his ability to search and inspect from a distance. I sense murderous intent. Thunder Shadow suddenly growled. He crouched defensively on Yang Kai's shoulder as lightning began to spark across his skin. Yang Kai was startled. He nearly wondered whether Thunder Shadow had made a mistake when he abruptly sensed a powerful aura approaching him from behind. Just as Yang Kai noticed the newcomer, the latter noticed him as well and sent his aura forward. Upon realizing that it was Yang Kai, the newcomer was shocked and elated as he roared, "Hand over the open heaven pill, Yang Kai." As soon as Yang Kai heard what was said, he figured out what was going on. It was clear that the territory lords who were fighting against Thunder Shadow had called for reinforcements, but this one had arrived too late. The territory lords were dead and Yang Kai had the open heaven pill. Thus, this master from the Black Ink clan followed the traces left behind and chased Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow down. Yang Kai did waste some time collecting the jellyfish-like chaos entities after all. The newcomer was a pseudo-royal lord, otherwise, he would not have been as overbearing as he was when he realized it was Yang Kai. The moment the pseudo-royal lord's aura shot towards Yang Kai, the latter was able to figure out how strong his opponent was. After swiftly gauging both their powers, Yang Kai immediately came to a conclusion. He could not defeat this one. Yang Kai had crossed paths with pseudo-royal lords many times. Even though he managed to slaughter Di Wu in the Divine Spirit ancestral land, he only did so thanks to many favorable conditions and advantages of the terrain they fought on, so it was hard for him to repeat that feat. Previously, when he was outside the no-return pass, Mo Nai had managed to hunt him down until he had nowhere to hide. Thus, Yang Kai knew full well the power differential between him and a pseudo-royal lord. He did have Thunder Shadow with him now, but he knew a fight would only result in unnecessary loss. Therefore, Yang Kai swiftly decided to flee as he began manipulating space principles. While the shattered Tao essence around him did affect his use of space principles, it also interfered with divine sense, so he did not need to travel nearly as far to escape the perception of a pseudo-royal lord. In this way, the suppression from the environment affected all of them equally. Yang Kai even felt leisurely enough to still be in awe at his monster self, Thunder Shadow. He knew that in terms of strength, he was a lot stronger than his monster self, but Thunder Shadow had sensed the murderous intent before Yang Kai noticed the pseudo-royal lord's presence. Is it because of how innately sensitive those from monster race are? Martial Peak, Chapter 5743, Evade Him. Since the birth of the vast universe, there have been three important eras in history. The primordial era where the divine spirits ruled over everything under the heavens, the early ancient era where the monster race trod the lands freely, and the late ancient era where the human race rose to dominance. Each era had thousands upon thousands of wonderful chapters, and each one represented the favorite of the heavenly way at the time. As a race that represented an era, each of them had their unique characteristics. For the monster race, their biggest advantage was their strong physical bodies, keen perception, and diverse clans. Thunder Shadow was the monster self created by Yang Kai using the three-self source reconstitution art, but since birth, he had been living in myriad monster world, filled with ancient aura. He grew up in an environment where they obeyed the law of the jungle. Furthermore, he cultivated the monster race's primal art, which could be said to be no different from the great monsters of the early ancient era. The only difference was the era they lived in. Thunder Shadow was actually very strong, otherwise, he would not be able to fight against so many territory lords alone. Only, Yang Kai's true body was just so strong that his light covered the sharpness of his claws. It was only through innate keen perception that Thunder Shadow was able to alert Yang Kai before the latter noticed anything unusual. A pseudo-royal lord was chasing them, and since the two of them were not his opponent, they had no choice but to leave first. However, just as Yang Kai was about to make his escape using his space principles, he suddenly changed his mind, though he still activated his space principles, shifting the void slightly around him. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him panicked and slammed a palm out at Yang Kai's location from afar, not caring whether or not he could even stop the latter with this blow. There was no way for him to not panic. After all, he received news from several territory lords telling him that they had discovered an open heaven pill, but a monster race leopard was keeping them at bay, making it difficult for them to get their hands on it. The leopard was strong, and he also heard that it seemed to be one of monster race's great emperors from the myriad monster world called Thunder Shadow. This was not because the Black Ink clan had a strong intelligence network, but mainly because Thunder Shadow had been baring his fangs too fiercely since descending the mountain and had even killed several territory lords. Thus, his existence was recorded by the top members of the Black Ink clan. The pseudo-royal lord was always looking over the no-return pass, and even though he was usually engrossed with fighting against Mo Nai for power, for many years, he had not made much progress. As he could not gain the royal lord's attention, he could only check for more information around the place and return to report. Coincidentally, this pseudo-royal lord was the third pseudo-royal lord of the Black Ink clan, Meng Ke. The first pseudo-royal lord to be created by the Black Ink clan was Di Wu, who was killed by Yang Kai at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. The second was Mo Nai, and Meng Ke was the third. Compared with Di Wu's vigor and Mo Nai's intellect, the third pseudo-royal lord remained obscure. Without even mentioning the humans, even the Black Ink clan knew very little about his existence despite him being active for over 1,000 years, which made him depressed. That was the reason why Meng Ke had been wanting to do something big, something to promote himself and to establish his position. The best he could hope for was to trample Mo Nai under his foot. Unfortunately, the royal lord never gave him a chance, and before he even had the time to show his strengths, the universe furnace came into existence. Due to the large outpour of innate territory lords from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, who brought many high-rank Black Ink nests with them, the Black Ink clan now had more than enough resources to create more pseudo-royal lords. Thus, the royal lord decisively gathered all the veteran innate territory lords who were in good condition to create a large batch of pseudo-royal lords. Originally, Meng Ke and Mo Na Yi were the only pseudo-royal lords, so he only needed to focus on Mo Na Yi in their battle of wits and courage. Even if he was largely unknown, Meng Ke was still the left or right arm of the royal lord, but with the increase in their pseudo-royal lords, his presence became insignificant. So, when he received a message from several territory lords that an open heaven pill was discovered, he rushed over without delay. That open heaven pill was the greatest opportunity for the humans. As long as he could get it and destroy it, then he could prevent the humans from gaining another Ninth Order Master. Such a great feat would be enough to make him stand out among all of the pseudo-royal lords. However, when Meng Ke arrived, he discovered that the territory lords had all been killed. All that was left behind was a large amount of black ink strength from their deaths. Furthermore, the rumored open heaven pill was nowhere to be found. Following the faint traces left behind, Meng Ke pursued the culprits until he happened upon Yang Kai. There was also a small black leopard crouching on Yang Kai's shoulder. Instantly, Meng Ke realized that Yang Kai must undoubtedly be the one who killed those territory lords, and the missing open heaven pill must have fallen into his hands. Meng Ke was overjoyed. Snatching an open heaven pill was a great enough achievement as it was, but if he could take advantage of this situation to cull Yang Kai, then his position in the Black Ink clan would definitely rise beyond Mo Na Yi's. When that time came, he would stand under Mo alone and above all his other clansmen. After all, Mo Na Yi had been fighting with Yang Kai for so many years but still failed to deal with him. Instead, the Black Ink clan suffered a lot from that struggle. They had lost not only resources but also many masters along the way. If Meng Ke could kill Yang Kai, then would that not be proof enough that he was superior to Mo Na Yi? But soon, Meng Ke remembered that killing Yang Kai was no easy task. This human was indeed not as strong as he was, but he was proficient in the Tao of space and unparalleled when it came to escaping. Even a royal lord could do nothing to Yang Kai if the latter was determined to flee. If he were to run away here, then where was he supposed to go to look for him? In a panic, Meng Ke threw out a palm from afar. Space principles surged, turning the local space upside down, but the instant when Yang Kai's body was about to disappear, the palm came down just in time. Yang Kai sprayed out a mist of blood from his mouth and turned over to glare at Meng Ke, who had attacked him from behind with hatred in his eyes. Space principles surged once more, with his figure blurred. Meng Ke shouted anxiously, "Coward! Don't run!" But it was to no avail, he could only watch as Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. He instantly felt chagrined beyond words, realizing he had acted too hastily. If he had known this would happen, he would have snuck over quietly and taken Yang Kai down in one swoop instead of announcing his presence. However, for a pseudo-royal lord like him who had to rely on the Black Ink clan source fusion technique, it was impossible to perfectly control his own power, meaning his aura could not be hidden and stealth was not an option. The auras of pseudo-royal lords like him were always on in a striking display wherever they went, just like fireflies in the night. He searched everywhere by instinct to try and find Yang Kai, but soon, Meng Ke was taken aback for a moment before rushing in a certain direction. He was actually able to find Yang Kai's location. This time, his target's instantaneous movement did not take him too far away. Meng Ke had no idea whether it was due to the hit he managed to land earlier or because of this special environment, but no matter what the reason was, this situation was favorable to him. In that direction, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and focused on flying forward. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow watched him with narrowed eyes and curiously asked, "You're not this pathetic, are you? What are you trying to do?" He had clearly caught on to some clues. If Yang Kai truly intended to leave just now, then there was no way he would have allowed Meng Ke's palm to hit him. In other words, the current situation was all part of Yang Kai's plans. "You and I are of one mind, so why don't you give it a guess?" Yang Kai laughed. Thunder Shadow curled its lips, "I can't be bothered." What's more, you should understand that though I am born from a part of your soul, reborn as your monster self, my living environment and experiences since young have been very different from yours, so my character and temperament are different from yours, the true body. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Naturally, I know that, but fundamentally, you still originated from me, so you should be able to guess what I'm thinking. Don't be lazy to use your head just because you're born a monster. Thunder Shadow snorted and said after a moment, are you baiting him? Yang Kai nodded and his expression turned serious. To compete with the humans for the Universe Furnace's opportunity, the Black Ink clan have created many pseudo-royal lords. We would be safe even if we were to face a pseudo-royal lord, but if we shook him off, he would surely go find others instead, and they may not be able to deal with him. So, if I can lead him around, it will at least stop him from starting trouble with someone else instead. Thunder Shadow nodded. The Black Ink clan have indeed spent a lot of their resources. Currently, the innate territory lords outside have all been recalled to the no-return pass, most likely for the creation of pseudo-royal lords. Yang Kai sighed. Many innate territory lords have also come out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, which gives the Black Ink clan the confidence to make such a gamble. Those innate territory lords are all injured and would not be of great use to them for the time being, but as long as they recuperate for 100 to 200 years, then they should be back to peak condition. After a pause, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him. This guy should not be a newly created pseudo-royal lord. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the one who was hiding in the no-return pass all this time. Even though a pseudo-royal lord was unable to exert the full power of a royal lord, as long as they lived for long enough, they could slowly gain more control over their strength, allowing them to display more of it. The palm from just now was very close in strength to what Mo Na Yi could display, so this was clearly not a new pseudo-royal lord. Combine that with the warning signs he felt outside of the no-return pass, it was not surprising for Yang Kai to have such a guess. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow intertwined his aura closely with Yang Kai's so that he could help the latter save some energy as he used space principles to move. It was only because Thunder Shadow was Yang Kai's monster self that they could act in concert in such a way. Anyone else would not be able to achieve such a seamless blending of auras. Behind them, Meng Ke was chasing after the pair without pause, constantly closing the distance with Yang Kai using his superior strength and speed. However, every time he reached a certain limit, Yang Kai would disappear with instantaneous movement, appearing at the edge of Meng Ke's perception, and the loop would continue. If Mo Na Yi was here, with his intelligence, he would surely have noticed something by now, but Meng Ke was far worse in comparison to Mo Na Yi when it came to wits, so not only was he not alerted to Yang Kai's plans, he became enraged instead and was even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Though one could say that Meng Ke could not best Mo Na Yi in terms of wisdom, one could also say that his understanding of Yang Kai was far inferior. Thus, Meng Ke was consumed by his emotions, so the feeling of closing the distance repeatedly only to see Yang Kai slip away was extremely irritating. The pair continued their chase through the void with Yang Kai probing around in all directions at every moment. For him, his intentions were not only to keep this pseudo-royal lord on his tail to prevent him causing trouble to his allies. His true goal was to find someone who could help him turn the situation around so he could kill his pursuer. Facing such a pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were not his opponents even if they combined their strength, but as long as they could find 3 more 8th Order Masters to form a 5 elements formation, then it would be enough to contend with Meng Quebec. Martial Peak, Chapter 5744, Forced to Fight. The Universe Furnace world had just experienced its first evolution, but the chaotic and disorderly shattered Tao essence had only slightly improved. This place was still vast and boundless, so wanting to find a helping hand in this sort of environment was going to be difficult. The other worry was that Yang Kai might even attract other enemies before finding the help he needed. Based on the information he obtained from Liao Zheng and the others, as many as 20 pseudo-royal lords had appeared on the various battlefields, and there could be more of them. If he were to draw in another pseudo-royal lord, then even Yang Kai would have trouble dealing with them. There was no helping it, however. He could only keep going with his plan. As he fled, Yang Kai silently opened the portal of his small universe and quickly closed it again, his figure sweeping quickly away without any pause. He seemed to have done nothing, but Thunder Shadow, who was resting on his shoulder, was keenly aware of the moment his small universe's portal was opened. He even saw Yang Kai release a jellyfish chaos entity that he had brought in earlier. The moment the chaos entity was released, it just happened to be in an illusory state and was imperceptible to one's eyes or divine sense, which was within Yang Kai's calculations. Naturally, Thunder Shadow understood what Yang Kai was trying to do, and he could not help but divert some of his attention to the rear alongside Yang Kai. The next moment, when Meng Kai crossed the point where the trap was set, the chaos entity revealed itself, and as its body bloomed with multicolored light, Meng Kai naturally hit the jellyfish straight on. This was a great shock to Meng Quebec. Even though he believed himself to be far stronger than Yang Kai, he did not dare to be careless in the face of this powerful enemy who had been causing endless troubles for the Black Ink clan for thousands of years. During the chase, he was constantly on guard to avoid being taken by surprise. Yet, he never thought that he would still fall for Yang Kai's trickery. The jellyfish-like chaos entity was one that Meng Kai had previously discovered at the place where the territory lords died. Back then, he did not examine them carefully, but now that he touched one, he could sense a shapeless chaotic energy emanating from it that attacked his soul. Meng Kai was taken aback for a moment and threw his palm out by instinct, slapping away the chaos entity in his face. Up ahead, Thunder Shadow, who had seen everything clearly, licked its paws leisurely and commented, "Useful, but not very much so." Yang Kai nodded. This jellyfish chaos entity emitted a very special type of energy that disrupted one's soul, and this shock was clearly powerful enough to affect the pseudo-royal lord behind them. Unfortunately, the disturbance the jellyfish caused was minimal. It was very different compared to the territory lords before, who fell into a complete daze after being hit by these chaos entities. This wasn't too much of a surprise though, as the enemy was a pseudo-royal lord. In terms of cultivation alone, Meng Kai was no different from a ninth-order master or true royal lord, thus, he had great resistance towards such attacks. As such, Yang Kai's plan to use his collected jellyfish chaos entities in the fight against this pseudo-royal lord fell apart. At the very most, these chaos entities could only hinder a pseudo-royal lord a little rather than become a key to attaining victory. In fact, regarding this pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai had at least two ways to deal with him on his own. However, the price he would have to pay was too great and not considered cost-effective in this situation. He would be better off trying to seek help instead. Going round and round in this universe furnace world where time and space were extremely blurred, three figures swiftly moved, one chasing and two fleeing, though only one of the latter was actually exerting any effort. It was not known just how much distance they had traversed or how long it had been. As long as Yang Kai wanted to run, then Meng Kai would not be able to catch him, but he also could not bear to give up on a big fish like Yang Kai, so he had no choice but to soldier on. After such an extended chase, Meng Kai had also garnered some clues from his enemy's actions. He may not be as smart as Mo Nai, but he was still a pseudo-royal lord who had a lot of information about Yang Kai and knew his habits and thoughts well. How could he not understand that Yang Kai was purposefully leading him on after so long? Even though Meng Kai knew his enemy's intentions, he could not understand what Yang Kai's ultimate plan was, or if he had a hidden plot beneath the chase, which made him feel slightly uneasy. As the chase continued, the void suddenly shook. The second evolution was emerging. Just like the first evolution, it came fast and left just as quickly, but after this evolution, the shattered Tao essence became a little bit more perfect. For Yang Kai, who had great proficiency in the Tao of time and Tao of space, he had a greater intuition for such details compared to others. However, the helpers he needed were still nowhere to be found. Until a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the fallout of a fierce battle up ahead. Instantly, he had a bad premonition and focused his senses. Then, his brow furrowed. After the second evolution, the interference he experienced during his search was less than before, and very soon, Yang Kai realized that the fight up ahead was between masters from the Black Ink clan and the human race. About 4 or 5 different auras were coming from the human side, all of them in the 8th order. To be able to converge in one place so quickly was obviously thanks to physical contact they must have shared while entering the universe furnace. However, the Black Ink clansmen opposing had one particularly powerful aura among them. Though it contained the strength of a royal lord, it was clearly a pseudo-royal lord. The worst situation Yang Kai expected had happened. What Yang Kai hoped most to encounter along this chase was a group of at least 3 8th Order masters traveling together. That way, alongside him and Thunder Shadow, they could easily form the 5 elements formation and teach the pseudo-royal lord behind him some proper respect. With a 5 elements formation, ordinary 8th Order masters could just about put up an even fight against a pseudo-royal lord, but with Yang Kai serving as the core, the chances of defeating a pseudo-royal lord were relatively high. As for killing such an opponent, that would be a bit difficult. If they were to encounter 1 or 2 straggling 8th Orders, Yang Kai could accept that too. However, this was what he feared most, where there were enough 8th Order masters to fight a pseudo-royal lord, but they were already encumbered. Seeing this and understanding the situation, Yang Kai swiftly turned away, hoping to lure his pursuer away with him. The pursuing pseudo-royal lord's divine sense was not the least bit weaker than Yang Kai's, so if Yang Kai could detect the movements there, then Meng Ke who was chasing him should have felt them too. However, Meng Ke only hesitated for a moment before turning around and continuing to chase Yang Kai. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed this. This pseudo-royal lord did not seem very smart. If it were Mo Nai, he would not be coming after him. While thinking so, Meng Ke suddenly paused. Clearly, he had also realized something before shouting at Yang Kai from afar, "I'll go kill those humans first before coming back to deal with you." After venting his anger, Meng Ke immediately turned around and swept towards where the battle was taking place earlier. However, before he could get far, the space in front of him rippled and a figure emerged from within, holding a long spear that he immediately thrust out. Meng Ke seemed to have anticipated that this would happen and let out a hearty laugh before swinging his fist out to meet Yang Kai in battle. The spear shadow was smashed and Yang Kai was sent flying back while Meng Ke only staggered slightly, clearly showing the disparity in their strengths. In the void, ripples were constantly forming at Yang Kai's back. He had activated space principles to try and defuse the force of the counterattack and was soon able to stabilize himself with a sigh. Even though this pseudo-royal lord was not very bright, he was not a complete fool either if he knew to threaten him with the lives of 8th Order masters. If Yang Kai let him leave and join together with that other pseudo-royal lord up ahead, then the 8th Order masters there would certainly be in danger. So, as soon as Meng Ke said those words, the chase was over, and the initiative also fell into Meng Ke's hands. This was the reason why Yang Kai was worried about encountering this situation, because once he did, he would be forced to fight with this pseudo-royal lord. This was not the outcome he wanted. Meng Ke was extremely pleased that he had successfully forced Yang Kai to face him head-on and even felt that his idea was simply a stroke of genius. He studied Yang Kai carefully and his eyes shone as if he were looking at his own war trophy. He had seen Yang Kai before, but even though he had been stationed in the no-return pass all along, both times that Yang Kai caused a stir, Meng Ke had been an innate territory lord, so having to face a killing star like Yang Kai was not something he had confidence in back then. The number of innate territory lords who fell to Yang Kai's spear was in the hundreds. However, Meng Ke was now a pseudo-royal lord and naturally in a different state of mind. Despite having taken the initiative, Meng Ke did not let down his guard and turned to look around him. "Where is that leopard? Tell it to come out. I won't be accused of bullying you." Meng Ke did not see any trace of the leopard that was sitting on Yang Kai's shoulder previously, which made him suspicious. He had no idea what Yang Kai was planning by hiding it away. Even though he was a pseudo-royal lord, it would not be very pleasant for him if he were attacked from behind by a monster race master during a critical moment. Yang Kai curled his lip and kept silent. He just raised his spear in front of him and silently gathered his strength. Dealing with this pseudo-royal lord could mean losing his life at any moment, so he could not be sloppy. Meng Ke lost patience and sneered, "Good. No matter what plans you try to use, this will be your burial ground today. Remember, the one who killed you is the Black Ink clan's Meng Ke." As soon as those words were said, he turned into a stream of dark light and lunged at Yang Kai. The next instant, two figures clashed with each other, and in the moment after that, a figure was sent flying out, golden blood pouring out of his mouth. It was Yang Kai. Even though he had fought with two pseudo-royal lords before and even killed Di Wu, it was Yang Kai's first time fighting a pseudo-royal lord head-on at full strength. During his fight with Di Wu, the latter had been suppressed by the divine spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai had favorable conditions and an advantageous position, so that fight did not count for much. As for the fight against Mo Nai, most of it was just Yang Kai running away from him. During that time, Yang Kai was not in peak condition since he had fought against many innate territory lords earlier, so he no longer had the capital to battle Mo Nai. This was Yang Kai's first real clash with a pseudo-royal lord without either side having a distinct advantage. Meng Ke was very strong, and even though he could not exert his full strength, he was still not an enemy Yang Kai could fight against freely. Still, Yang Kai steadied himself and went all out. Compared to Yang Kai's cautious seriousness, Meng Ke was sighing in his heart. The killing star whose name resounded through the humans and Black Ink clan was truly not comparable to ordinary 8th Order masters. Before meeting Yang Kai, Meng Ke had met 3 other 8th Order masters. One of them was alone, whereas the other 2 moved in a pair. However, faced with a pseudo-royal lord like him, it did not matter whether they were 1 or 2, there was simply no way for them to fight back and they died swiftly under his palm. However, Yang Kai was able to block his blow head-on. Rather than find this ridiculous, Meng Ke felt it was only right for Yang Kai to be this strong. If he wasn't, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to make the Black Ink clan suffer so many losses. Martial Peak, Chapter 5745, Split Up. 2 auras were clashing incessantly in the void, their fierce battle unceasing. Yang Kai was dripping blood with every step, his condition relatively miserable. Ultimately, he was not the opponent of a pseudo-royal lord in a head-on fight, especially with this one called Meng Ke who was a veteran pseudo-royal lord. Meng Ke was not one of those who had just become a pseudo-royal lord and had yet to familiarize themselves with their own strength. The strength that he was able to exert in battle was almost the same as Mo Nai. Every collision resulted in Yang Kai being suppressed, forced to back away again and again, his body drifting like a lone wooden boat on a stormy ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Both time principles and space principles were pushed to the extreme, and Tao strengths wrapped around his spear as it danced freely. Yang Kai anticipated the enemy's moves through time principles while moving his body with space principles, but he was still just barely able to hold on. The illusory phantom of a golden dragon coiled around Yang Kai's body as fine dragon scales could be seen appearing on the surface of his skin. Against such a powerful enemy that he had no hopes of contending with, the dragon scales could offset a lot of the damage. The dragon coiling around his body was not used to counter Meng Ke's attacks, but rather to circulate the power of Yang Kai's dragon vein in order to defend himself and heal his injuries. Even Yang Kai's towering evergreen divine manifestation, which had been unused for years, was brought out. The giant tree dropped its branches, enveloping Yang Kai's figure as strong vitality pulsed around it. This divine manifestation combined the 2 effects of defense and healing, but the protection it could offer to Yang Kai was limited under the bombardment of a pseudo-royal lord. Fortunately, the divine manifestation powered by the immortal tree's essence was really effective in healing wounds, no less so than his dragon vein. Meng Qie soon realized that even though he had no idea what sort of secret technique Yang Kai was using, the injuries he was inflicting on this human were recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. This caused Meng Qie to frown. He was surprised by Yang Kai's tricky resilience, and despite their crushing difference in their strength, he was still unable to deal with him within a short amount of time. This made Meng Qie attack with even greater ferocity. He also had to divert some of his attention to probe for the leopard's whereabouts. According to the information he received from the various Great Territory battlefields, this leopard was very strong and had some hidden innate divine abilities from its origins as one of monster race, making it almost invisible under the premise it did not attack. If it suddenly launched an ambush, its power was not to be underestimated. This was also Yang Kai's intention. He had Thunder Shadow hide himself from the start just to distract Meng Quebec. Even though Thunder Shadow was strong, he was yet to go far beyond the realm of surpassing ordinary 8th Order masters like Yang Kai, and against such a pseudo-royal lord, even if he did attack, it would not have too much of an effect while coming with great risks. Rather than take such a gamble, it was better to just hide itself instead. Only a hidden card could keep an enemy on their toes. Meng Qie took it for granted that Thunder Shadow was hiding on the sidelines in order to put in a sneak attack, but in fact, Thunder Shadow had silently gone far away when Yang Kai resolutely engaged Meng Qie in battle. Meng Qie's threats made it so that Yang Kai had no choice but to fight him head-on. It seemed to put him in a passive position, but Yang Kai had already anticipated this possibility and had a plan ready to deal with it. There were always two sides to every situation. Even though the fight going on the other side was the capital, Meng Qie had to issue threats. Why could it not be used to Yang Kai's benefit as well? On his own, Yang Kai was no match for Meng Qie, but with the help of the other 8th Order masters, Meng Qie would become no issue. To achieve this, he had to first help the 8th Order masters out of their situation. So, Thunder Shadow had gone over to the other side. Concealing his aura with his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow moved urgently, but silently towards the other battlefield. From a distance, Thunder Shadow could feel the stirring of world force clashing with the surging black ink strength. As he moved closer, Thunder Shadow saw 4 8th Order masters linked together in a 4 symbols formation as they fought against a pseudo-royal lord. The tide was turning against the human side. Against a pseudo-royal lord, the 8th Order masters would have to form a 5 elements formation to compete evenly. The 4 symbols formation was still lacking. When Thunder Shadow arrived, the 4 8th Order masters were working in perfect tandem with each other and the battle formation was functioning flawlessly, but they were still at a disadvantage against their enemy. Remnants of Black Ink clansmen's corpses were still littered around the battlefield. They were apparently from nearby Black Ink clan soldiers, who had sensed the commotion and had come to support the pseudo-royal lord, only to be killed for their efforts. Even though the situation was somewhat unfavorable, the 4 8th Orders were not in danger of dying for the moment. They were not just soft persimmons to be pinched at will. All of them had been through countless life or death struggles, so they knew what needed to be done in situations like these. The 4 of them fought with great vigor as they put their lives on the line. Their attacks were sharp and ruthless against the pseudo-royal lord, which left their opponent somewhat constrained. If he could be determined enough to put his own life at risk, the pseudo-royal lord might be able to finish off these 4 8th Order masters at a heavy cost. At the very least, he was sure to sustain serious wounds. In the Universe Furnace world, however, a pseudo-royal lord who was badly wounded but unable to rest and heal would not be able to survive another encounter with a human race master. This pseudo-royal lord had narrowly escaped death during the Source fusion, so there was no way he would put himself in such danger so easily. It was with this in mind that the 4 8th Orders took such a strong stance. In terms of healing, it was much more troublesome for the Black Ink clan than the human race. In a situation where both sides traded injuries, it was the human race that ultimately came out on top even if they suffered fatalities. Sure enough, the pseudo-royal lord seemed disgruntled by the fight after a while. Seeing that he could not easily finish off these Eighth-Order Masters, he was prepared to retreat. The Eighth-Order Masters, too, were aware of this. With the battle formation joined, they were of one mind and tacitly slowed down their attacks. No one was willing to meaninglessly sacrifice themselves if the possibility of survival was present. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to leave, they were happy to let him. In the next instant, a black ink cloud spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. The pseudo-royal lord feigned an attack before pulling back and jumping out of the 4 Eighth-Order battle formation's range in an instant. With a frown on his brow, he was just about to speak a few lines before making his exit, but something suddenly appeared behind him. The pseudo-royal lord's face looked horrified as he turned around in a hurry, raising his hand to throw out a palm. But his palm struck at nothing. The only thing that came into view at the corner of his vision was a black leopard that had appeared behind him at some point in time, as well as a flash of pure white light that covered his vision. Purifying light. Evil purging divine spear. From the information provided by the Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was naturally aware of the evil purging divine spears, and after fighting with the humans for so many years, this was a common weapon used on the various battlefields that had given them a big headache. So, the moment he saw the dazzling white light, the pseudo-royal lord knew that the black leopard, which had snuck over silently, had unleashed an evil purging divine spear at him. From its might, it seemed to be the kind of evil purging divine spear that was used against territory lords. His mind turned sharply and he hurriedly circulated his black ink strength to guard his body. Under the envelopment of the white light, the dense black ink strength was purified and disappeared. Bathed in the pure white light, even a pseudo-royal lord as strong as him felt uncomfortable, and a burning sensation spread over the surface of his skin. It was fortunate that he had detected the sneak attack in time and did not take the full brunt of it undefended, otherwise, he would have gotten seriously injured, especially if such a powerful weapon were to pierce him and explode inside his body. All of a sudden, a powerful battle formation circled him again. 4 auras locked him firmly in place, instantly intensifying the anger welling up in the pseudo-royal lord. Then, the 4 Eighth-Order Masters launched a barrage of attacks. Despite his anger, he did not dare to continue this fight. With this silent black leopard joining the humans, the upper hand he had was lost. Continuing to fight would only be bringing shame upon himself. Moreover, he was not sure whether or not there were more human race masters lurking nearby. So, he made a quick decision and his body split into a dozen black ink clouds that shot out in all directions. By the time the 4 Eighth-Order Masters reacted, they were only able to block half of the black ink clouds, but none of them hid the pseudo-royal lord. With that delay, how could they still catch the escaped pseudo-royal lord? They could only stop there and sigh at their misfortune. Among the 4 Eighth-Order Masters in formation, the one acting as the core was a brave and heroic man with red hair like fire while the 3 others surrounded him. If Yang Kai had been here, he would have instantly recognized Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai had originally been deployed to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield to guard the resource mining teams, but he was sent back to the Supreme Headquarters by Yang Kai when the territory lords were found escaping the primordial heaven source grand restriction to report the situation. That was how he gained access to the universe furnace, otherwise, Ouyang Lai would surely still be leading the tens of thousands of humans, moving around in secret while mining for materials. Of the 4 Eighth-Order Masters here, Ouyang Lai was the only veteran while the other 3 were rising stars who had just advanced recently over the last few thousand years. It was for that reason that he served as the core of the 4 symbols formation. The old commander naturally had his own role to play. The 3 younger Eighth-Order Masters were still eager to give chase, but Ouyang Lai shook his head. A hard-pressed enemy should not be pursued too far. Even if they did go after him, they would not be able to do much to him in their current state. All four were wounded in the fight with the pseudo-royal lord, and if the pseudo-royal lord had not decided to retreat for his own safety, they would likely not have come out of this in one piece. Pseudo-royal lords were truly powerful. Despite being in a battle formation, the four of them were still suppressed and beaten. Only Yang Kai had ever fought a master of this caliber alone in all these years, and before the universe furnace came into existence, no one else had ever even encountered a pseudo-royal lord before. The more this was, the more Yang Lai realized how difficult it must have been for Yang Kai. The Black Ink clan had cultivated pseudo-royal lords long ago, and if it were not for Yang Kai's efforts in keeping them in check at the no-return pass, there would have been many more casualties on the human race's side. The human race was nothing more than a name, but the weight it carried was extraordinary. It was an inheritance passed down from ancient times, but now, a significant portion of the burdens were resting on one person's shoulders. How terrible must that pressure be? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5746, Six Paths Formation. Yang Lai's goal in coming to the universe furnace wasn't to look for any opportunities for himself. He was thinking that, if possible, he would like to obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill and give it to Yang Kai so that he could break through to the Ninth Order. Due to the suppression of the cave heavens and paradises back then, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order open heaven realm, but now, he was being relied upon to carry the heavy burden of helping the human race survive. This was what the cave heavens and paradises owed him, so he should find a way to make it up to him. Moreover, Yang Kai himself was far more powerful than his peers as it was, so to have him advance to the Ninth Order would give them an even greater advantage and even greater benefits. Of course, these were the thoughts and considerations of Yang Lai alone, so things may not necessarily go as he wished. As the number of supreme-grade open heaven pills was very small, and with the humans, Black Ink clan, and the native chaos race masters scouring the universe furnace, obtaining a supreme-grade open heaven pill was not going to be easy. Putting his thoughts away, Yang Lai turned his head in the direction of monster race leopard and recognized it as the myriad monsters world's first great emperor who had risen to fame in the last millennium. He was just about to thank him when Thunder Shadow's voice sounded in his ears. Yang Kai is facing a pseudo-royal lord alone and may not be able to hold out much longer. Please quickly come and support him. Yang Lai's face turned serious at once. Where is he now? Thunder Shadow turned into a black shadow and shrouded the four Eighth Order masters, his voice reaching their ears as well. Enter my divine ability and I will bring you there. As the black shadow flickered, the four figures disappeared. Using his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow swept silently towards the battlefield where Yang Kai and Meng Ke were. Yang Kai's condition was steadily deteriorating on that battlefield. There was a dent on his chest and half of the fine dragon scales were cracked. He was clearly in a precarious situation. Even Yang Kai was struggling to keep up with this reckless pseudo-royal lord. He should be able to last for an hour at the very most, and by then, he would be too wounded to fight back. Before then, he would have to use his trump card if he wanted to stay alive. He could only hope that everything was going smoothly on Thunder Shadow's side. This bastard, Meng Ke, just had to keep rambling despite having the upper hand, shouting that if Yang Kai dared to run away, he would immediately go and kill those Eighth Order's masters. Hearing that irritated Yang Kai, but he was indeed not Meng Ke's opponent. He also had to rely on the jellyfish chaos entities he had collected over and over to save himself from danger, but the chaos entities had a limited effect on a pseudo-royal lord. Every time Yang Kai released a chaos entity, it would immediately be swept away by Meng Ke, causing Yang Kai to nearly exhaust the supply he gathered in just a short period of time. In contrast, Meng Ke was undoubtedly feeling extremely smug at the moment. The Black Ink clan's attempts at stopping Yang Kai have all ended in failure so far. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi had once said to the royal lord that one should not target him rashly without a heaven-sealing earth-locking array to restrain Yang Kai's space-secret techniques, lest they be subjected to his retaliation later. The royal lord was also convinced of that back then. Yang Kai had brought endless shame and incalculable damage to the clan, but his greatest strength was not the power he had which surpassed his peers, his greatest strength was his ability to escape just like a slippery ghost. Without being able to restrain him, any plan would be meaningless. That was why the clan had Black Ink Disciple develop the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array and refined many array plates and banners so that they could set it up anywhere Yang Kai appeared. But now, Meng Ke had pinned Yang Kai in place all by himself without the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array or any helpers. All he had to do was threaten him with a few words. How could Mo Na Yi compare with such efficiency? If he could kill Yang Kai here, it would definitely be a huge achievement, not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had an open heaven pill on him. Once he returned to the no-return pass with this success, the royal lord would definitely praise him greatly, and the trivial Mo Na Yi would be trampled under his feet sooner or later. Meng Ke was filled with anticipation for that future, but he did not forget about the threat of the monster race leopard. He was still a pseudo-royal lord, after all, so he would not be so careless. It was at that moment that Meng Ke suddenly sensed something and slightly restrained his attacks towards Yang Kai. Instead, he threw a fierce punch at the void behind him with a cold smile curling his lips. There was an unusual movement in that direction. Clearly, the leopard finally could not resist making its move. At first, Meng Ke thought that even if he could not take it down with this blow, it would definitely be enough to force the leopard to show itself. However, what greeted him was a powerful blow, like a mountain overturning the sea, one that vastly exceeded what that leopard could produce. The sneer on Meng Ke's face turned to shock, and the black ink strength that covered his body was dissipated by the blow. He could not even stop himself from stumbling under the impact. An invisible force spread out like ripples as Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability was broken, and one by one, figures appeared in Meng Ke's eyes. Meng Ke was stunned at first, not understanding how several 8th Order Masters had suddenly appeared, but he quickly reacted to the situation. It was that leopard. He had thought that monster race leopard was hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to attack, but instead, he had gone to the other battlefield and joined forces with 4 8th Order Masters to repel his fellow pseudo-royal lord before rushing them over to help. Meng Ke could not help but curse in his heart. He had no idea who that pseudo-royal lord was, but he had to curse him for being such a waste, to have been forced back in such a short amount of time. Meng Ke also cursed himself for his poor decision-making. He thought that he would win the battle against Yang Kai by mere threats and was already on the road to victory when, in fact, his opponent already had a plan to deal with the situation. Rather than bothering with Yang Kai, he should have joined forces with the unknown pseudo-royal lord in his fight against the 4 8th Order Masters, then Yang Kai surely would not just stand by and watch. If Meng Ke had done so, then it would have been 2 pseudo-royal lords against Yang Kai and Monster Race Leopard, as well as the 4 8th Order Masters, which would give them a much bigger advantage. One mistake led to another and quickly piled like an avalanche. Meng Ke learned for the first time just how difficult it must have been for Mo Na Yi to deal with a cunning bastard like Yang Kai. Sure enough, one must not be the least bit careless or assume anything until this slippery human was dead. Meng Ke comforted himself that it was not his fault, just that Yang Kai was too tempting a target to let off. Any other pseudo-royal lord would not give up on a large catch like Yang Kai so easily to chase after a different target. However, it was too late to consider such things. When the leopard brought over the 4 human masters, Meng Ke knew that his plan to kill Yang Kai today had failed. Right now, he had to consider whether he was going to fight to the death or immediately turn tail and run. The power of Yang Kai's dragon vein burned and the towering evergreen divine manifestation that had been enveloping him shone brilliantly, pouring green light into his body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the injuries over his body could be seen healing. Even his chest, which had been caved in, was pushed back into place. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood before pointing his spear at Meng Ke, a stern look on his face as he sneered, "Ready for round 2? Not since he was chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had Yang Kai suffered such a big loss. It was not that the Black Ink clan did not have anyone who was stronger than him, but the only one that had beaten him so badly was this pseudo-royal lord called Meng Ke in front of him. This naturally built up a huge grudge in Yang Kai's heart. While he was speaking, Yang Kai had already connected his aura to Ouyang Lai and the others. In an instant, a new battle formation was formed. Originally, the battle formation that Ouyang Lai and the 3 other 8th Order Masters formed was only the 4 symbols formation. With Thunder Shadow's inclusion, it became the 5 elements formation. Now, with Yang Kai joining the formation, it became the 6 paths formation. Ouyang Lai was originally the core of the formation, but he had willingly retrieved his aura and transferred this position. In the next moment, Yang Kai, who had now become the core of the formation, swelled with power, seemingly surpassing the 8th Order. The void trembled and Meng Ke's expression became grave. He naturally recognized the 6 paths formation, a battle formation of the human race. The Black Ink clan had also studied this formation. Back then, in the No Return Pass, Mo Nai had made many territory lords attempt to form this formation, but they never got the essence of it. The many territory lords were only able to form up to the 4 symbols formation, with a select few being capable of barely forming the 5 elements formation. As for the 6 paths formation, none of them had ever successfully performed it. The reason for that was because the formation required the concerted efforts of all involved, which not only required close coordination but also a tacit understanding of each other. Most importantly, unconditional trust towards the person presiding over the formation as its core was essential. In other words, once a battle formation was created, the participants would become parts of a whole, surrendering their will and strength to a single leader. They had to hand their life and all their power over to the one that stood as the core of the formation. Naturally, the human race could more easily form higher-ranking battle formations due to the oppression of death they faced, formed along with a close camaraderie among those that fought together since long ago. However, that was different for the Black Ink clan. Which of them would not have their own plans? The territory lords were basically the peak of the Black Ink clan, so it would be a tough demand to ask them to hand their lives over to another territory lord. Black Ink clan aside, though there were precedents of the 6 paths and 7 stars formation being used by the human race, the 8 desolations formation and the 9 palaces formation was still difficult even for the human race. This was no longer a question of trust, but rather the difficulty of the core withstanding and coordinating the pressure of the immense power gathering at that level. Thus, the formation's difficulty increased with numbers. Right now, Ouyang Lai and the other 3 8th Order Masters were willing to entrust Yang Kai with their lives. After so many years of hard work, Yang Kai's name had become a mainstay in the human race. He was the pillar that held back the Black Ink clan. Which rising star would not have heard of Yang Kai's illustrious name on their martial Dao? One could practically say that most of them have grown up with Yang Kai as their goal in life. With Yang Kai present on the scene, how could they hesitate? There was no need to even mention Ouyang Lai and Thunder Shadow. The former was a close personal friend, and the latter was his own monster self. Trust was not an issue. Martial Peak, Chapter 5747, Repelling a Pseudo-Royal Lord. The key to forming a battle formation was to have strong trust and the willingness to place one's life in the hands of another. The human race masters have never lacked this, while that was something that those of the Black Ink clan had never truly possessed. Moreover, since Thunder Shadow was Yang Kai's monster self, even though he was part of the formation's 6 members, Yang Kai, as the core, only needed to coordinate the powers of Ouyang Lai and the other 3 8th-order masters. There was no need for him to pay attention to his monster self. As such, the difficulty of presiding over this formation was just like presiding over a 5 elements formation. Despite never having worked with each other before, when Ouyang Lai and the others appeared, and when Yang Kai integrated his aura into the formation, the core position immediately shifted to him. In an instant, the battle formation was formed as if it had been practiced countless times. Sensing the strength and power of the battle formation, Meng Ke knew that his troubles were going to be great. As the thought flashed through his mind, the surrounding space was already rippling. An alarm was set off in Meng Ke's heart when a long spear shadow suddenly stabbed towards his face. This spear was thrust with the combined powers of Yang Kai, 4 8th-order masters, and a monster race great emperor, so its might could practically shatter the space inside this universe furnace world. Even the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled this place was swept away. This spear, which was covered in the rich Tao strengths from both the Tao of time and the Tao of space, seemed to have come from some point in the past towards a moment in the future. It was endlessly changing and felt completely unpredictable. Meng Ke's face paled and he quickly gathered his strength to defend himself. Rich black ink strength poured out into a barrier, but the spear pierced through all the obstacles unhindered, drawing a spray of black blood. Meng Ke gritted his teeth and backed away as quickly as possible. However, Yang Kai followed him like a shadow and his spear transformed into a rain of shadows, moving fast at times and slow at others. Various Tao strengths condensed, with the Tao of time and the Tao of space forming a core, creating infinite subtleties. The 4 8th-order masters and Thunder Shadow who were in the formation with Yang Kai followed closely behind, emptying their minds and bodies and channeling all their power into Yang Kai through the battle formation. The situation on the battlefield was instantly flipped upside down. Yang Kai, who had been suppressed until he barely had strength to remain panting, had now gained the upper hand and overpowered Meng Ke to the point where he could barely counterattack. In terms of their might alone, Yang Kai and the others should be at a similar strength to Meng Ke after forming the battle formation. However, the Tao strengths that Yang Kai wielded were extremely profound. As he wielded the Tao strengths while drawing power from Ouyang Lai and the others, Yang Kai's attacks became much sharper and completely unpredictable. While others may not be able to feel it much, Meng Ke, who was currently fighting against Yang Kai, could clearly understand the difference. There were many attacks that Meng Ke was confident that he could block, but though he should have deflected or resisted them, the result ended up astonishing him instead. Each spear thrust seemed to have a clear attack pattern, but they would always fall out of his predictions at some point, causing him to make a misjudgment and causing a disadvantage in his defenses. It was as if Yang Kai's attacks were not aimed at the current him, but rather at him from some point in the past or the future. Dealing with such a situation was unusually difficult for Meng Quebec. Through the support of the battle formation, Yang Kai was currently no lesser to him both in terms of momentum and power. If that alone were the case, then a fight like this would probably end up in a situation where neither could do anything to their opponent. However, the methods that this human was using were too bizarre. What Meng Ke could not understand was how this human could actually endure this level of exertion. Meng Ke had also practiced the 4 symbols formation with other territory lords before and knew the difficulty of holding a formation together. It required not only the trust and cooperation of the others, but also the ability to bear a heavy load as the core. Serving as the core of the formation was equivalent to gathering everyone's energy into their own body. If the power was too great, then it would be difficult for one's body to handle it. Yang Kai had already been battered by Meng Ke previously, and now that he was presiding over the 6 paths formation, he was basically gathering the strengths of the 5 other masters into his own body, and the pressure alone was enough to crush any 8th-order master, yet he was taking it as if nothing was wrong. Meng Ke seemed to remember then that this guy was not actually a pure human, but rather part of the dragon clan. Dragons were famed for their thick skin and strong flesh to begin with, so it seemed reasonable for Yang Kai to be able to withstand such pressure in this case thanks to the sturdiness of his body. These thoughts made Meng Ke furious. He was clearly one step away from success, yet he failed to achieve his goal at the very end, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. Killing Yang Kai and obtaining the open heaven pill were both great feats. Why should he have to stay under that bastard Mo Na Ye's feet forever? Because Mo Na Ye had more brains than he did? Because Mo Na Ye had become a pseudo-royal lord before he did? Anger burned inside Meng Quebec. Black ink strength surged alongside world force. The universe furnace world began to show cobweb-like cracks where their battle was held, but they quickly reverted to their original states. A pseudo-royal lord was not to be trifled with when they decided to lay everything aside to put up a desperate fight. As each powerful divine ability or secret technique was released by Meng Ke, black ink strength that emanated from him could practically cloud over the entire void. It was not because Meng Ke was willing to fight so desperately, but because he had no other choice. Now that Yang Kai had formed a battle formation with the other masters, it was impossible for them to just let Meng Ke go like that. No matter what happened, a full-blown fight was going to break out. Meng Ke was initially confused by Yang Kai's sudden surge of power, but now that he had gained his bearings, his situation was no longer as miserable as before. He was not a complete fool, so he would not insist on fighting Yang Kai to the death. Instead, he focused less on dealing damage to Yang Kai and more on killing Yang Lai and the others in the battle formation. There was no need to kill too many, just one would be enough to break the formation, then the initiative would fall back into his hands. However, even though Meng Ke could trouble Yang Kai a little bit, it did not lead to any substantial progress. His intentions were obvious, and Yang Kai would never give him the chance to achieve them. Everyone had entrusted their lives to him, so he would naturally not disappoint them. This battle was a fierce one that sent trembles through the void from the aftershocks. At one point, Yang Kai slowed down his attacks. The miserably battered Meng Ke, covered in black blood, finally saw an opportunity to dodge out of the formation's attack range. As his body shook, he turned into over 100 black ink clouds that flew off in all directions. Yang Kai had no intention of pursuing him, but there was a slight look of regret in his eyes. Without delay, he maintained the momentum of the Six Paths formation and forcibly enveloped Yang Lai and the others with space principles before moving far away. A while later, once they had left that battlefield, Yang Kai and the others emerged at a mountain range formed by the chaotic shattered Tao essence. With one thought, the battle formation that they kept up all this while finally dissipated. In the next moment, everyone grunted, and each one spat out fresh blood from their mouths, even Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow did the same. Yang Kai's body was swaying and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Holding on with the Azure Dragon Spear to support him, he declared, "I will stand guard for everyone, so heal up first." Yang Lai and the other Eighth Order Masters had mixed expressions on their faces, but they did not say anything more. They all nodded and sat down cross-legged, each taking out spirit pills and stuffing them into their mouths. Yang Kai stood while holding his spear and silently circulated the power of his dragon vein to heal the injuries on his body. He did not stop surveying their surroundings so that they were not taken advantage of by other enemies. Fortunately, there were no chaos spirits here, only some chaos entities, which as long as they were not provoked, would not come over to bother them. Thinking back to the battle earlier, Yang Kai still felt a little bit of regret. After all, he did not get to cut down that pseudo-royal lord called Meng Quebec. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to let him off, but that he had no other choice. He had already been injured by Meng Ke before Yang Lai and the others came to support him, and the others had also been fighting another pseudo-royal lord before, so they more or less had their share of injuries. It was fair to say that everyone but Thunder Shadow was injured before they formed the Six Paths formation. After getting into the formation and engaging in a bloody battle with Meng Ke, the powers of Ouyang Lai and the others constantly converged on Yang Kai, while each of Meng Ke's attacks were also distributed to everyone. Everyone came out of the battle more wounded than before. It was already getting difficult for them to hold on. If Meng Ke had not fled then, Yang Kai would have been forced to use devastating moves with the help of the battle formation that, though it might have killed the enemy, would likely result in Ouyang Lai and the others dying as well. As for himself, Yang Kai was confident that he could survive thanks to the toughness of his body, but it was difficult to say how badly he would be injured. Even now, the wounds that Yang Kai had sustained were extremely serious. Half of them were from fighting with Meng Ke alone, while the others were from the subsequent fight in the formation. However, he did gain some insight from this fight. His previous guesses were correct that, if he were to act as the core of a 5 elements formation, then that was enough for him to compete with a pseudo-royal lord. This time, Yang Kai was not able to gain much of an advantage even with a 6 paths formation because none of them were at their peak strength. As time passed, when everyone was still healing, the Void's Grand Tao shook. The Universe Furnace's 3rd evolution had arrived. Everyone was startled, but they were relieved to know that it was not an attack. Seeing that Yang Kai was still standing guard for them nearby, Ouyang Lai stood up. "Junior brother, you should heal up too. Let me stand guard instead." Yang Kai shook his head. "I recover quickly, so don't worry, senior brother." Ouyang Lai looked him up and down and realized that indeed, his rate of recovery was much faster than the rest of them despite not actively cultivating, so he did not continue insisting and sat back down instead. However, even if Yang Kai had a powerful dragon vein, it was still Thunder Shadow who recovered first. The main reason for that was because Thunder Shadow was unharmed before they formed the formation, so his injuries were the least severe. With his monster self to stand guard, Yang Kai could finally focus on healing. After an unknown period of time, everyone who was healing opened their eyes one by one. Even though they could not say that they had fully recovered, they were at least fine now. Ouyang Lai sighed. "It is a shame that we let that pseudo-royal lord go." Yang Kai laughed. "There's no shame in that. Unlike us, the Black Ink clan have no place to rest or heal in the Universe Furnace world. He came out of that fight badly injured, so he likely only has 50% of his strength left. He won't be able to do much from now on." It was because of such considerations that Yang Kai did not insist on fighting Meng Ke to the death, otherwise, the threat of letting a pseudo-royal lord like him go would be too great for the other 8th Order masters, in which case, Yang Kai would have tried much harder to kill him instead of just trading wounds. Martial Peak, Chapter 5748, What is that? A pseudo-royal lord with only 50% of his power left may not have the guts to make a move even if he were to encounter other 8th Order human masters. Even though Meng Ke did not die, his threat in the Universe Furnace had already been greatly reduced. Ouyang Lai could not help but raise his brow at that. "So, that means it wasn't a loss for us?" "No, of course not," Yang Kai shook his head. The worst-case scenario he originally envisioned was that he would be forced to join hands with Thunder Shadow to fight Meng Ke alone. Of course, just his true body and his monster self were no match for a pseudo-royal lord, but as long as they dared to put their lives on the line, then they would not let Meng Ke off easily no matter what. As long as Meng Ke realized that continuing the fight with him was going to cost him greatly, he would naturally withdraw by himself. Fortunately, that did not happen, and he was able to borrow the strength of Ouyang Lai and the others to form the 6 paths formation. When the other 8th Order masters heard Yang Kai's words, they were greatly relieved. They had fought against 2 pseudo-royal lords in a row, and the intensity of the fights, especially against Meng Ke, was far greater than anything they had ever experienced before. It was also a great benefit to their understanding of their own Grand Daos. The cultivators who had emerged over the millennia had grown through life-or-death struggles in battle, and the experience of fighting two such pseudo-royal lords could be an invaluable asset to them. The situation prior was so urgent that they had no time to exchange pleasantries, but now that they had some free time, the other three Eighth Order Masters introduced themselves and respectfully greeted Yang Kai as senior brother Yang. The three Eighth Order Masters were 2 men and 1 woman. One among the men was Zhan Tianhe, a man of proper origins. He was a disciple of a certain cave heaven, but he was sent to the star boundary to cultivate long ago and was fed by the power of the star boundary's world tree clone. He advanced directly to the Sixth Order open heaven realm then. Zhan Tianhe was born with delicate features. With red lips and white teeth, he looked like a young man in his early 20s, obviously achieved by a high enough aptitude and a fast enough cultivation speed to achieve great strength at a young age, which allowed his youthful appearance to persist. The other man was much more rugged with a waist like a bear's and a back like a tiger's. He was also unusually tall, resembling a steel pagoda when he stood up. This burly fellow called Xiongji was also from a cave heaven, Bright King Cave Heaven, to be exact. The cultivators of Bright King Heaven were extremely powerful and robust as they mainly cultivated body tempering. Yang Kai had encountered many of Bright King Cave Heaven's masters before, but a man of Xiongji's stature was still rare. The woman, Lu Feifei, was not from a cave heaven or paradise, but from a small great force. Though it was called a small great force, it was in fact comparable to the cave heavens and paradises now. That great force had also once dominated a great territory in the early days. It was similar to that of the Void Land back then, which made it a second-class great force. However, no high-rank open heaven realm masters had ever come out from there. After the great evacuation of the human race, this great force also moved to high heaven territory, and Lu Feifei, as a young elite disciple of the sect, was sent to the star boundary to cultivate in order to achieve her present success. The sect where Lu Feifei came from had now moved to the myriad monsters world, where there was no shortage of rising stars. In the future, there would definitely be a lot of good seedlings who could make her sect shine. The greetings were all exchanged. Originally, the 3 rising stars felt more or less restrained when faced with a legendary character like Yang Kai. They had all grown and cultivated in the star boundary, so naturally, they had long heard of Yang Kai's reputation and achievements, so they were all honored to join forces with a legend such as he. However, after a short conversation, they realized that the legend was not as imposing as they had imagined. Instead, he was very approachable, and with the friendship gained through their previous battle, a sense of affinity had grown between them. Yang Kai asked Ouyang Lai and the others about their situation and learnt that it was by chance that the 4 of them had come together. Ouyang Lai had originally come from Azure Sun territory alone. As he wandered through the universe furnace world, he happened to sense a fight and rushed over to take a look to discover that Zhan Tianhe and the others had formed a 3 Fortunes formation and were fighting against a pseudo-royal lord. Ouyang Lai immediately came to their aid, leading to the scene that Thunder Shadow saw after that. If Ouyang Lai had come any later, then Zhan Tianhe and the others would likely have been in mortal danger. A 3 Fortunes formation would most likely have been unable to defend against a pseudo-royal lord. As long as the pseudo-royal lord was determined to pay the price to forcibly cut one of them down, the 3 Fortunes formation would easily be broken. Though Zhan Tianhe and the 2 others were of different origins, they had similarly grown up in the star boundary and had fought together with each other many times on the great territory battlefields. So, they had grown to know each other well and formed a deep friendship. This time, the group had also entered through one of the universe furnace's entrances together. Ouyang Lai was worried that Yang Kai would not know of the universe furnace's oddities, so he was in a hurry to bring him all the information gathered by the humans so far. When he found out that Yang Kai had already met up with other Eighth Order Masters and was informed of all the intricacies, only then did he rest. He then said with excitement, "With Junior Brother Yang and Thunder Shadow joining us, we can now explore the universe furnace world freely with the 6 Paths formation." There was sense to his words. They were all injured previously and also fought off Meng Ke, but now that they were mostly recovered from their injuries, with the Six Paths formation, they no longer had to fear any pseudo-royal lords. The only existence likely to be able to be any threat to them in the universe furnace world now would be the as of yet unconfirmed Chaos Spirit Kings. Zhan Tianhe and the others were also excited. Originally, the three of them were cautious and uneasy, worried that they would accidentally come across a pseudo-royal lord, and they did end up bumping into one in the end. It was fortunate that they were able to turn a dangerous situation into a beneficial one. With a stronger formation, there was no longer any need for them to worry about anything. Yang Lai stood up eagerly. "Junior brother Yang, shall we get going?" His wounds had yet to fully heal, but he was well enough to go searching for opportunities while recovering on the way. Namely, he was eager to go off and search for a supreme-grade open heaven pill. "There's no rush." Yang Kai smiled. "Senior brother Yang, I have something to give you." Yang Lai was surprised. "What is it?" What would Yang Kai have for him at such a time? Yang Kai did not explain and just took out a wooden box, tossing it to Yang Lai, who casually caught it and smiled. "Anything that comes from junior brother's hands surely won't be ordinary. Let me take a look." Saying so, he released the many seals on the box as Zhan Tianhe and the others looked on curiously. In the next instant, a dense multicolored light suddenly entered their eyes, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. Yang Lai's smile froze on his face, but he was only taken aback for a moment before quickly closing the wooden box and sealing it again. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai while putting on the airs of an elder. "Stinking brat, how can you casually throw such a thing around? Hurry up and put it away." He quickly walked up to Yang Kai and grabbed his hand, pressing the box heavily onto his palm as he glared solemnly at him. He tried to take his hand away, but failed to do so. Yang Kai had caught his hand, causing Yang Lai's face to become even more serious as he scolded, "Damn brat. You're still not going to let go? Tugging and pulling at someone's hand like this is highly improper." Yang Lai really never expected that Yang Kai would actually give him that when he offered to give him something. Despite having never seen it before, he knew the instant he opened the box and saw the dense multicolored light surrounding the object. It was the greatest opportunity to help cultivators break through their limits, as well as the cause that triggered this great tide of competition between the human race and the Black Ink clan. A supreme-grade open heaven pill. Yang Lai had to sigh in admiration at this twist of fate. He had been planning to give Yang Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill if he ever came by the opportunity to obtain one so that the latter could advance to the Ninth Order open heaven realm, and so that he could better lead the human race to victory and lift the darkness enveloping the 3,000 worlds. However, despite his search, Yang Lai never caught a glimpse of a supreme-grade open heaven pill's shadow, only finding a few ordinary-grade open heaven pills. He never thought that Yang Kai would actually want to give him one instead. What is this boy thinking? The moment he saw the open heaven pill, Yang Lai felt a mix of emotions inside of him. He felt touched, but also annoyed at the same time. He was touched that Yang Kai would so simply part with such a precious item as a gift to him, which was not something that could be done casually. In the end, he and Yang Kai merely knew each other well and shared some friendship as war comrades, but they were not at the level that warranted him being given a supreme-grade open heaven pill so simply. Yang Lai had the idea of giving Yang Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill for the greater good of the human race, not to mention the fact that it was still a question as to whether he would get a supreme-grade open heaven pill to begin with. But what was Yang Kai thinking when doing this? Yang Lai was annoyed at why this brat would give the pill to him when he himself needed it as well. How could he accept such a gift? This stinking brat could not be thinking that the pressure on him was too much, and so was thinking of shirking his responsibilities, was he? Otherwise, why would he not take the spirit pill himself after obtaining it? That would certainly not do. Yang Kai was not just a name, but the spiritual pillar of the entire human race. If he were to quit here, then it would greatly impact the morale of everyone. While such thoughts were running through Ouyang Lai's mind, Zhang Tianhe and the others were all stunned after seeing the supreme grade open heaven pill. Even though they were not as old as Ouyang Lai and had not seen as much as he had, it was still easy to recognize something like the supreme grade open heaven pill. Excitement, shock, thrill, admiration. They all instantly went through a tangle of emotions. Since the three of them entered the universe furnace world together, other than meeting the pseudo-royal lord, their trip had been smooth so far. However, they had not seen a trace of a supreme grade open heaven pill along the way. Yet, senior brother Yang had already gotten his hands on one. As expected of the legendary figure that they had been hearing about from their elders since they were young. They were truly impressed by the speed at which he was able to find and acquire such a treasure. The presence of this supreme grade open heaven pill was a direct correlation to the birth of another ninth order open heaven realm master in the human race, which would definitely have a huge impact on the struggle between the human race and Black Ink clan in the universe furnace world. A ninth order master could provide great help to the humans. Of course, they were also masters who were in need of this spirit pill, otherwise, they would not have come into the universe furnace world. Though they came spurred on by the situation of the human race, they also came because of their own needs. Now that the opportunity was right in front of their eyes, who would not feel their heart race? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5749, I Dare Not Accept It. Cultivators spend so many years striving hard on cultivating. Was their goal not so they could reach greater heights in the martial Tao? It could be said that no 8th order open heaven realm master could stay indifferent in the face of a supreme grade open heaven pill. This was merely human nature, not greed or selfishness. However, Zhang Tianhe and the others quickly put away their thoughts, for they knew that with Yang Kai and Ouyang Lai present, this supreme grade open heaven pill would not be for them to refine no matter what. After all, the pill did not belong to them. Yang Kai had guessed that Ouyang Lai would reject the pill, only, he never thought that his senior brother would reject it so resolutely. This reinforced Yang Kai's idea that it was right of him to offer up the open heaven pill. Not just anyone could muster the same determination to reject it when they were able to recognize what the pill was. Patting the back of Ouyang Lai's hand, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother, please listen." Ouyang Lai shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm not listening. Take and refine this thing right now. We will stand guard for you. Once you break through to the 9th order, go and wipe out all those Black Ink clan bastards. Wouldn't all the good stuff that's left be ours without the Black Ink clan creating a disturbance here?" Zhang Tianhe and the others nodded in agreement. Senior brother Ouyang has a point. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was useful to me, I would have found a place to refine it long ago and not keep it until now. Ouyang Lai was stunned as he did not quite understand. What do you mean? This thing is useless to you? Could I be mistaken about what this is? He did not think he was wrong. It should be a supreme grade open heaven pill, no doubt about it, but could he have been mistaken? Yang Kai explained, "Yes, it is what senior brother is thinking of, but unfortunately, it really is useless for me." Ouyang Lai frowned. "If it really is that thing, then how could it be useless to you? Don't try to fool me. I won't believe a thing you say." Yang Kai had no idea what to say to that, as he too felt helpless. "That's why, please let me finish." Senior brother, speaking up to this point, he changed to divine sense transmission and began relaying the story about how he obtained the 3-self source reconstitution art from Wuquang. Ouyang Lai listened with changing expressions, his eyes going back and forth between Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. This Thunder Shadow Great Emperor who was born in the myriad monsters world is made of part of Yang Kai's soul, created with the help of a secret technique? That aside, there is still a human self, and only when three selves unite can he break his limits and overcome the shortcomings of the open heaven realm method to step into the ninth order? The story sounded bizarre, yet Yang Kai looked so serious when he told it to him. Yang Lai did not even know whether he should believe him or not. However, he did not see any trace of Yang Kai in Thunder Shadow. Could that still be considered part of him? A moment later, Yang Kai continued, "Senior brother, I know the situation of the human race better than anyone. If I could have broken through to the ninth order with this pill, then I naturally wouldn't hesitate. If you would excuse me for shamelessly boasting, if I were to make a breakthrough to the ninth order, then it would be much more valuable than any other eighth order master. If I had such an opportunity, I would never give it up. However, this pill really is of no use to me. Everything else aside, does senior brother feel something unusual in the barrier of your small universe when you see this pill?" Yang Lai gently nodded. The barrier around his small universe, which had been shackling him for so many years, did in fact show signs of loosening the moment the multicolored light spread out, and it was because of that that he was able to conclude that it was a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Only supreme-grade open heaven pills could have such a miraculous effect in this world. Yang Kai said, "I don't feel anything. That is why this pill is of no use to me." Yang Lai's expression turned complex at that, and he was silent for a long time before saying, "You're not lying to me, right?" Yang Kai chuckled, "I have already spoken up to this point, how could I deceive senior brother? If I may ask, please refine this pill as soon as possible and break through to the ninth order, senior brother. Then we can strengthen our people's position and eliminate more powerful opponents." As Yang Kai said, if this pill was truly useful to him, then whether it be for personal reasons or the greater good of the human race, he would not give it away to anyone else. However, facts proved that it was of no use to him. The way the two of them kept pushing the pill to and fro made Zhang Tianhe and the others gape in awe. Even though they had no idea what Yang Kai said to Yang Lai earlier, it did not matter. That was still a supreme-grade open heaven pill, and no eighth order master could possibly remain unmoved in front of it. The opportunity to climb up to the ninth order was right in front of them, but these two were showing humility to each other, causing Zhang Tianhe and the others to praise the nobility of these two senior brothers. Yang Lai held the wooden box containing the supreme-grade open heaven pill in his hand. Though it was a small thing, it felt unusually heavy. There was a moment of silence before he said, "Junior brother, I don't know whether or not I can make a breakthrough with this pill. You should be familiar with my condition. After fighting for so many years and accumulating so many dark injuries, my small universe is a mess. If I refine it and do not make it to the ninth order, would that not be a shame?" Yang Kai quickly said, "This pill was conceived by the universe furnace and created by the heavens and earth. Its wonders are beyond our comprehension. It's worth a try, senior brother." Yang Lai shook his head, "It's still risky. This is an opportunity for someone to become a ninth order master. I don't want it to go to waste, no matter how small the possibility." Saying so, he handed the wooden box to Zhang Tianhe on the side. "Tianhe, you do it." Zhang Tianhe was flabbergasted. "Me?" He was just watching from the side. How could such a good thing suddenly fall on his head? Did the universe suddenly flip upside down? This was a supreme-grade open heaven pill. The goal of all those who came here. Why was everyone refusing to refine it? Yang Lai was solemn, "You do it." I don't have complete confidence in succeeding, while Xiongji is from Bright King Cave Heaven. Even if he succeeds, he would still just be a meathead. What he can offer to the human race is limited. As for junior sister Lu, her heritage is still lacking. You're the best candidate, so you take it. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Fei nodded lightly. Out of the three of them, she had broken through to the eighth order last, so it was true that she was still lacking in comprehension and heritage. She was not in as urgent a need for the supreme grade open heaven pill. Even though Xiongji was called a meathead by Ouyang Lai, he just scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly as he could not deny it. Senior brother, you. Jean Tian. He was at a loss for a moment. Don't go stuttering on me. Ouyang Lai slapped the box down on Jean Tian's hand. Hurry and refine it. We will stand guard for you. Jean Tian's body froze as if he had been put under a spell. He had not been at such a loss even when he was facing the pseudo-royal lord earlier. Opening the wooden box by instinct, the multicolored light poured out once more. His heart throbbed and the barrier that stopped his small universe from expanding was shaking faintly from the pill's fragrance. The greatest opportunity was now in his hands. As long as he took it into his small universe, refining and absorbing it, then the walls would be broken through and he would advance to the ninth order. However, Jean Tian he remained still for a long time. Still not refining it? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Black Ink clan to come and attack us? Ouyang Lai could not resist the urge to reprimand him. The look of struggle on Jean Tian's face gradually eased up. Seemingly having made up his mind, he let out a bitter chuckle and shut the wooden box, handing it back to Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but narrow his eyes at him. What are you doing? Jean Tian he chuckled bitterly. Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me. Ouyang Lai shouted, make things difficult for you? I'm giving you an opportunity and you say I'm making things difficult for you? Jean Tian he took a step back and bowed respectfully to Ouyang Lai. Please forgive me, senior brother, but I can't accept this, nor do I have the right to. Please refine it yourself, senior brother. Next to them, Yang Kai, who was silent the whole time, raised his brow a little. He handed the spirit pill to Ouyang Lai, but the latter did not have the confidence to refine it successfully and was worried about disappointing his expectations, so he turned around and gave it to Jean Tian he instead. It was not because Ouyang Lai lacked commitment, but because of how severe the matter was. Right now, having one more or one less ninth order master could make all the difference in their situation. If he left it to Jean Tian he, then a new ninth order master would definitely be born. That was why Yang Kai did not stop Ouyang Lai from doing so. For the greater good, Yang Kai had planned to find an eighth order master to have them refine the spirit pill after he discovered it was useless to him. Before that decision was even made, he never thought that he would end up bumping into Ouyang Lai. However, there was bound to be a little bit of selfishness in everyone. Compared to the rising star eighth order masters like Jean Tian he, whom he just met, Yang Kai more or less shared a friendly relationship with Ouyang Lai and would rather have him take the spirit pill. This was naturally why Ouyang Lai became his first choice as a recipient. As for whether or not it would give Jean Tian he and the others any ideas, Yang Kai did not care. The spirit pill belonged to him, so it was his own freedom to choose who to give it to. Nobody had the right to make that decision for him. However, he truly never thought that Jean Tian he would be able to resist such a great opportunity when it was brought before him. His virtue was praiseworthy indeed. Yang Kai suddenly had the feeling that it was worth fighting for the human race for all these years. Jean Tian he's quiet voice entered his ears. Since this junior brother entered a sect and began cultivating, the elders have been telling us of our senior brothers and sisters' honored names. The fact that the human race can occupy a place in the 3,000 worlds and continue to survive under the oppression of the Black Ink clan is all thanks to you seniors. We, the next generation, have been able to grow and cultivate in the star boundary without lack of resources or mentors, all thanks to our seniors and ancestors, who sacrificed their lives, fighting on the front lines. It can be said that everything we have now is a result of the life offered and blood spilled by those who came before us. This time, we entered this universe furnace world to seek treasures and opportunities to make a breakthrough, but even that chance is thanks to the millennia of effort the seniors and elders have dedicated to the cause. If we gain something on our own, then the opportunity belongs to us. In that case, this Tian he would not stand on ceremony in seizing that opportunity. We as cultivators should be determined when forging ahead. If we are to act so timidly in front of opportunities, then what are we cultivating for? However, this was something brought here by senior brother Yang. Compared to what you two senior brothers have given to the human race, we are not qualified to receive it, nor do we dare to. While saying that, he gave a deep bow. Tian he gives many thanks to senior brother Yang for his kindness. However, senior brother Yang, you have fought the Black Ink clan for the sake of the human race for more years than any of us, then continue to do so on the great territory battlefields of today. Isn't this the reason why those dark injuries have accumulated all over your body? We, the younger generation, have no way of doing anything for you, but at the very least, I cannot rob you of your opportunity, otherwise, it would make me feel guilty. If that happened, how could I possibly hold my head high again? Martial Peak, Chapter 5750, Trouble. Zhan Tian he spoke so earnestly that Yang Lai had to sigh upon hearing his words. At this point, if he kept insisting to have Zhan Tian he refine the supreme grade open heaven pill, he would just be troubling him. All of a sudden, Yang Lai felt strange inside. With such a great opportunity in his hands, everyone should be fighting him for it, yet why did it suddenly become something to trouble others with? Lu Fei advised him from the side, "Senior brother Yang, you should refine the pill yourself." Yang Lai grabbed the wooden box and turned to look at Yang Kai, making a gentle suggestion, "Why don't we leave it for Big Head Xiang?" Big Head Xiang came in as well. "Senior brother Yang." Yang Kai interrupted him without letting him finish, looking serious, "You are a senior of our human race and have fought for so many years against the Black Ink clan, killing countless enemies, never backing down in the face of death. You were separated from the human race army back at the no-return pass, yet you did not give up. Now, you are just refining a spirit pill. Why are you being so sentimental about it? Please bring out some of your guts as a senior. Don't make us, your junior brothers and junior sisters, look down on you." Lu Fei could not help but glance at Yang Kai. She was a woman after all, so she was slightly more sensitive. She could not help but feel worried that Yang Kai had overstepped. Yang Lai stared down at the wooden box, face serious but not speaking. Yang Kai went on, "Senior brother, both the Black Ink clan and the human race masters have gathered in this universe furnace world, and we also have the native chaos spirit clan to be wary of. We cannot see what happens in the future, we can only strive for the best that we can do now. One more Ninth Order master in our ranks would mean a lot to the human race." Yang Lai heaved a long sigh, "You think I don't understand that? Forget it. Since you insist on pushing me, then there's no need to say anything more, or that would make me look stingy." Suddenly, he grabbed the wooden box and calmed his breathing, shouting, "Junior brothers and sisters, senior brother will refine this pill today in advance to the Ninth Order. I will trouble you all to stand guard for my sake." Yang Kai beamed, "Good." Zhan Tian he and the others cupped their fists with dignity, "Please refine the pill with ease, senior brother Yang." After making up his mind, Yang Lai no longer delayed the situation and immediately opened the wooden box, taking out the spirit pill that was glowing with a multicolored light from within, opening the portal of his small universe, and casting it inside. The moment the portal opened, what Yang Kai was able to glimpse inside left him in disbelief. A veteran Eighth Order master like Yang Lai had been fighting against the Black Ink clan for many years and had survived who knows how many bouts with death. Though he survived, the injuries continued to pile on in places unseen, something which Yang Kai had already known. The Eighth Order masters who guarded those collecting resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield were all such senior Eighth Order masters. The hidden injuries in their bodies did not matter too much, but what troubled these veteran masters were the problems appearing in their small universes. For example, in the split moment that Yang Lai's portal was opened, Yang Kai could clearly see the abnormal situation within his small universe. It was not that there were any defects to his small universe or its foundation was unstable, it was just different from a normal small universe. The energy that was coming out from inside of it was also not too stable. It was not just a pretense when Ouyang Lai said that he was not fully confident, otherwise, how would he think about having Zhan Tian he refine the spirit pill instead? They watched him cast the pill into his small universe, but whether he could successfully break through his limit and advance to the ninth order was yet to be known. However, since Ouyang Lai had the determination and the qualifications to strive for it, it was worth it to take the gamble. All Yang Kai and the others had to do was to stand guard for him. However, standing guard in a place like this was not exactly easy either. Advancing to the ninth order should surely cause quite the commotion and might draw in some strong enemies, especially Meng Ke, who escaped previously. He would surely spread the word about his encounter, and there were likely already masters from the Black Ink clan searching everywhere for them. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to just seal off this area to stop the commotion Ouyang Lai would be causing from spreading out, but that was an unrealistic thought. Despite his proficiency in the Tao of space, it was still impossible for him to seal off too large of an area in this place filled with chaotic shattered Tao essence. After a brief discussion between the 4 humans and 1 monster, they spread out, each guarding a separate position. The simplest plan was no plan. Many forefathers of the human race had reached the ninth order in the universe furnace, so if their ancestors could do it, then they, the younger generation, could too. Ouyang Lai did not cause too much of a commotion at first, but soon, Yang Kai, who was stationed nearby, sensed a mysterious movement from the former's direction. Obviously, this was a direct result of him refining the spirit pill. The burgeoning aura was so profound that even Yang Kai, who had cultivated the 3 source reconstitution art secret technique, could sense the mysteries within it, accompanied by an urge to focus his mind and enlighten himself through its mysteries. If even he was reacting this way to it, then it should be true even more so for Zhan Tian he and the others. Fortunately, they were tactfully aware of the severity of the situation and fought back the urge to sit down and cultivate, keeping their divine senses focused on their surroundings instead. It did not take long for trouble to arrive, but it was within Yang Kai's expectations. Though, while he expected the enemies to come while Ouyang Lai was making a breakthrough to the ninth order here, he never would have thought that the first ones to react would actually be the chaos entities that lacked intelligence. The place that they were hiding in was a mountain range formed by condensed shattered Tao essence and was no different from the real mountains in the outside world, but intrinsically, they were completely different. Chaos entities existed in this place, which Yang Kai had noticed previously. Only, based on what Liao Zheng told him, the chaos entities should not react much as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them. This was unless they were part of the Chaos Spirit clan that had defined physical bodies and were strongly hostile against all outsiders. In that case, anyone who entered their territory would have to face their retaliation. The chaos entities had not been on their minds before, thus, they never expected that countless chaos entities would be attracted by the disturbance and would swarm towards Ouyang Lai from all directions. Yang Kai reacted immediately to the situation and realized that the chaos entities must have been attracted by the fluctuations coming from the supreme grade open heaven pill. The chaos entities had an instinctive yearning towards the open heaven pills that were formed in the universe furnace. By refining an ordinary grade open heaven pill, one of them could form their own physical body and turn into a member of the Chaos Spirit clan. Now that Ouyang Lai was refining a supreme grade open heaven pill, the fluctuations were so pervasive that there was no way the chaos entities could sit still. It was just like a pack of wolves who had been starving for years had suddenly caught onto the scent of meat. Yang Kai and the others acted immediately, circulating their Tao strengths to stop and eliminate the chaos entities that were drawn over. Tao strengths dealt a great deal of damage to the chaos entities and many of them could not even withstand a single blow before they disintegrated back into disorderly shattered Tao essence. However, there were far too many of them, and they were piling in from all directions. They had no idea where these chaos entities came from, but there seemed to be no end to them. Yang Kai felt that he had made a mistake. He should not have asked Yang Lai to make his breakthrough in a place like this. However, Liao Zheng never mentioned any of this in his report, so Yang Kai could not have expected this to happen. The reason they stopped here to begin with was because they were trying to hide themselves in the terrain so that they could recover from their injuries. Yang Lai refining the open heaven pill here was just a logical progression. Who knew that such a thing would happen when that decision was made? Similar to what Yang Kai was encountering, in the desert where Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were, the two of them had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, which Yang Shui had taken into her small universe and was in the midst of refining. It did not take long before an endless stream of chaos entities popped out from the sea of sand, lunging in for the kill. Fortunately, the two of them were staying in the Flowing Time Temple all the while. At the moment, Yang Xiao was standing right in front of the Flowing Time Temple and was working its protective powers by channeling all his might into it. At the same time, he used his own Time Dao strength to kill the approaching chaos entities. He slaughtered with reckless abandon, his dragon vein throbbing intensely. His little ant was about to advance to the ninth order, so how could he allow these mindless chaos entities to spoil her efforts? On Yang Kai's side, the 4 humans and 1 monster were originally scattered in all directions with Yang Lai at the center, but in just a few moments, they had all gathered closer around Yang Lai, each guarding a different direction and stopping all the incoming chaos entities. Things were going better on Yang Kai's side since his attainments in his Grand Daos were exceptionally high, so it was no problem for him to deal with his share of the chaos entities. Thunder Shadow's side was slightly sloppy, but he was still managing to hold his position. In contrast, Zhan Tianhe and the others paled in comparison, especially Lu Feifei. She was not considered weak by any means, but one could clearly tell that her command over her Grand Dao was lacking compared to Zhan Tianhe and Xiong Ji. She did not last for long before becoming overwhelmed and almost let a few chaos entities slip past her guard. It was thanks to Yang Kai's timely help that they were able to avoid a disaster. Of course, this was also related to the fact that they were unable to use their full power. Yang Lai was refining the open heaven pill just behind them, so that he could break through into the ninth order. If they were to use their full power here, they might end up disturbing him. Big brother, the chaos entities outside have been drawn over as well. Thunder Shadow suddenly warned amid the heated battle. Yang Kai almost choked when he heard himself being called Big Brother. Still, he spared a glance and sure enough, the chaos entities wandering the void had also been drawn in, which instantly made their less than optimal situation all the more dire. He had to think of a plan. If this went on, then Yang Lai's breakthrough attempt would fail prematurely. If he failed here, it would be a huge loss for the entire human race. If he could turn the power of his Dao strengths into a protective barrier and envelop the entire area around Yang Lai with it, they should be able to solve this situation, but Dao strength was formless, so how could Yang Kai achieve something like that? Wait. While in the midst of battle, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Shapeless power? If Dao strength is formless, then how were these mountains formed? How could the infinite river exist? And these chaos entities, too, as well as the Chaos Spirit Clan, how could they be explained? In an instant, ideas poured into Yang Kai's head and made him think. While pushing down the emotion of having a sudden epiphany, Yang Kai had the feeling that he had vaguely touched upon something. The Grand Dao is not formless, it is perceptible. Marshall Peak, Chapter 57-51, Spacetime River. All this while, whether it be Yang Kai or other human race masters, they had always been borrowing from some sort of special method to present their Dao strengths. For example, when Yang Kai used the Sun and Moon Divine Will back then, the sun and moon would shine together to give rise to the time Tao strength, which was then complemented by space Tao strength, intertwining with it to form the profound space-time strength. The power of the Grand Tao was, for anyone, an ethereal existence, yet one that firmly existed. It was the foundation and direction for every open heaven realm master's cultivation. Nobody had ever actually seen directly what the Tao looked like. It was both a limitation of one's mind and stereotyped thinking. However, what Yang Kai saw in the universe furnace gave rise to an epiphany. The Tao was not invisible nor shapeless. These mountains, the infinite rivers, and even the jellyfish chaos entities that he kept in his small universe, were all condensations of shattered Tao essence, so which one of them was not a manifestation of Tao strength? If the shattered Tao essence could assume a form, then why not the grand Taos cultivated by cultivators? Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had pushed open the door to a new world, and many new insights were being born in his mind. After calming himself, Yang Kai began circulating the space and time Tao strengths with all his might to spur on their subtleties. Even though he had cultivated many grand Taos, the ones with the highest attainments were the Tao of time and the Tao of space. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the Tao strengths of the other grand Taos and only used the Tao strengths of time and space in order to protect this place. Under his careful control, Yang Kai wrapped the Tao strengths around Ouyang Lai to block the chaos entities who were rushing at him, brushing them away without affecting Ouyang Lai in the slightest. One had to have a high level of mastery and control over one's grand Tao to achieve such a thing, or else the slightest mistake could mean pulling Ouyang Lai into it as well. More and more chaos entities were gathering, emerging not just from the mountains, but also from the void. Some were even born out of thin air. This mountain range itself could technically be considered a chaos entity as well, and an extremely massive one at that. Only, it was unlike the other chaos entities in that it was completely fixed in form, incapable of thought, and also immobile. However, the shattered Tao essence that was stripped off of it could come together again to give rise to new chaos entities. The pill fragrance and aura emanated from the supreme grade open heaven pill was so strong that a large number of chaos entities were spurred into birth within the mountain range that was so full of shattered Tao essence. After being damaged by Tao strength, the chaos entities that came lunging over often dissipated into nothing before they could even get close to Ouyang Lai. Nonetheless, their numbers were truly too great. Yang Kai could certainly hold down his own end, but if the others were to deplete their strength, then the defensive line would collapse. Zhan Tianhe and the others were getting anxious. Ouyang Lai did not have full confidence to be able to refine the supreme grade open heaven pill to begin with, so if he were to be disturbed by the chaos entities now, it would make things far worse. There may really even be a chance of failing. However, they had already done everything they could. They were constantly unleashing Tao strengths, but in desperation, they could only put their hopes in Yang Kai. He was the pillar of the human race who had performed countless miracles, often achieving feats impossible for all others. They only hoped that he had a solution to the situation at hand, otherwise, if even he came up empty in the face of their predicament, there was truly no other hope. It was at this point that Zhan Tianhe and the others saw where the problem lay. They should not have had Ouyang Lai refine the open heaven pill here. Any other place in the void would not have been as bad as this place. Without the mass of chaos entities being born from the mountains, any one of them could have dealt with this situation easily. In fact, it may not have mattered if there was no one standing guard for Ouyang Lai then. This whole situation could only be attributed to poor information on their side, but there was nothing they could do about it as most of the information about the universe furnace came from the one witness, Blood Crow. However, to be fair, he was only in the 7th order open heaven realm when he entered the universe furnace back then, and he was not from the cave heavens or paradises either. As a rogue character, how could he have known of such confidential information? Throwing a quick glance over at Yang Kai, they saw him circulating his Tao strengths and brandishing them freely. His face did not look too panicked, which calmed their anxiety some. Soon, something unusual caught their attention. Surprisingly, a mist began forming around Ouyang Lai. They had no idea where the hazy mist had come from, but it formed a barrier of protection around him that enveloped Ouyang Lai into it. Some of the chaos entities that failed to be blocked and rushed into the mist would quickly melt away like snowflakes under the blazing sun, turning into nothing before they could reach Ouyang Lai. Zhan Tianhe and the rest were shocked. It was not mist. Clearly, it was a mysterious condensation of Tao strength. Instantly, they felt amazed. So, Tao strength can be manifested in such a way? In all their years of cultivation, nobody had ever told them about that. And, after tracing the source, Yang Kai turned out to be the cause of the mist. Though they had no idea what Yang Kai had done to manifest his Tao strength in such a way, the tense situation from before finally eased up. With the mist of pure Tao strength as a barrier, the chaos entities were simply unable to break through their defense. The pressure on Zhan Tianhe and the others was relieved in an instant, and they were all thoroughly impressed. As expected of this man, he truly was great at creating miracles that nobody else could perform. As long as senior brother Ouyang Lai did not make any mistakes in refining the supreme-grade open heaven pill, then there should be no issues. As they were thinking that, Zhan Tianhe and the others were surprised to find that the mist barrier manifested by Tao strength was still constantly evolving. The Tao strength around Yang Kai had become increasingly intense, as if the mist barrier was not his ultimate goal. Sure enough, following Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the faint particles of the mist as fine as dust began to gather together. From mist, turning into water. Walala. The faint sound seemed to emerge from the depths of their souls, and the moment it did, all of them were taken aback. It seemed like even their own Tao strengths could not help but resonate in response. When they looked up, they were immediately met with a shocking sight. It was not known when a trickle of water had appeared in the mist. It did not seem different from any ordinary stream of water. In fact, this stream of water had come about as a manifestation of the purest Tao strength. Water continued to flow, absorbing the surrounding mist and gradually growing in size. In just a few moments, the stream surrounding Ouyang Lai disappeared without a trace, replaced by a brook coiling up and constantly spinning around. It was as if there was a flow of water surrounding Ouyang Lai and enveloping him into it. The stream rapidly grew in size, turning into a small river. The river water flowed in a coiling circle, going round and round. There were even some splashes in the river, shooting out instantaneous explosions of Tao strength. Anytime any chaos entity was swept up into the Grand Tao River, they would disappear in an instant as if the water had some kind of devouring effect. Zhan Tianhe and the others slowly stopped what they were doing and just watched the scene in amazement. They thought that since they had already reached the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm in their cultivation, then even if there were some differences between them and a legendary figure like Yang Kai, he should still not be too far behind them. It was only at this moment that they realized that Yang Kai belonged in a different league among peak Eighth Orders. As expected of a living legend. The Grand Tao River coiled around, protecting Ouyang Lai. Countless chaos entities rushed into it, only to draw up a splash before disappearing into nothingness, unable to disturb Ouyang Lai inside of it at all. Yang Kai kept on circulating the Tao strengths within his own body to keep the Grand Tao River flowing and expressing the profundities of his Tao strengths, growing the river in volume. However, it was not long before he reached his limit and could do no more. Looking over now, the Grand Tao River was now 10 times larger than when it first took shape, and it was coiling around Ouyang Lai's body like an awe-inspiring water dragon. Yang Kai had an expression as tranquil as an ancient well, but he was in quite a good mood inside. This was no surprise, as he would have one more trump card up his sleeve from now on besides the Sun and Moon Divine Seal. Since it is an expression of the Taos of time and space, then let's call it the Space-Time River. The reason he came about with such an idea was because of the infinite river that he had encountered in the universe furnace world. If the infinite river could be formed from rich shattered Tao essence, then why couldn't he form a river with his own Tao strength? It was from this thought that the space-time river was born. However, there was still an enormous difference between his space-time river and the universe furnace world's infinite river, which was said to run through the entire universe furnace world. On the other hand, Yang Kai's space-time river could only exist in a limited area. At the very root of it was his own attainments in his grand Daos. If that could be improved, then the volume of the space-time river would definitely increase in turn. This was not something that could be rushed. Regarding the Tao of time and Tao of space, Yang Kai was currently only at the 8th level of mastery. If he could one day reach the 9th level, then there would definitely be quantitative and qualitative changes to his space-time river. Of course, the limitations could also be attributed to the fact that Yang Kai had only just been enlightened to such a method. If more time was given to him to study it, familiarize himself with it, and to gain experience using it, then its might and volume would also improve. The greatest advantage of the space-time river over the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was its sustainability. Currently, Yang Kai was using it to protect Ouyang Lai, but he could naturally use it to trap enemies as well. If he had this trump card when they were dealing with Meng Ke, then they might have been able to kill him rather than just forcing him to retreat. If there came a day when the space-time river's volume increased to the point where it was on par with the universe furnace world's infinite river, then Yang Kai would probably become invincible. Whether it was a royal lord or a black-ink giant spirit god, as long as he summoned the space-time river and dragged his enemies into it, then they would only be able to reflect on their mistakes for the next several 100,000 years. After all, the space-time river was created purely by manifestations of the Tao strengths of space and time, thus time and space in its waters were infinitely variable. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-52, Ninth Order Ouyang Lai. The creation of the space-time river fully displayed Yang Kai's deep understanding towards Tao strength, and for Zhan Tianhe and the others, was this not an opportunity for them to observe and emulate a true master? Yang Kai had opened the door to a new world, and at the same time, brought a surprise that gave them great insight. Of course, whether they were able to manifest their Tao strength as Yang Kai did would depend on their own enlightenment and their attainments in their own respective grand Daos. This was not a simple matter. Yang Kai's ability to achieve it was naturally through constant enlightenment and polishing of his own grand Daos, and the countless years of accumulated experience was what led to his current achievement. But in any case, the Eighth Order Masters here had now seen another way that Tao strength could be used. The space-time river that emerged was still nascent, but it was just like a coiled dragon protecting Ouyang Lai, silently eliminating all the endless chaos entities that were charging in from all directions. Zhan Tianhe and the others were all freed from their task as Yang Kai alone could completely protect Ouyang Lai through the use of his space-time river. It wasn't until Zhan Tianhe and the others recovered that they were surprised to realize that Thunder Shadow had disappeared at some point in time, and they had no idea where he went. Time kept on passing and the strong pill aura of the Supreme Great Open Heaven pill kept on bursting out from the barrier of the space-time river. Ouyang Lai's aura was also flaring madly, though it had reached a kind of limit long ago. The medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill were currently dissolving the barriers of his small universe and breaking his shackles. However, there were many problems with Ouyang Lai's small universe to begin with. If he wanted to make a successful breakthrough, then it would take more than just removing that barrier to succeed. He had to find the perfect moment through breaking the barriers of his small universe and achieving equilibrium of his powers, otherwise, he would risk losing everything. There was nobody who could help him through this point. He could only rely on himself. After an unknown period had passed, Yang Kai, who was fully committed to keeping the space-time river running, suddenly had a chance of expression. Ouyang Lai's aura, which had long reached its limit, was fluctuating, signaling that he had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough. Whether or not he could advance to the Ninth Order would depend on the final push. As a veteran Eighth Order master who spent countless years fighting the Black Ink clan, Ouyang Lai had never been short of determination or drive. While Yang Kai was still worrying about whether his breakthrough was still proceeding normally, Ouyang Lai had already circulated his own aura like mad with a determination to succeed or die. Yang Kai felt deep respect for this old warrior. The aura at the peak of the Eighth Order floated and sank hundreds of times in an instant, then the limits were smashed through and Ouyang Lai's aura rose wildly. The fallout was so unbridled that even the space-time river, which Yang Kai kept at a constant coverage, bulged somewhat unstably. Sensing the movement, Zhan Tianhe and the others, who had been tense and apprehensive the whole time, revealed looks of joy. All of a sudden, they noticed that the number of chaos entities swarming over greatly reduced. Some of them even seemed lost and confused, having suddenly lost their target. This was undoubtedly because the supreme-grade open heaven pill had been completely refined by Ouyang Lai and had lost its pill fragrance which had been attracting them. The space-time river was still guarding Ouyang Lai, and though Zhan Tianhe and the others were eager to see what the situation was like inside, they did not dare to intrude and could only look at Yang Kai with inquiring gazes. Yang Kai simply nodded lightly. Success. The clenched hearts of Zhan Tianhe and the rest of the group could finally be let go, and if not for the worry of disturbing Ouyang Lai, they would have not been able to endure the urge to break out in joyous laughter. Even though they were not the ones who made the breakthrough into the Ninth Order, they were still overwhelmed with the joy of seeing another old ancestor join the human race, and one who had been born in this universe furnace world at that. There was no Ninth Order master among those who entered the universe furnace this time, whereas there were many pseudo-royal lords from the Black Ink clan here. The enemy had superior numbers and strength to begin with, but with the new addition of a Ninth Order master, it would definitely have a huge impact on the human race's situation. After a few moments, the space-time river gradually disappeared. It was Yang Kai who had dispersed the energy, allowing a blazing red figure that looked like he was on fire to exit from there, his powerful aura completely unrestrained. Though he was not targeting them deliberately, Zhan Tianhe and the others still felt slightly pressured by it. Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Ouyang Lai, who had successfully broken through his limits and advanced to the Ninth Order, was undoubtedly more radiant than before. Even his appearance seemed much taller and youthful. It was not that he was unwilling to restrain his aura, but rather that he could not, as he had just broken through to the Ninth Order and his cultivation was somewhat unstable. Ha, ha ha ha. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but laugh as he strode forward, causing Yang Kai to not know whether to laugh or cry at. Ouyang Lai's smug attitude always gave off the impression that he was an irreverent brute. However, he could understand how Ouyang Lai was feeling. Anyone would be ecstatic if they were able to break through to the Ninth Order. There was basically no one else alive who had witnessed a Ninth Order master's breakthrough, so this was an event worth celebrating. I can't believe this day would come for me. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Lai stood akimbo, continuing to laugh boisterously with his head facing the heavens. He really never imagined that he would one day, in this lifetime, be able to advance to the Ninth Order. After countless years of battling with the Black Ink clan and accumulating countless hidden injuries, the situation in Ouyang Lai's small universe had become a mess. He had also reached his peak in the Eighth Order and had been stagnating there for some 10,000 years. He had only one wish in this life, and it was to one day die in battle, but not without dragging along several masters from the Black Ink clan to be buried with him to make his death worthwhile. So, when Mi Jingluan secretly arranged to have Yang Kai bring him to the Black Ink battlefield to guard those who were going to collect resources, Ouyang Lai was more than a little unwilling. Though collecting resources was still of utmost importance for their race, Ouyang Lai had spent his entire life directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, brushing shoulders with death countless times. It was not his wish to hide around with those who had gone to mine resources. Fortunately, the escape of the innate territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction had forced Yang Kai to send him back from the black ink battlefield to make a report, which gave Yang Lai another opportunity to continue fighting. When the universe furnace projection appeared in Azure Sun territory, filled with bloodthirst for war, Yang Lai had only one plan, and that was to charge into the universe furnace, or more likely, die in Azure Sun territory, paving the way for the rest of his people in blood. Since he was going to be dying in battle anyway, his life would not have been considered a waste. Many territory lords had already died at his hands, so he had already played his part as an Eighth Order master. Yang Lai was lucky to get the chance to enter the universe furnace and was originally planning to search for a supreme grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but in the end, it was Yang Kai who gave him the opportunity to make a breakthrough. This twist of fate was simply hard to put into words. But no matter what, the current Yang Lai was a true Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master of the human race. Yang Kai saluted him with a smile. Congratulations to senior brother for advancing to the Ninth Order. Now, we have another Ninth Order master among our ranks. Zhan Tianhe and the others also saluted him. Congratulations, senior brother. Yang Lai quickly withdrew his laughter and returned the salute solemnly. Many thanks, junior brothers and junior sister, for standing guard for me. They all exchanged glances, then there was another burst of laughter. After laughing, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother has just advanced. Why not cultivate for a while to stabilize your cultivation?" The current Yang Lai was just like the pseudo-royal lords. He couldn't withdraw his own aura. The reason for that was because the pseudo-royal lords were unable to completely control their strength, which was currently also the case for Yang Lai. However, the difference for the pseudo-royal lords was that was how it would always be for them, but the same was not true for Yang Lai. As he continued to improve his control over his strength and stabilize his foundation, the situation would improve with time. Yang Lai waved his hand. "That won't be necessary. I have been fighting my entire life against the Black Ink clan. As for stabilizing my cultivation, just killing a few of them will work. The more I kill, the more my cultivation will stabilize." There was nothing wrong with what he said, so Yang Kai smiled. "In that case, senior brother, why don't you look over there?" Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. Yang Lai looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing and soon raised his brows. "So, there are those who come knocking by themselves to court death?" As he said so, he had already turned into a red glow, charging over to the other side. At the same time, a powerful force suddenly erupted over there, seemingly from masters engaging in a fight. It was only then that it dawned on Zhan Tianhe and the others. Were there territory lords who were lured in too? There were several auras currently erupting from the battle in that direction, one of which was Thunder Shadow who had disappeared earlier. Zhan Tianhe and the others could not figure out when Thunder Shadow had disappeared as their attention had been drawn to Yang Kai's spacetime river at the time, much less where he had gone. Only now did they realize that territory lords had long been attracted by the commotion, but they just didn't dare to rush forward and just waited in the shadows, watching. Naturally, the enemy's actions had long been noticed by Thunder Shadow and Yang Kai. It was most likely Yang Kai who noticed them and arranged for Thunder Shadow to sneak over, otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't pinpoint their location so accurately. Yang Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order was undoubtedly noticed by those from the Black Ink clan, which made them even more afraid to do anything rash. It was only when Yang Kai revealed their whereabouts that Yang Lai began to move, forcing the enemy to reveal themselves while Thunder Shadow, who had been lurking in ambush, began attacking to tie down the stronger enemies. As soon as Zhan Tianhe finished his exclamation, the commotion grew even greater. Clearly, Yang Lai had entered the battlefield and was fighting with the territory lords. "Let's go take a look," Yang Kai said to them before making his way there, unhurried. Zhan Tianhe and the others followed closely behind. By the time Yang Kai led them over to the battlefield, the fight was mostly over. The three territory lords who had been drawn to the commotion were fighting against Ouyang Lai with a Three Fortunes formation, but these acquired territory lords were still limited in strength. Ouyang Lai had just broken through, so his cultivation was yet to fully stabilize. If it had been three innate territory lords fighting in formation, then the battle might take a while, but three acquired territory lords were far too weak to fight him. One by one, their lives were extinguished. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they just so happened to see Ouyang Lai killing the last acquired territory lord with one punch. Thunder Shadow was staying on the sidelines, showing no intention of helping. He seemed to have been slightly injured, likely from when he was pestering the three territory lords earlier, making sure to delay the enemy for a moment. However, the other side had naturally fought back and injured him. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-53, Going All Out. Thunder Shadow's injuries weren't serious, he had only been distracting the three territory lords for a moment before Ouyang Lai rushed over. Ouyang Lai felt so relieved and happy that he had to yell for joy after breaking through his limit and defeating three strong enemies. If he were still at the peak of the Eighth Order, then he might not have been able to take on the three territory lords, who had formed a battle formation, on his own, but now that he was in the Ninth Order, it was no effort killing them at all. After reaching the high-rank open heaven realm, even going up by a single order was truly like reaching another layer of the heavens. Otherwise, it would not have been possible that the humans would only have seen so few Ninth Order masters among them. Many of the veteran masters failed to progress once they reached the peak of the Eighth Order due to their own limitations. Even those like Yang Kai, who could surpass his peers in the same order, would still be overwhelmed when facing royal lords. Apart from escaping through the use of space secret techniques, it was difficult for him to fight such masters head-on, much less for the other Eighth Order masters. When he saw Yang Kai and the others coming over, Ouyang Lai suggested, "Junior brothers and junior sister, I will go off searching for more foes. Do you want to come with me?" Ouyang Lai was at the height of enthusiasm after just breaking through into the next order, and he was eager to make his mark in the universe furnace world. There were quite a lot of masters from the Black Ink clan who came in this time, and he was worried about bumping into those pseudo-royal lords previously, but now, Ouyang Lai was itching to find one of them so that he could practice on them and to stabilize his cultivation through combat. Yang Kai answered with some amusement, "No need. With senior brother's current strength, I think it will be best for you to move alone. I will bring the juniors along." Ouyang Lai nodded lightly, "Fair enough." Indeed, as Yang Kai said, he was now in the Ninth Order and was experiencing explosive growth in his strength, so it was more suitable for Ouyang Lai to move separately. As for Zhan Tian he and his group, it would undoubtedly be better for them to go with Yang Kai. They were 4 Eighth Order masters and Thunder Shadow. Even if they did encounter a pseudo-royal lord, they could smoothly use the 5 elements formation to deal with them. With Yang Kai acting as the core, they should not be in any danger. There was no need for them to worry in terms of safety. Turning his head to look into the depths of the void, Ouyang Lai smiled. Big Head Xiang came in as well. "I wonder if he has found his own opportunity. I'll look for him on the way, and if the opportunity arises, I'll try and obtain a pill for him." He had thought about finding a supreme grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but it turned out that the latter couldn't use it. Instead, he became indebted to Yang Kai. Right now, the one amongst the humans who most urgently needed a supreme grade open heaven pill was undoubtedly Xiaofan. After building up a camaraderie through long years of fighting alongside each other, Ouyang Lai had a firm friendship with him. If Xiaofan could obtain an opportunity to advance to the Ninth Order, then the amount of help he could provide to the human race would be much greater than Ouyang Lai. Yang Kai cupped his fist, then, "Let me wish senior brother great success ahead." Ouyang Lai patted him on the shoulder, "Take care." Yang Kai nodded. Ouyang Lai had one last laugh before turning into a long stream, instantly moving far away. From a distance, his voice was transmitted to them, saying, "Here I come." It was a voice that carried great confidence and freedom. After seeing him off, Yang Kai called out to the group, "Let's go." Zhang Tianhe and the rest nodded and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. They were much more relaxed with him compared to when they first entered the universe furnace. When the three of them just entered this place, they were all extremely cautious. Though they were not scared of the ordinary territory lords or regular Black Ink clansmen, they had to worry about meeting a pseudo-royal lord. Unfortunately, what they feared just had to come true, as they really did bump into a pseudo-royal lord in the end. If it weren't for the lone Ouyang Lai, who had felt the fallout of their battle and rushed over to provide aid, their situation would have been disastrous. Now, with the inclusion of Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow, the five masters could form the five elements formation at any time, which would give them full capability to fight against a pseudo-royal lord if they were to encounter another, so there was no need to act as cautiously as before. The concept of time and space in this universe furnace world was extremely strange due to the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled the void. Even after several evolutions, there seemed to be no substantive change. Perhaps more evolutions were required in order to lift the invisible fog of the universe furnace world, and then the concept of time and space would become clear. They did not have any clear goal in mind either. In fact, whether it be the human race or the Black Ink clan, they had no specific plan for when they entered the universe furnace world. Their greatest target was undoubtedly the supreme-grade open heaven pills, but nobody knew where they were. They could only wander around to see if they could get lucky. Thanks to his previous efforts, Yang Kai was able to use the power of the great sun and moon marks to locate the supreme-grade open heaven pills, but there were still some limitations. If there was no pill relatively nearby, then there was nothing Yang Kai could do about it. So, Yang Kai was currently just leading Zhang Tianhe and the group around, going wherever they could go with Thunder Shadow perched on his shoulder, faintly circulating his innate divine ability to conceal their movements. With such cover, even if a master from the Black Ink clan were to search around, they would not necessarily find them as long as they weren't paying too much attention. Occasionally, they would come across chaotic areas where the chaos entities gathered, then they would explore deeper into those places. Though they did not find any supreme-grade open heaven pills, they did find some ordinary-grade ones. In contrast to the supreme-grade open heaven pills, there were quite a lot of ordinary-grade open heaven pills that were produced by the universe furnace. As long as one had the will to search for them, they would eventually find a few. Though these ordinary-grade pills were unable to help a cultivator break through their innate shackles, they were still very useful. With the help of these pills, Seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had yet to accumulate enough heritage could use them to cut down the time needed for them to stay in retreat, allowing them to break through their bottlenecks sooner and advance to the next order. This time, many Seventh-order Masters had entered the universe. Yang Kai had even met a few such cultivators previously. It was predictable that many new Eighth-order Masters would be created after this trip into the universe furnace. As they were traveling, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and changed directions, rushing off into the distance while sending a divine sense transmission to Zhang Tianhe and the others, "Get ready." Zhang Tianhe and the others understood instantly that an enemy had been spotted, so they all prepared themselves for combat. A short while later, two powerful auras entered the range of their senses. From the aura alone, they could deduce that these were undoubtedly two territory lords who had entered the universe furnace world together. It was 5 against 2, and with Yang Kai here, it should not be a difficult fight. Moreover, with the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the two territory lords did not even notice them until they had gotten quite close. Zhang Tianhe and the others could not help but be amazed by this. The innate divine ability of this monster race great emperor that came from the myriad monsters world was truly a nightmare to guard against. Even with foreknowledge now, if Thunder Shadow wanted to sneak up on them, they might still not be able to detect him. Most importantly, This innate divine ability could not only be used on himself, but also used to conceal others. They were glad that a master of this caliber was on their side. If he were an enemy, then he would really be a headache to deal with. The two territory lords who were traveling together did not notice them until Yang Kai struck out to attack them. They had only just circulated their black ink strength and had yet to make a single move when they suddenly heard a gushing sound. This puzzled the two territory lords greatly. How could there be sounds similar to flowing water in this empty void? When they turned their heads, they saw a huge river sweeping towards them like a torrent. The two territory lords were shocked and instinctually sent out an attack at the river. However, their efforts were futile. Their attacks filled with condensed black ink strength were like stones sinking into the great river, rousing no reaction whatsoever. Unimpeded, the river washed over the two territory lords, swallowing them up without a trace in an instant. To the side, Zhang Tianhe and the others, who had assumed a combat stance, all froze and glanced at each other, feeling a little at a loss as their enemy had literally vanished right in front of them. In a 5-on-2 battle, there was already no suspense to the outcome, but a lion still fought rabbits with all its strength. Zhang Tianhe and the others had been prepared to launch their attacks together to achieve a quick victory. How could they have known that Yang Kai would not even allow them to act as he summoned his Grand Dao River directly, sweeping the two territory lords into it? Turning their heads to look at Yang Kai, they saw his brow furrow as Dao strength surged around his body. Then, it dawned on them that he must be trying to test out his new ability on these two territory lords. The space-time river had only just been created by Yang Kai. It had previously shown in battle when used to protect Ouyang Lai, but that was because of the natural restraint Dao strength had against chaos entities. Whether or not such techniques could truly be used against all enemies, Yang Kai himself was not sure, so he naturally had to run some experiments with it. The two territory lords did not die immediately and were now flailing about inside the space-time river, trying to find a way out. However, the space-time river surged turbulently and was rich with Dao strength. The interplay of space and time greatly impaired the senses of anyone who fell into it other than Yang Kai. Unless a master was far stronger than Yang Kai, or had extremely high attainments in the grand Daos of time and space, finding their way out was basically impossible. The two territory lords were trapped inside like headless flies. In fact, despite being quite close to each other, they could not even sense each other's presence at all. They were separated by the ever-changing space. The space inside of the space-time river was somewhat similar to the space projected by the universe furnace when it first appeared. Things that may seem close were in fact very far away. Yang Kai observed them for a while and could feel the strengths of the territory lord struggling inside of the space-time river, which made his brow raise. He did not use the power of the space-time river to its fullest, so the two territory lords were simply trapped and not suffering any real crisis. The result that he could see now was that this new technique had far exceeded his expectations in its ability to contain enemies. He had easily trapped two territory lords, so Yang Kai felt that there should be no pressure on him even if he were to swallow up 8 to 10 more of them. Even if it was a pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai felt that he could trap them, and if he could trap them, he had the chance to kill them. After all, Yang Kai was able to enter the space-time river himself and attack the enemies inside. With that idea in mind, Yang Kai dashed into the space-time river. In just a few moments, there was a splash and Yang Kai leapt out, carrying the body of a territory lord devoid of life. It had only been 2 breaths from start to finish. Zhang Tianhe and the others were dumbfounded. That was a territory lord, so how was Yang Kai able to kill him so easily? It was as if he had casually dove into the water, caught a helpless fish, and come back to roast it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 57-54, Another Possibility. In fact, with Yang Kai's current strength, it would not be difficult even if he were to face a couple of acquired territory lords head-on. However, with his new tactics, he could move with even more secrecy. Till death, those territory lords wouldn't even be able to see who killed them. While Zhang Tianhe and the rest watched on in shock, Yang Kai casually tossed the territory lord's corpse aside before circulating his Dao strengths again, causing a current to surge through the space-time river, sending waves splashing in all directions. A faint glimpse of dense black ink strength could be seen escaping from several places, as well as the figure of the territory lord trapped inside. Clearly, another territory lord was struggling to escape from the space-time river. After a few moments, when the Dao strengths receded, the space-time river disappeared, and the territory lord trapped inside was revealed. Only, it did not take long before the territory lord's vitality was burned out as well. Looking at him, his body seemed to not have a single piece of healthy skin, as if he had been cut 1,000,000,000 times with a sharp blade. Even more bizarre was the fact that the territory lord gave off a very, very old feeling, as if he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years before he died. Zhang Tianhe and the others watched in awe at the river formed out of the Dao strengths of space and time, which was truly too bizarre. After trying it out on the two territory lords, Yang Kai was able to make a general assessment of his new technique. The space-time river was certainly more useful in terms of trapping and containing opponents, while the Sun and Moon Divine Seal had greater explosive killing power. In terms of lethality, the two were more or less the same, but the consumption was rather for the space-time river. After all, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Dao strengths in order to keep it flowing. However, it was still within a tolerable range and would not be a great problem as long as the battles did not drag on. The party then continued on their way. As time passed, they would occasionally gain a harvest, and if they encountered any Black Ink clansmen, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. If they encountered any cultivators, alone or those in small groups, Yang Kai would take them in temporarily until they gathered enough with the ability to protect themselves before leaving them to form their own groups. After all, it was not a good idea to gather too many people in one place. While it would ensure their safety, the harvests would also lessen. In this way, Yang Kai's group never exceeded 12 in total. Zhang Tianhe and the others never thought that fighting with the Black Ink clan could be so simple and easy. They had also fought with masters of the Black Ink clan, like territory lords, on each of the great territory battlefields, and though it was not difficult for them to defeat an acquired territory lord with their strength, killing one was never easy. However, no territory lord so far had been able to escape alive with Yang Kai around. Every last one of them were cleanly killed off. There was only once that they encountered a pseudo-royal lord moving along with several territory lords where both sides charged at each other with full momentum. However, after just one exchange of blows, the pseudo-royal lord was taken aback. After only fighting for a few breaths, the pseudo-royal lord fled in a hurry, but Yang Kai would not relent. He chased down their target with a group of masters in tow until finally injuring the pseudo-royal lord at some cost to themselves before giving up the chase. Zhang Tianhe and the others naturally understood what Yang Kai was trying to do. Pseudo-royal lords were the greatest threats to the humans in the universe furnace world, so even if they were unable to kill them in battle, they had to make sure to injure them to cut down the combat strength of their opponent, lest the pseudo-royal lord cause trouble for the other human race masters. Those from the Black Ink clan had difficulty recuperating in this place, so getting injured inside of the universe furnace was extremely undesirable for them. If not for the fact that there were still several territory lords with the pseudo-royal lord, Zhang Tianhe and the others had to wonder whether Yang Kai could keep him trapped here as well. The pseudo-royal lord escaped, but the territory lords with him were all killed, so it wasn't a total loss. This trip had been very fruitful both in battle successes and material harvest. Those from the Black Ink clan had also collected some ordinary grade open heaven pills, so after they were cut down, these naturally went into Yang Kai and the others' pockets. The only unfortunate part for Yang Kai was that he neither encountered his human self nor sensed the existence of another supreme grade open heaven pill. For him, His only goal during this trip into the universe furnace was to reunite with his other selves and find supreme-grade open heaven pills, of which he had already obtained one, leading to Ouyang Lai's breakthrough to the Ninth Order. However, his human self was nowhere to be found. Yang Kai had also checked with the other masters for any news about Fang Tianxi, but it was to no avail. They traveled around in the universe furnace, experiencing 2 more of the Grand Tao evolutions, and as that number continued to rise, so did the frequency of their encounters with both the enemy and their own people. This was undoubtedly proof that the space inside this world was gradually becoming clear and not seemingly boundless as it felt before. Perhaps, just as Blood Crow's information stated, after the universe furnace Grand Tao evolved 9 times, this universe furnace world would reveal its true self. Several torn-up bodies floated around in the deep and boundless void, alongside some broken artifacts scattered around next to them. One of the corpses had its eyes wide open. Though the body was lifeless, he still stood upright, glaring angrily ahead of him as if he was fighting with all his might even after death. Besides that, there were even fragments of small universes floating around the void with black ink strength lingering around them. Most likely, these fragments were from these people willingly sacrificing them. Yang Kai and the rest stared at the scene in front of them with heavy hearts. During this time, they had constantly been taking in other human race masters before they broke up into smaller groups. Now, other than Thunder Shadow, they had 5 members. Zhan Tianhe and the original 2 were still with him, while the newcomers were Lin Wu, a recently joined straggler, and a veteran 8th Order master from Shihi Paradise, Tian Xiaozhu, an old acquaintance of Yang Kai. Lin Wu was pretty lucky. He had entered at the peak of the 7th Order and obtained several ordinary-grade open heaven pills in this universe furnace world, then found a place to refine and advance to the 8th Order. It was the reverberations from his advancement that were picked up by Yang Kai and his group, who just happened to be passing by. When they went over to investigate the situation, they had also taken him into their group. Otherwise, with masters from the 2 sides moving around in groups now, Lin Wu would not be in a good position if he ever encountered any enemies moving alone. The reason he was able to safely refine the spirit pill and advance by himself without the interruption of any enemies was undoubtedly because he was extremely lucky. However, at this moment, the face of the newly advanced 8th Order master did not look the slightest bit happy. Instead, he was sad and angry. There were 8th Order masters who died here, and more than one at that. Judging from the remnants of this battle, there were at least 4 or 5 8th Order masters who died here. In this universe furnace world where masters from the 2 sides gathered, every moment was a life-or-death struggle and fights could not be avoided. Yang Kai and the others had also encountered many battlefields left behind after great fights had broken out, including the bodies of those from the 2 sides, who had died in battle. However, it was a first for them to see as many as 5 8th Order masters dead in a single fight. After all, the gathering of that number was enough for a 4 symbols or 5 elements formation. Even if such a group encountered a pseudo-royal lord, they were not without a fighting chance. The pseudo-royal lords were more careful in these special conditions, and unless they were not fully confident, they would not fight with such recklessness. There had to be at least 2 pseudo-royal lords, or one accompanied by several territory lords. Zhan Tianhe contemplated solemnly. Some of the 8th Order masters must have just advanced recently, so their cultivation had yet to stabilize, which is why their small universes got easily corrupted by black ink strength and they had to sacrifice parts of them in order to avoid being fully corrupted. The fragments of small universes left behind here had been sacrificed by the human race masters during battle, which also formed the basis of Zhan Tianhe's speculation that they were newly advanced 8th Order masters. Even if the 8th Order masters could not best the pseudo-royal lords, their small universes would not be so easily corrupted by black ink strength. Moreover, most of them had brought evil-purging divine spears. The purifying light sealed within them could be used at critical moments in order to disperse the black ink strength in their small universes. Being forced to sacrifice part of their small universe meant that the heritage of their small universes as Eighth-Order Masters was still not enough, and even the purifying light sealed within the evil-purging divine spears used was not enough. Otherwise, who would sacrifice a part of their own small universe in a battle like this? That would only cause their strength to decrease, and they would die even faster. Yang Kai was silent. There was nothing wrong with Zhang Tianhe's assessment, but there could be another possibility. However, it was hard to glimpse any more clues just from looking at the remnants left on this battlefield. The shattered Tao essence that filled this void had long washed those clues away. If it was the other possibility though, then things would be troublesome. Even Yang Kai's team could face the danger of losing their lives at any moment. We should lay them to rest. When he saw the Eighth-Order Master who was still glaring furiously even in death, Yang Kai sighed. From his appearance, this must be one of the rising stars that did not die on the Great Territory battlefields, but died here instead. Red-eyed, Lu Fei immediately went forward and stored the tattered corpses. She had participated in the war a long time and it was not as if she was new to seeing death. After so many years fighting on the front line, she had seen countless familiar faces fade away, yet she could not help but feel saddened and pained every time she saw such a scene. She often wondered why the Black Ink clan existed, and how great it would be if they had never been. But the heavens did not give them what they wished for. They were born in turbulent times, living in the midst of the confrontation between the two races. In order to rise up and gain control of the universe, then facing death was inescapable. Just like with the Eighth-Order Masters who died here. They did not even know who they were killed by, let alone where to seek revenge. Every cultivator was mentally prepared to face death when they entered the universe furnace world, as their seniors had warned. Once one entered the battlefield, life or death was up to destiny, and success or failure was up to the heavens. Marshall Peak, Chapter 57-55, There Are Two. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the remains of the Eighth-Order Masters who died here, the group continued on their way in silence and with heavy hearts. This time, many from the two races had entered the universe furnace world, especially the Black Ink clan. There were 20 pseudo-royal lords alone, possibly more. While teams like Yang Kai's were hunting down those from the Black Ink clan, weren't the pseudo-royal lords also killing open heaven realm masters? The peace agreement that had been maintained for thousands of years had been completely shattered by the arrival of the universe furnace. Now it was inevitable for a massive all-out war to break out between the two sides. The real battle that would determine the fate of both races had already begun, which made the battle in the universe furnace world that much more important. If the human race could cull more masters from the Black Ink clan here and gain more opportunities, it would be a great help to their situation outside, otherwise, it would give their enemy an even greater advantage. In the past, whenever the universe furnace appeared, the masters that entered it would fight for not just opportunities, but also the fates of their race. Fortunately, this time was a special case. As all of the Black Ink clansmen which were originally occupying the Black Ink battlefield had been wiped out, destroying all their previous knowledge and intelligence. As such, the Black Ink clan was completely clueless about anything relating to the universe furnace. In comparison, the humans had much more information in their possession. However, this superiority in intelligence was still not enough to determine the final course of this event. The humans still had to fight hard for victory. This time, 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were produced in the universe furnace, and currently, the only one Yang Kai had found was the one refined by Yang Lai. The remaining 8 were still nowhere in sight. It would be impossible for the human race to obtain all 9 pills, a fact Yang Kai understood from the beginning. Without even mentioning the Black Ink clan, the native Chaos Spirit clan were the ones with a unique advantage when it came to obtaining the open heaven pills. The Chaos Spirit clan were spread throughout the entire universe furnace world, so chances were high that wherever those supreme grade open heaven pills drifted off to, the Chaos Spirit clan would be the first to find them. Did Yang Kai not also snatch the spirit pill he found previously from those jellyfish chaos entities? Now that only 8 of the pills were left, it was very possible for any one of them to have already fallen into the possession of the Chaos Spirit clan. If the humans or the Black Ink clan were able to get to them in time, then they might be able to fight for them, but if they were too late, and the pills were refined by the Chaos Spirit clan, then it was useless even if they found them. So, even from the start, Yang Kai felt that the human race should be able to secure 4 of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills, which would still be a great harvest. Naturally, the more the better. If they could get 5 or 6, Yang Kai could not complain. He still had the great sun and moon marks, but finding the supreme grade open heaven pills was still not going to be easy, otherwise, he would not have found only a single one until now. While Yang Kai was thinking about how he could look for the supreme grade open heaven pills with greater efficiency, he suddenly felt something which caused him to turn and look in another direction, his expression brightening. This truly was wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. He was just wondering how he was going to find the remaining open heaven pills when the great sun and moon marks caught onto a hint of one. Had fortune come so suddenly that he couldn't even block it? Thunder Shadow, who was perched on his shoulder, could sense his delight and asked, "What did you find?" "A spirit pill." Yang Kai gave him a simple answer before sending a divine sense message to everyone, "Hide your presence and follow me." Saying so, he took off and flew in that direction. Everyone also concealed their auras in a hurry while Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability and enveloped everyone in it. In the silent void, the group of 6 humans and 1 leopard moved silently, like shadows. After a few moments, the joyful look on Yang Kai's face gradually faded away and became serious. He could vaguely sense masters fighting up ahead, but since it was still far away, he could not probe the situation, which made it hard to ascertain the strength of both sides. However, despite the distance, the fallout could still be felt, which showed how extraordinary both fighters were. Is it a pseudo-royal lord and an 8th order master? No. There are only 2 fighters. If it truly was an 8th order master against a pseudo-royal lord, they would surely be no match for them. It's simply impossible for such a fight to be so intense. As they continued to move, Yang Kai's face turned increasingly grave. At this point, Tian Xiaozhu, the veteran 8th order master with the greatest heritage among them next to Yang Kai, sensed it too. He could not help but throw a suspicious glance at Yang Kai. He found it a little hard to understand how Yang Kai was able to detect the unusual situation here and rush over from so far away. As they drew closer, Zhang Tianhe and the others noticed it too. All of them were alert, circulating the world force inside their bodies and waiting for Yang Kai to give the order for them to attack the enemy. This was how things went thus far. They would go into battle, winning each fight. There were many territory lords who had already died by their hands. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked gravely at the source of the disturbance. A golden slit appeared in his left eye which looked both bizarre and majestic at the same time. The scene that entered his eye made his heart heavy beyond measure. The situation he had feared most had appeared, and it was happening right before his eyes. Tian Xiaozhu also noticed that something wasn't right, but he did not have eye techniques like Yang Kai, so he could not see what was going on in the distance. After a moment, he could not resist the urge to ask, "Junior brother Yang, who are the ones fighting?" The shockwaves from the battle were too intense. Before they had even got close, the shattered Tao essence here had already been thrown into disorder. It gave the impression that it was a 9th order master fighting a royal lord. Yang Kai sighed, "It's a royal lord fighting a chaos spirit king." Everyone was shocked, but then they drew in their breaths, looking at Yang Kai in disbelief. Yang Kai chuckled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. I was hoping that I had seen it wrongly, too, but it is not one of our masters fighting there. There was nothing wrong with Blood Crow's information. There were indeed powerful existences in the universe furnace world like the Chaos Spirit Kings, who stood on equal footing with the Ninth Order Masters and Royal Lords. It must have been luck that they had not encountered one thus far, which was an indication that such existences were rare to begin with and were hard to find. Yet, they would never have expected to bump into one here. Moreover, Yang Kai had also revealed another piece of information that was even more difficult for them to accept than the presence of the Chaos Spirit King. The Black Ink clan has managed to create a royal lord here? Zhang Tianhe's face looked extremely grim. Mou was the only royal lord left in the Black Ink clan after the war in the Barren territory, so no royal lords had entered the universe furnace this time. The strongest among them were the pseudo-royal lords that they had created as a temporary measure. However, a royal lord had appeared here now, which obviously meant that they had become one in the universe furnace world. In other words, this guy had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and refined it. Indeed, the Black Ink clan was lacking in information about the universe furnace, but the supreme-grade open heaven pills were amazing treasures. One of them landing into the hands of the Black Ink clan was one thing, but they may not even have that much of an interest in them, as their main goal in coming here was to kill the humans and to ruin their opportunities to prevent new Ninth Order Masters from being. However, since such a pill landed into their hands, they could naturally understand its profundity. Just by refining one would have the opportunity of advancing and becoming a royal lord. Many of the Black Ink clan's masters had entered this time, so there were bound to be lucky ones who could gain such opportunities, and this royal lord must be one such example. Yang Kai was drawn here by the reaction of his great sun and moon marks. In other words, there was a supreme-grade open heaven pill here, and in fact, after he used his demon eye of annihilation, he saw not only the two figures exchanging blows, but also the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Multicolored light was emanating every so often from within a chaos entity without a fixed form. What could that be if not a supreme-grade open heaven pill? The royal lord must have spotted the opportunity and come to snatch it, but he did not expect there to be a Chaos Spirit King standing guard over this place. Thus, the two got into a huge fight. Under Yang Kai's observation, the Chaos Spirit King was much stronger than the royal lord, and it was very clear that it had the upper hand in this fight. That was understandable though. The royal lord had only just broken through, so like Yang Lai, he must not have familiarized himself with his newfound power yet and was unable to bring out his full strength. However, it was different for this Chaos Spirit King who became one, at the earliest, when the universe furnace last appeared. The time they had spent in this realm was vastly different, and so their strengths naturally could not be compared. Moreover, there was not just a lone Chaos Spirit King here. There were many other Chaos Spirit clansmen who had taken on defined forms. They took on all sorts of different shapes, some appearing like humans, while others looked not much different from the Black Ink clan. Layer by layer they gathered, protecting the chaos entity that had swallowed the supreme-grade open heaven pill, awaiting the birth of a new Chaos Spirit King. "It's him!" Lu Fei suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was confused, but Lu Fei explained, "Our comrades that died back there were most likely victims of this royal lord." It was then that Zhang Tianhe and the others finally realized, and Tian Xiaozhu nodded in agreement, "It's highly likely." Yang Kai was unsurprised. In fact, he had suspected a royal lord had appeared among the Black Ink clan when he saw the traces on that battlefield. With 5 Eighth Order Masters joining hands, unless they were met with a truly formidable enemy, there was no way they would have been wiped out. A single pseudo-royal lord would not have been able to achieve that. However, if it were a true royal lord, then that was a different matter. There were no useful clues left at the battlefield, so it was hard to be absolutely certain, but now that he saw this royal lord, everything became clear. The Eighth Order Masters must have encountered this royal lord, and even in their battle formation, they were no match for him and were cut down. After that, the royal lord came to this place and discovered the supreme grade open heaven pill. Currently, one royal lord had been created with the help of the supreme grade open heaven pills, which meant one less ninth order master for the human race. With this, the advantage gained by Ouyang Lai's advancement to the ninth order has also been lost. Right now, they had accounted for 3 of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills. One was used by Ouyang Lai to advance to the ninth order, another was used by this royal lord, and the third was currently inside a chaos entity, which was in the midst of refining it. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-56, Seizing the Pill. Of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills, 6 were still missing, and it was uncertain how many of these 6 the humans could seize. Therefore, no matter what, this third open heaven pill they had found could not land in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, if another royal lord was created, then the situation of the human race in the universe furnace would become extremely difficult. However, seizing the pill was an exceptionally difficult thing to do as there was a Chaos Spirit King standing guard here. Furthermore, there were dozens of Chaos Spirit clansmen also present. This place was most likely one of the gathering spots of the Chaos Spirit clan since Yang Kai had never seen so many together like this before. They were not like the stumbling chaos entities without consciousness or even a stable form. During this trip, Yang Kai had encountered many chaos spirits with the group he was leading, and if a comparison was to be made, the ordinary chaos spirit clansmen were able to exert strength around the human race's equivalent of the 7th order to the 8th order open heaven realm. 1 or 2 was nothing to worry about, but several dozen gathered in one place would be difficult to handle. Looking over from where he stood, Yang Kai realized that the royal lord that the Chaos Spirit King was fighting seemed as if he were riding a tiger. He had attained this identity as a royal lord through the help of a supreme grade open heaven pill produced in the universe furnace world, thus, he knew just how amazing these pills were and was determined to snatch another. Clearly, he could not do much here, but even so, it would be a great shame just to give up, so he continued fighting with the Chaos Spirit King. Only after reaching a safe place where they could no longer feel the shockwaves of the battle did Yang Kai speak, "Senior brother Tian, I'll leave the junior brothers and sisters with you for now. Take them away quickly, as far away as possible." Yan Xiaozhu nodded. What is junior brother planning to do? Could he be thinking of stirring up trouble while the Chaos Spirit King and Royal Lord are fighting? That was not a sound idea, as a battle between 2 peak masters was not one that an ordinary person could just step between, not even Yang Kai. He thought about dissuading him, but Yang Kai added, "There's a supreme grade open heaven pill there, I have to snatch it." Yan Xiaozhu had to choke back down his words when he heard that while Tian Xiaozhu was stunned and asked, "There's a supreme grade open heaven pill there? Did junior brother see it?" Everyone else was also itching with excitement. A supreme grade open heaven pill was basically a guaranteed ticket to becoming a 9th order master. How could they not be moved? Yang Kai nodded. Currently, the supreme grade open heaven pill is wrapped inside of a chaos entity that's refining it. Moreover, there's at least several dozen chaos spirit clansmen standing guard nearby. The royal lord must have come to fight with the Chaos Spirit King because he noticed the spirit pill there. Several dozen, everyone drew in a cold breath. They had an idea of what the Chaos Spirit clan was capable of, so with several dozen of them gathered together, they were going to take a lot of work to deal with. No wonder. Tian Xiaozhu exclaimed in realization. He was wondering why the royal lord would clash with the Chaos Spirit King over there. It turned out it was because of the supreme grade open heaven pill. In that case, we will act together with junior brother. At least, we can take care of each other. Zhan Tianhe and the others nodded in unison. If they wanted to seize this pill from the hands of several dozen chaos spirits, if they were not careful, they would land themselves in grave danger. If they were to move together with Yang Kai though, they could at least use a battle formation to split up the pressure, which would be much better than Yang Kai having to fight alone. Yang Kai shook his head, no. While we may have a higher chance of success if we all go, it will also make us a bigger target. Even if we did manage to seize the spirit pill, we may not be able to leave unscathed. It will be easier for me to move about if I just bring along Thunder Shadow. Tian Xiao Zhu pondered on his words before nodding lightly. That is indeed true. Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability concealed his presence perfectly. With the blessing of this divine ability, he and Yang Kai could approach the pill unnoticed, and with Yang Kai's skills, he was very likely to be able to seize the spirit pill if he burst out and caused a stir. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, he could then make a speedy escape. If Yang Kai brought all of them along with him though, his mobility would be seriously hampered. After understanding this point, Tian Xiao Zhu wore a serious look. You must be careful, junior brother. Seize the pill if you can, but if it's too risky, then don't force it. As long as there are green hills, there is no fear of lack of timber. Junior brother's safety is extremely important to the future of the human race. Yang Kai nodded. I will keep it in mind. Tian Xiao Zhu cupped his fist to Yang Kai, then he turned to Zhan Tianhe and the rest. Let's go. Without delay, Zhan Tianhe and the rest cupped their fists in farewell to Yang Kai before leaving. After watching the five of them depart, Yang Kai turned around again, and with Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability activating, he quietly crept towards the battlefield. As for the safety of Tian Xiao Zhu and his group, there was little need to worry since they could form the five elements formation at any time. As long as they did not bump into a royal lord in the universe furnace world, or a large group of enemy masters, they would naturally be in no danger. Even if they did bump into a pseudo-royal lord, they should be able to put up a fight. A while later, Yang Kai opened his demon eye of annihilation once more after approaching the edge of the battlefield and looked in from outside. It had to be said that Thunder Shadow's stealth innate divine ability truly was exceptional. Even at this distance, Yang Kai would very likely have been noticed by the two fighting masters if he were alone, but under the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, neither the Chaos Spirit King nor the Royal Lord were aware that somebody was spying on them. Yang Kai watched quietly and did not rush into action. Soundlessly, Thunder Shadow sent his voice over. How confident are you? He was Yang Kai's monster self after all. Though he grew up in a different environment and had different life experiences, causing his personality to differ slightly, he still inherited some of Yang Kai's characteristics. Despite how simply Yang Kai had described the plan to Tian Xiao Zhu and the rest, as if the spirit pill would fall into his hands with barely any effort, the chances of succeeding were slim from his perspective. Sure enough, Yang Kai's response was less than 30%. The difficulty of seizing the pill lay not in grabbing the pill itself, but rather dealing with the dozens of chaos spirits that were in the way, but Yang Kai did not necessarily have to fight them. With the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, he just had to reach a certain distance, then he should be able to seize the spirit pill. The difficult part of this task was going to be how he was going to escape after seizing the pill. The Royal Lord was currently engaged in a fierce fight with the Chaos Spirit King, seemingly planning to settle their life and death here, but if an outside force were to dive in and seize the pill, Yang Kai was sure that they would immediately join hands to deal with him. Yang Kai did not even have the confidence to be able to face one top master, much less two of them, and even the slightest blunder or delay could cost him his life. The supreme grade open heaven pill was indeed important, but to put his life on the line to seize it was still not worth it. Hearing this, Thunder Shadow felt his head throb. Less than 30% was too risky in his opinion and he couldn't help but worry. Then, what should we do? We'll wait. Yang Kai gave a succinct answer. That puzzled Thunder Shadow. Wait for what? Yang Kai shot a glare at him, which caused Thunder Shadow to become annoyed. I'm your monster self, so in a sense, I'm you. Don't look at me as if I'm an idiot because that's just calling yourself an idiot. Yang Kai choked for a moment because what Thunder Shadow said was true. He could only explain patiently, look at those two who are fighting. Who do you think is stronger? Thunder Shadow answered, naturally, it's the Chaos Spirit King. Is there even a need to ask? There was no doubt that the Chaos Spirit King occupied the absolute upper hand in this battle. The Royal Lord was basically pinned down and beaten in the fierce exchange of blows as his rich black ink strength splattered out. Then, do you think that there's an opportunity that the Royal Lord can seize the pill? Of course not. He could not get by the Chaos Spirit King, much the dozens of Chaos Spirits protecting the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. If Yang Kai had a 30% chance of sneakily achieving his plan, then the Royal Lord, who had already exposed himself, had a 0% chance at all unless he could overpower the Chaos Spirit King. If he doesn't have a chance, why does he continue pestering his opponent rather than retreat obediently? He's also taking a huge risk fighting the Chaos Spirit King here, and it would not be a pleasant experience for him to be wounded. Thunder Shadow instantly realized something. You mean? Yang Kai grinned, since he cannot seize the pill from the Chaos Spirit clan but continues to fight without retreating, I'm guessing there's a very high chance that he has already called for help. He's repairing the bridge on the surface while secretly crossing the river. Thunder Shadow finally understood, and his amber eyes brightened a little, gleaming as if he recalled one of his previous encounters. This was exactly the same thing he experienced when he was fighting the Territory Lords for the first Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. The Territory Lords had called their allies using the miniature black ink nest they brought with them, and if Yang Kai had not bumped into him by chance, he would have had to flee. There may already be masters from the Black Ink clan hiding nearby, we just haven't noticed them. As he said so, Yang Kai scanned the depths of the void with his golden cross left eye, but he did not find anything. Thunder Shadow, on the other hand, looked extremely smug, as expected of myself, to be able to see through things so thoroughly. Yang Kai was speechless. With his monster self's boasting, it seemed to not have inherited much of his wisdom, but he could understand, after all, he was from the monster race. The battle between the two masters went on for who knows how long, and it was not known how much longer it would continue for. Yang Kai did not stay idle, however. It was the first time he encountered a Chaos Spirit King in the Universe Furnace world, and there was even a master on a similar level fighting it. It was a good opportunity for him to observe their fighting styles and assess their strengths and weaknesses. Soon, Yang Kai noticed something. Rather than calling this Chaos Spirit King a peculiar living being, one might as well call it an aggregate of grand Daos. Its body was purely an amalgamation of various Dao strengths, formed into a humanoid shape with its own consciousness. The way it fought its enemy was also extremely simple, which was to circulate the various Dao strengths in its body and smash them into its opponent. It was simple, yet fierce. Every blow was heaven-shattering and earth-shaking, causing various cracks in the void as it thrust the surrounding Dao essence into disorder. Inwardly, Yang Kai weighed the odds of how things would go if he were to call Ouyang Lai over, but there was a great chance that the latter would not be a match for this Chaos Spirit King either. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-57, Life is full of disappointments. The rich Dao essence that filled the Universe Furnace world was the source of the Chaos Spirit King's power, and it seemed that as long as it was in this world, it would never tire. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai concluded that this Chaos Spirit King was extremely difficult to deal with, and if he wanted to kill it, then he would have to cut off its connection with the world to deprive it of its source of power. The Royal Lord clearly noticed this too, so he kept trying to pour out his black ink strength so that he could use it as a barrier to isolate his enemy and stop it from recovering its strength. However, it was all for naught. The Chaos Spirit King was stronger than him to begin with, so it was all the royal lord could do to keep himself alive under his opponent's attacks. How would he be able to do anything else? The two continued to fight fervently with each other. All of a sudden, the royal lord's body exploded into a giant black ink cloud that scattered in all directions, and he escaped just like that. The Chaos Spirit King's Tao essence shuddered for a moment, then it broke up the black ink clouds, but the true body of its enemy was no longer anywhere to be found. However, it did not give chase and just stood there with an expressionless face, guarding its clansmen behind it. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Was my guess incorrect? How can that be? If the royal lord was not waiting for backup, then why would he keep on struggling against the Chaos Spirit King? What's more, the Black Ink clan can communicate with each other through the use of their miniature black ink nests, so why would he not gather help? However, the royal lord had indeed retreated, which put Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow in an awkward position. First of all, with the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, one man and one leopard were lurking not too close from the battlefield, but definitely not far either. The reason why they were not caught previously was naturally because the Chaos Spirit King's attention was being focused on the royal lord. Now that the royal lord escaped, the Chaos Spirit King was no longer restrained, and with what happened previously, even the slightest breeze might cause the Chaos Spirit King to go on alert. This caused the two of them to not even have the courage to move a single muscle, and Thunder Shadow had even pushed his divine ability to its limits before looking over with a questioning expression on its face, which clearly asked, "What should we do now?" At this moment, he did not even dare to use his divine sense to transmit his voice. Yang Kai had a gloomy look on his face. With how things were now, if he were to choose to withdraw here, then he would undoubtedly expose himself, which would not matter as the Chaos Spirit King was unlikely to come after him, but then his plan to snatch the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill would come to naught. The pill was right in front of his eyes, so how could Yang Kai be willing to retreat here? This was the key that would allow an 8th Order Master to advance to the 9th Order. Yang Kai still believed that his assumption had been right, and that the Royal Lord had withdrawn because his backup was not able to arrive swiftly. Since his backup was late, there was no point in the Royal Lord wasting his strength here. It would not be too late to wait for reinforcements before making a move again. So, it did not take very long for Yang Kai to make up his mind to continue waiting. If that Royal Lord came back, it would prove that his assumption was correct, and when that time came, he would have more wriggle room to carry out his plans. Time gradually passed unnoticed. After a certain amount of time, Thunder Shadow was starting to feel as if he could no longer keep up his innate divine ability. If that failed, then there was a great chance they would be revealed under the senses of the Chaos Spirit King. Just as Yang Kai was considering whether or not they should retreat for the time being, his expression had a slight change. From the direction the Royal Lord escaped in previously, an undisguised powerful aura was rising, which immediately drew the attention of the Chaos Spirit King who had remained on guard this whole time. Immediately afterwards, a massive black ink cloud rushed over from that direction, reaching the Chaos Spirit King in the blink of an eye, and a fight broke out once more. He's back. Sure enough, the Royal Lord that ran away previously came back. Relieved, Yang Kai shot a glance at Thunder Shadow, who also breathed a sigh of relief and took this opportunity to catch his breath. With his previous experience fighting the Chaos Spirit King, the Royal Lord was clearly being much more cautious than before. Though he was still no match for the Chaos Spirit King, it wasn't easy for the Chaos Spirit King to just defeat him either. As the battle raged on, Yang Kai turned in another direction. There, another powerful aura entered his senses, an aura that was not any weaker compared to the Royal Lord who had shown himself. This aura was just like a lamp in the dark of night, extremely conspicuous, which reminded Yang Kai of the pseudo-Royal Lords. The pseudo-Royal Lords who did not have full control of their powers found it impossible to contain their auras, so hiding had never been one of their strong suits. This was, without a doubt, a pseudo-Royal Lord. From what Yang Kai could sense, there were even a few territory lords gathered around the pseudo-royal lord. These were undoubtedly the helpers that the royal lord called for, which was exactly what Yang Kai had suspected. The royal lord was simply trying to distract the Chaos Spirit King in a fight as his other companions took the opportunity to seize the supreme grade open heaven pill. Without being able to conceal himself, the pseudo-royal lord rushed straight into the gathering of chaos spirits with several territory lords in tow. When the Chaos Spirit King noticed this, its attacks against the royal lord became even more ruthless. It clearly intended to force its opponent to back off quickly. Though the Chaos Spirit King was stronger than the royal lord, the difference was not enough to one-sidedly end their fight. Meanwhile, its opponent was putting their all into defending. Getting them to back off wouldn't be easy. While the Chaos Spirit King raged, the pseudo-royal lord and the territory lords stormed into the gathering of chaos spirits. A dozen or so chaos spirits stayed back to protect their clansmen, refining the supreme grade open heaven pill, while the rest rose to meet the others in battle. Black ink strength spread out and Tao essence flared. The scene became heated in an instant. The royal lord and chaos spirit king aside, the pseudo-royal lords and the territory lords were able to overwhelm their enemies despite being fewer in number. With the pseudo-royal lord acting as the vanguard, and the territory lords in battle formations, they charged right through, and the many chaos spirits could hardly hold them back. Most of these chaos spirits were of varying levels of strength, but the majority were only equivalent to 7th-order masters or feudal lords, with less than 30% being on par with 8th-order masters and territory lords. How would they be able to halt the charge of a pseudo-royal lord? Fortunately, there were not only chaos spirits who had gained solid forms here, but also an incalculable number of chaos entities. Under the command of the Chaos Spirit Clan, countless chaos entities rushed towards the Black Ink Clan from all directions, without fear of pain or death, which allowed them to keep the Black Ink Clan in check. Yang Kai and the others also had a hard time due to the chaos entities when they were standing guard for Yang Lai during his advancement. If it were not for Yang Kai's enlightenment and development of the space-time river, things might have gotten out of hand back then. At the moment, that was exactly what was happening. The Black Ink Clan side must not have expected that these chaos entities that they normally wouldn't bother with would actually be so difficult to deal with when their numbers swelled. It looked as if they had sunken into a great sea of chaos entities. Amidst them were also several dozen chaos spirits who were eyeing them closely. The pseudo-royal lord was furious. He had already pushed his strength to its peak and spread out Black Ink strength as far as he could. Forcibly, he cut a bloody path through the encirclement with the territory lords following him and lunged towards the supreme grade open heaven pill. All they had to do was get their hands on the pill, then they could immediately escape from here, and the Chaos Spirit Clan would have no way of pursuing them in the vast expanse of the universe furnace world. Meanwhile, their royal lord only needed to keep the Chaos Spirit King busy for a while longer. At this point, neither side had noticed that a small shadow in the void was approaching the battlefield like a phantom, slowly creeping towards the supreme grade open heaven pill. Inside the shadow, Thunder Shadow was pushing his innate divine ability to its fullest and was hiding the auras of both Yang Kai and himself as far as possible. Under the blessing of his divine ability, they blended in and became one with the shadows. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai's speculation was finally proved correct. The Black Ink Clan had now made their move, so why would Yang Kai stay idle? Whether or not he could seize the pill here would be up to whether Thunder Shadow could bring him close enough or not. It would not be easy to pass through such a chaotic battlefield. There were constantly chaos entities here and there that would inadvertently cross into the shadow, but they were all caught and restrained by Yang Kai. Fortunately, there were so many chaos entities here that neither side noticed the unusual situation going on, otherwise, Yang Kai's plan would have fallen through. Yang Kai watched the supreme grade open heaven pill get closer and closer, and just as he was about to reach out to snatch it, a cloud of black ink strength happened to sweep past the shadow where Yang Kai and Thunder's shadow were. The source was a nearby territory lord. Nobody was too concerned when the chaos entities were taken away by Yang Kai, but the feedback the territory lord received from the energy it released alerted him instantly. Amid the battle, he raised his head towards the shadow and shouted, "Watch out!" He thought that it was one of the chaos spirits hiding, waiting for an opportunity to strike. That shout had without a doubt exposed Yang Kai and Thunder's shadow completely. Yang Kai could clearly feel two powerful auras, one from the royal lord and the other from the chaos spirit king, spreading over from the battlefield. Very clearly, it was the two masters investigating the situation here. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs could burst. If this could have happened just 5 breaths later, after Thunder's shadow had brought him close enough, he could have seized the supreme grade open heaven pill and used space principles to escape, then there would be a great probability that he could have achieved his goal without a scratch. However, this plan, which should have been safe, ended up being inadvertently ruined by a territory lord. Life was full of disappointments. Instantaneously, a great gushing river was summoned and covered a stretch of the void, swallowing up the chaos entity that had devoured the open heaven pill and was refining it along with a dozen or so chaos spirits protecting it nearby. This turn of events was so bizarre that both sides that were battling each other were stunned for a moment. Then, a bellow broke out, "It's a human! Stop him!" It was the pseudo-royal lord who reacted first. He was furious that some human would actually try to remove the firewood from under the pot while they were taking on huge risks, fighting the Chaos Spirit clan so that they could get their hands on the supreme grade open heaven pill. How could that be tolerated? Marshall Peak, Chapter 57-58, The Butterfly Soars. The pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly, but there was someone else who was quicker, the Chaos Spirit King who was fighting the royal lord nearby. For the Chaos Spirit clan, any creature that intruded on this place was an enemy regardless of whether they were from the human race or the Black Ink clan. So, the moment it sensed an enemy lurking in the shadows, it struck from afar. Though it was being hounded by the royal lord and could not withdraw easily, it still opened its mouth in the direction of Yang Kai and Thunder's shadow. In the next instant, it seemed to have shouted, but no sound came from its mouth. However, a formless force traveled through the void, launching an attack towards the shadow where one human and one leopard were hiding. Chaos was shattered, and Grand Daos shook. At that moment, Yang Kai just happened to have summoned the spacetime river to swallow up the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme grade open heaven pill, as well as several other chaos entities and chaos spirits which were protecting it, and he was about to escape using his space secret technique. When the blast of Tao essence crashed down on him, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest felt extremely stuffy and it was hard for him to manipulate space principles. Even the spacetime river that he summoned was in turmoil as the water splashed about wildly. The spacetime river was greatly destabilized by the attack of the Chaos Spirit King, and with this opportunity, 2 of the Chaos Spirits who were around the 8th order in strength managed to free themselves from its confines. These 2 had humanoid forms, and their eyes immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and Thunder's shadow before charging them to attack. Not only that, the pseudo-royal lord who was nearby also freed a fist out of his fight and punched towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai was attacked from 3 sides. Moreover, the local space was so disturbed at the moment that he could not even hope to escape using space principles. In this life-or-death moment, Thunder's shadow roared and transformed into his original size with thunder markings flashing all over his body. When he charged towards the 2 chaos spirits, Yang Kai also let out a shout as a golden light erupted and a golden dragon phantom enveloped him. As Tao strength was hard to manipulate at the moment, he had no choice but to maintain it with the help of his dragon vein. However, the golden dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before shattering. The fierce power was so overwhelming that Yang Kai's chest felt like it had caved in. In an instant, who knew how many of his bones had broken? Fresh blood came pouring out, but he managed to keep it down. Gritting his teeth, he shot a cold glare at the pseudo-royal lord, and with fierce determination, spiritual energy flared madly as he roared, "Die!" The pseudo-royal lord did not even have the chance to shudder before he felt a strange pain in his knowledge sea, as if a long, invisible needle had pierced through the defenses of his soul, causing him to stagger back. It was a strange technique that targeted one's soul. The pseudo-royal lord understood that instantly. The Black Ink clan had a lot of information about Yang Kai, and most of them were generally aware of such tricks, but according to what they knew, this was an unpredictable technique that was hard to guard against. Back then, many innate territory lords had been killed by Yang Kai with this very technique, which gained him an infamous reputation. However, this technique did almost as much damage to its user as its target, and Yang Kai had rarely used it over the last few thousand years. The pseudo-royal lord never would have expected that Yang Kai would use that very technique against him at this moment, so he was unfortunate to suffer quite a loss from it due to being caught off guard. Taking an injury to his soul was a great headache for the pseudo-royal lord, but he quickly steadied himself. He was, after all, a pseudo-royal lord who was not something an innate territory lord could compare to, so he could still resist such attacks. He was only stalled for a moment, but Yang Kai had already disappeared from sight. Following his aura, he saw Yang Kai not far in the distance, clutching a large river and fleeing alongside the black leopard with lightning flashing all around its body. Yang Kai knew that a soul-rending thorn would not be able to do much to a pseudo-royal lord, and his determined gesture from earlier was just to stall his enemy. After sending out a soul-rending thorn, he sent a message to Thunder Shadow and they ran. Thunder Shadow could not gain any advantage when he fought two chaos spirits head-on either. In just a few moments, he was beaten to the point where the lightning around its body had dimmed considerably. The sudden appearance of a third party not only made those from the Black Ink clan want to spit blood, but even the chaos spirits were distracted. Their main target was supposed to be the enemies from the Black Ink clan, but now they left them behind to attack Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. Yang Kai could even sense that two powerful auras were locked onto him and were swiftly moving towards him. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King. The two of them had stopped their fight and were now tacitly chasing after Yang Kai. For the Chaos Spirit King, anyone with the intention of snatching away the supreme-grade open heaven pill was an enemy. The Royal Lord clearly did not want the pill to fall into the hands of the humans either, and especially not Yang Kai's hands. So, when the Chaos Spirit King tried to withdraw, he did not resist and instead joined forces with it. This time, Yang Kai had stirred up the hornet's nest. Yang Kai grumbled audibly. Everything was going smoothly just as he planned. He would have been completely capable of secretly snatching the supreme-grade open heaven pill while both sides were fighting each other, then disappear after that. However, one accident led him to be chased down by the masters of both sides. Yang Kai wished he could rip that damn territory lord who exposed him into 10,000 pieces. Yet, he just had to have trouble with using space principles at this moment. While dragging along the space-time river with several chaos spirits inside, all of whom were struggling to break out, he could not use instantaneous movement. It would not take long for Yang Kai to deal with the captured chaos spirits, but that little bit of time was enough for both the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord to kill him 100 times over. There was practically no way out. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to use that. Whether this venture was still worth it or not, he had no idea. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and made a movement, and in the next instant, a butterfly that was as vivid as if it were alive suddenly appeared in his palm, its body giving off a soft glow. It danced on Yang Kai's hand before its wings flapped and a beautiful halo of light emerged. "Go!" Yang Kai whispered and threw the butterfly over his shoulder. The butterfly fluttered, then its small little body expanded. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of a large butterfly enveloped the void. A halo of blue light swept through the chaos, cleansing the world. All of a sudden, the butterfly burst into a million points of light. Many from the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan, who were chasing after Yang Kai, clashed headfirst into the shower of light, and under its glow, their expressions became indiscernible. The glow of light suddenly gathered towards a certain point, and in the blink of an eye, a gracefully enchanting figure appeared in the void, blocking the many pursuers. The Chaos Spirits did not have much of an opinion regarding what they saw, but the pseudo-royal lord's face paled as he stared at it and exclaimed, "Luo Tinghe." It was quite a coincidence, but this pseudo-royal lord had come from the great territory battlefield that Luo Tinghe oversaw. He had also fought her before and was almost cut down in the process. Naturally, seeing this ninth-order master again here made him fearful. He could not help but think, did this woman also come in? But when he focused his eyes on her again, he realized that the woman was not living, rather, it was some kind of manifestation or divine ability that was shaped in her image. However, despite it being a mere manifestation, it was still the divine ability of a ninth-order master, so it should not be trifled with. The pseudo-royal lord's expression turned grave in an instant. At this point, Yang Kai's heart felt like it was bleeding. He had used up such a trump card just like that. The butterfly was given to him by the newly advanced ninth-order Luo Tinghe when they met back then. It was something that was condensed from 500 years of Luo Tinghe's cultivation as gratitude to Yang Kai for his help. This ninth-order master had been trapped in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Samsara Pavilion and was unable to return. It was by chance that Yang Kai had awakened her memories after experiencing 9 reincarnations with Chu Huashang, which freed her. After advancing to the ninth order, Luo Tinghe had been thinking of ways to repay Yang Kai, but she could not come up with anything she could give him. Considering how Yang Kai was constantly on the move and would often encounter many strong enemies though, she spent her own cultivation to create this butterfly for him, which could be used to save his life during a critical moment. This was arguably one of Yang Kai's strongest trump cards that he kept hidden away all this while and never used. Even when he was chased across the Black Ink battlefield and nearly cornered by Mo Nai, Yang Kai never thought about using it. That was because Yang Kai thought it too much of a waste to use such a thing to kill a pseudo-royal lord. But now, he had no other choice. If he didn't use it, then he really wouldn't be able to get away. 30 breaths of time. He only had 30 breaths of time. Luo Tinghe made it clear to him when she passed him the butterfly that summoning it was equivalent to summoning her to fight, but it could only last for 30 breaths. This divine ability could be seen as something akin to a soul clone of Luo Tinghe. However, considering Luo Tinghe's strength and that of the enemies Yang Kai was facing now, it may not even be able to last for 30 breaths. Yang Kai needed to get out of here even sooner than that. Almost as soon as Luo Tinghe appeared, a battle broke out. The pseudo-royal lord did not dare to step forward as he was wary of Luo Tinghe's power, but the Chaos Spirit clan knew no fear. Soon, the royal lord and Chaos Spirit king had also rushed over. Yang Kai didn't even have the time to turn around and look. He just felt Dao's strengths fluctuating behind him and the immense aftershocks of their battle blasted out and nearly knocked him over. At this moment, he was rushing forward while carrying his space-time river. No matter whether it was a chaos entity or chaos spirit blocking his way, the river would flow out and take them all in to be taken care of later. Yang Kai didn't dare to waste any time here. The chaos entities weren't difficult to deal with usually, but it was not a good idea to be getting tangled up with them right now. As a result, the pressure inside of his space-time river was growing greater and greater, making it even more difficult for him to escape using space principles. Yang Kai, you court death. A furious roar came from behind him, followed by a fierce attack. The pseudo-royal lord had somehow made it over to give chase. Yang Kai was exasperated. Luo Tinghe's divine ability didn't seem to be as effective as expected, otherwise, how could this pseudo-royal lord have come over? This was making an already bad situation worse. However, he knew that it was not because the divine ability was not powerful, just that even Luo Tinghe herself must not have expected him to be able to stir up so much trouble. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-59, Playing Every Card in Hand. Luo Tinghe was confident when she told Yang Kai that day that this divine ability could be maintained for 30 breaths of time. In her mind, the greatest danger that Yang Kai could face would be to encounter a pseudo-royal lord alone. However, this soul clone of hers was now facing the combined forces of a royal lord and a chaos spirit king, not to mention many more chaos spirits. To have to hold back so many enemies alone, a newly advanced Ninth Order Master's soul clone would be severely lacking. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to get around her, she may not be able to stop him either. A powerful force hit Yang Kai on the back, sending his dragon scales flying and flaying his skin. This pseudo-royal lord had attacked to kill. After all, they had the chance to seize the supreme grade open heaven pill, so how could they allow Yang Kai to come out of nowhere and take advantage of the situation? So, he was unrelenting in his attack, releasing the full extent of his power. Any other Eighth Order Master would surely be at death's door if not buried on the spot by such an attack. Fortunately, Yang Kai had thick skin and strong flesh. Even though his 5 viscera and 6 organs were shaken after that attack, he endured the dizziness and used the force of that attack to propel himself further, making a speedy escape. However, the pseudo-royal lord did not give up his chase. Several others wanted to follow after him as well, but they were held back by the chaos spirits and had no choice but to form battle formations to fight. However, without the pseudo-royal lord leading the charge, they were soon racking up injuries, leaving them all quite miserable. They wanted to shout at the chaos spirits and tell them that they did not have the pill, so fighting was useless. They might as well go and chase after the culprit who seized the pill instead. However, they knew that the Chaos Spirit clan would not pay them any mind. To them, it did not matter whether they were from the Black Ink clan or the human race, anyone who stepped into their territory was an enemy. The space-time river opened up before them, rolling in all the chaos entities in its path and forging a way forward. The Tao strengths of space and time was extremely dense within the river, and under the erosion of the Tao strengths, most of the chaos entities quickly melted away into nothing, but their numbers were just too great. Yang Kai could feel his Tao strengths quickly draining away. Even the volume of his space-time river was shrinking rapidly, which was not a good sign. He was able to pull the chaos entity with the supreme grade heaven pill into the river, but if the chaos entity could not be scoured away before the space-time river broke apart, then it would be difficult to get the pill. Worse, there were still some relatively powerful chaos spirits inside of the river that were taking advantage of his moment of distraction to go on a rampage, stirring up trouble inside the river. On the other side, Luo Tinghe's soul clone had already summoned her Yin-Yang fish divine ability to envelop both the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined and transformed mysteriously, turning the area it surrounded into a kind of cage. Without destroying this divine ability, even the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord would find it difficult to break free. A hint of Luo Tinghe's consciousness was undoubtedly in this soul clone, and at that moment, her brow was furrowed. She was trying her best to hold on, but she couldn't imagine how Yang Kai was able to provoke 2 top masters to join hands and chase after him. The 30 breaths of time she promised him was likely going to take a large dip. It would be amazing if she could even last 20 breaths. Understanding this, she immediately sent her voice to Yang Kai, "Quickly escape." Once her soul clone failed to hold on, even if Yang Kai had his space secret techniques, the chances of him surviving under the pursuit of 2 powerful masters would still be slim to none. Yang Kai gritted his teeth at her call and pushed his Tao strengths to the fullest, forging ahead with the help of the space-time river. 5 breaths, 10 breaths. One by one, furious attacks unleashed by the pseudo-royal lord landed on Yang Kai's back from behind, causing him to stumble each time. In just a short moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had sustained the greatest amount of damage in his life. All of a sudden, the oppressive force ahead cleared up. When Yang Kai turned his eyes over, he realized that he had finally rushed out of the encirclement of the chaos entities and was overjoyed. He immediately circulated his world force, turning his figure into a stream of light and speeding off into the depths of the void. "Stop him!" the royal lord roared from behind him. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements even as he was fighting with Luo Tinghe's soul clone, so when he saw that Yang Kai was about to break away into freedom, he started to get nervous. If it were any ordinary 8th Order master, they might be able to escape for a while, but certainly not for long. With a pseudo-royal lord in pursuit of them, there would eventually come a time when they had to bow down and accept death. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space and was unparalleled at running away. If they let him escape, then forget a pseudo-royal lord, even a true royal lord like himself would not be able to catch him. With a supreme grade open heaven pill at stake, how could the royal lord be willing to let that happen? Previously, the Black Ink clan had always believed that the appearance of the universe furnace was an opportunity for the humans, and their many masters had only entered so as to spoil their chances, killing off any human race masters and weakening their overall forces. However, when he came upon a supreme grade open heaven pill by chance and advanced to become a royal lord, he understood that this was not just an opportunity for the human race, but also one for the Black Ink clan. The supreme grade open heaven pills that were born from the universe furnace held astonishing power. After discovering that there was another supreme grade open heaven pill here, he decided to gather up as much help as he could to seize it. Everything was going well at first, until Yang Kai appeared out of nowhere, throwing the situation into disarray. This made the royal lord extremely frustrated. Why could they seemingly never rid themselves of this killing star? He seemed to be practically everywhere, always spoiling their plans. At this point, whether it be the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan, everyone was engaged in a messy fight. Only the pseudo-royal lord was chasing after Yang Kai without letting up. That was mainly because of how powerful he was, so the average chaos spirit would not be able to hold him back. Seeing Yang Kai break away from the battlefield, the pseudo-royal lord was also feeling anxious and circulated his aura madly to lock onto Yang Kai's figure in case he was to suddenly disappear. At the same time, Black Ink's strength surged, and a series of killing moves were blasted in Yang Kai's direction. The blows battered Yang Kai to the point of dizziness, which was especially troublesome to his current situation where he was trying to run away and had to use space principles to do so. However, without dealing with the problem that was the space-time river, it was simply impossible for him to perform instantaneous movement. Therefore, most of his energy was spent on circulating his Tao strength and dealing with the chaos spirits and chaos entities that were trapped inside his space-time river. As for the attacks of the pseudo-royal lord behind him, he had no choice but to bear them with his body. Unfortunately, even with his potent dragon vein, Yang Kai couldn't last too long. Thankfully, he still had Thunder Shadow. As soon as he saw that things were looking bad, he leapt out from his shoulders and in a flash of lightning, revealed his true body. He circulated the power of his lightning to shield Yang Kai's back while fighting back against the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing them across the void. However, he could only endure for 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, the lightning around Thunder Shadow's body dimmed and his aura dropped noticeably, reducing him to a panting mess. Even though Thunder Shadow was quite strong, no weaker than any peak 8th Order master, he was still far from being able to fight a pseudo-royal lord all by himself. At this point, Yang Kai had also taken some time out to open up his small universe, releasing the few jellyfish chaos entities that he had left from before. Not only that, he also deployed batch after batch of small stone race clansmen. Yang Kai always kept an army of small stone race inside of his small universe that he prepared in order to deal with some critical situations, but even if they could not delay their enemies for long here, he did not care. With the help of the jellyfish chaos entities and the small stone race army, Yang Kai was barely able to buy himself a few breaths of time. The pseudo-royal lord's cold voice came from behind him. Yang Kai, hand over the supreme grade open heaven pill or die. After receiving information from that newly advanced royal lord, the pseudo-royal lord understood what a supreme grade open heaven pill could do. At the moment, he was already a pseudo-royal lord, but if he could refine that pill, then he could become a true royal lord. This should have been his spirit pill, so how could he allow Yang Kai to seize it? Yang Kai, who was still fleeing up ahead, turned a deaf ear to these threats. All of a sudden, he shook the space-time river that he had been holding all this while. As the Tao strength shook, several splashes came out of the large river, accompanied by several figures. It was the chaos spirits that he had swept up previously. Usually, it would not have taken him long to eliminate these chaos spirit clansmen with the power of his space-time river, as under the scouring of such potent Tao strength, they would quickly be ground away into dust, but the situation now was urgent, so how could Yang Kai bother wasting time and energy to eliminate these fellows? Since he could not do so, he simply tossed them out. With that, only the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme grade open heaven pill was left inside the space-time river. As Tao strength circulated fiercely, the entire river seemed to have been stimulated. The chaos entity had not been very strong to begin with, so how could it resist such corrosive power? Its body soon dissolved, and the supreme grade open heaven pill that had been in its body this whole time fell into the river. With little effort, Yang Kai easily scooped the pill out. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him shouted urgently, "Hand that pill over to me. Bite me." Yang Kai spat out the blood in his mouth. Even though his aura seemed extremely drained, he still looked much more relaxed compared to before. With the trouble in his space-time river dealt with and no other external forces holding him back, it was time to go. It was at that moment that a powerful aura dissipated in the distance. Yang Kai knew that it was a sign that Luo Tinghe's divine ability had expired. In other words, her 500 years' worth of cultivation had dissipated. She had not lasted 30 breaths of time, and probably not even 20, however, being able to last as long as she had was already quite a feat in itself, as she was holding back two masters with power equal or greater than her own. Without Luo Tinghe's soul clone holding back his enemies, the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King were now charging over quickly. From afar, Yang Kai felt two powerful auras stretching over to lock onto him. How could Yang Kai dare to dally in this situation? He was confident that he could escape if he was only being chased by a pseudo-royal lord, but if he waited for these two to catch up to him, then he really would be just waiting for death. On the back of his hand, the great sun and moon marks appeared. Yellow and blue light flowed, gathering and transforming into a dazzling pure white light that enveloped his body, cutting off the aura of the pseudo-royal lord. Space principles surged, enveloping Thunder Shadow, who had returned to his shoulder and had almost become a dead leopard. In the next instant, the void rippled and their forms blurred. "Don't you dare!" The pseudo-royal lord howled and a fierce power was unleashed in Yang Kai's direction. His ruthless attack crashed against his fading illusory phantom, and the aftershock pierced through the barriers of the void to chase after him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5760, Seizing Chestnuts from the Fire. In the next moment, the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King who had finally broken away from Luo Tinghe's entanglement rushed over, but they were too late. From a distance, all they saw was Yang Kai's fading figure. The Royal Lord felt his heart drop. He had formulated a plan with the hopes of giving rise to a new Royal Lord, yet he never expected to have prepared a dowry for the humans instead. Moreover, the one who seized the spirit pill just had to be the infamous Yang Kai. With this loss, the disparity in strength between the two sides was going to become enormous. Fury was boiling inside of him as the royal lord was so angry that he could explode. Hong! A violent power suddenly blasted over. The royal lord stumbled as he was caught off guard and turned around in anger, only to see the Chaos Spirit King coming at him with red eyes. "What are you coming at me for?" The royal lord was extremely vexed. "The one who stole your spirit pill is that human, so why don't we stop here and join forces to catch him instead?" Yang Kai had only just escaped, and he was riddled with injuries, so if they chased after him now, they might just have a chance to catch up. However, this inexplicable being was picking a fight with him instead. How foolish. That said, he hadn't been able to figure out just what the hell these chaos spirits were. The humans had Blood Crow to provide them with information, so they had some basic knowledge of and could take precautions against the chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit Clan. However, the Black Ink Clan did not have any of that. This royal lord had encountered many chaos entities before, but this Chaos Spirit King, who was even more powerful than him, was a first. He only knew that these strange beings were most likely native to the universe furnace world, but he did not know much else other than that. Based on his previous experiences though, he could tell that the sentience of the natives was not very high. Trying to explain was pointless. The Chaos Spirit King had just lost a supreme grade open heaven pill, which meant that they had lost the opportunity for another Chaos Spirit King to be born amongst them. So, it obviously wanted to vent all of its anger on the royal lord. Helpless, the royal lord had no choice but to fight, so how could he still have any energy left to chase after Yang Kai? Moreover, fighting an opponent who was stronger than himself was not a pleasant experience. What aggravated him even more was the fact that his black ink strength had only a limited use against this powerful enemy. After a few moments of fighting, the royal lord had the intention to run. After all, the supreme grade open heaven pill was already gone, so there was no use getting tangled up with the Chaos Spirit Clan any longer. However, leaving wasn't going to be easy either. After fighting for a while longer, the royal lord finally found an opening to withdraw and quickly shot off into the distance. The Chaos Spirit King gave chase at once, seemingly intent on killing him ruthlessly. This naturally made the royal lord so depressed that he could spit blood. "Sir Royal Lord, save me!" A territory lord's wail rose from afar as he and his comrades had been surrounded by several dozen chaos spirits and were almost failing to hold on. Originally, they had a pseudo-royal lord leading them, and with the aid of a battle formation, they could still defend themselves, but after the pseudo-royal lord had run off to chase after Yang Kai, leaving them behind, they were struggling to fight off so many chaos spirits. Seeing that their royal lord was also about to leave, one of them couldn't hold themselves back from yelling for help. But how could the royal lord have any strength to care about them? The Chaos Spirit King was right behind him. He would have a hope of escaping if he was alone, but if he had to bring along those territory lords with him, he would most likely be caught and then killed. Even though he heard the pleas of the territory lords, this newly advanced royal lord did not have the strength to care about them right now. As his body was wrapped in a black ink cloud, he left in a hurry. Seeing that their royal lord had abandoned them, the territory lords knew they could not hold on any longer. One of the territory lords suddenly withdrew his aura and broke away from the battle formation in an attempt to escape alone. "Don't!" Another territory lord shouted, but it was too late. After one territory lord took the lead, the rest followed suit, scattering in all directions, leaving each of them to fend for themselves. However, they were all still surrounded by the Chaos Spirit Clan. With the battle formation, they could still hold on for a while, but now that they had taken the initiative to disperse, how could they still be any match for the numerous powerful enemies around them? One by one, their auras were buried. Every last one of the territory lords was butchered, their black ink strength and hashed remains all that was left behind. This was probably the reason why the Black Ink clan could not truly grasp the essence of the battle formations. A true cohesive unit would stick together to either cut open a path to survival, or die in battle with honor. They would never choose to leave the battle formation like these territory lords. The Chaos Spirit King went after the Royal Lord while the Territory Lords died miserably at the hands of its Chaos Spirit subordinates. On the other hand, the one Pseudo-Royal Lord had left, chasing after Yang Kai after he escaped using instantaneous movement. Yang Kai was badly injured this time, and so was Thunder Shadow, who was almost blown up in the fight. Both were quite miserable at the moment. Even though they managed to seize the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill, they weren't out of danger unless they shook off the Pseudo-Royal Lord who was chasing after them. If Yang Kai was alone, he would have nothing to worry about since he could use instantaneous movement freely, but now that he had to bring Thunder Shadow with him and with his body so battered, the pressure on him was high. A single round of instantaneous movement would not be enough to shake off a Pseudo-Royal Lord completely. Earlier, as soon as Yang Kai re-emerged from the void, a blow was sent out by his opponent followed through the spatial corridor and hit Yang Kai, causing him to stagger. From behind, the Pseudo-Royal Lord's divine sense washed over, obviously trying to determine Yang Kai's position. Yang Kai grit his teeth and used purifying light in order to shield himself from his opponent's probing, then, without stopping at all, he left again using instantaneous movement. Yang Kai repeated this several times before he finally left the Pseudo-Royal Lord's detection range, but he knew that they were not that far apart, and chasing after him was the Pseudo-Royal Lord's top priority now, so it was best for him to hide. However, where could he hide in this vast void? If Thunder Shadow was unharmed, then they could have hidden themselves with his innate divine ability, but Thunder Shadow had almost been turned into a dead leopard, so how could he still have the energy to use any sort of divine ability or secret technique? Forcing down the blood that threatened to surge up his throat, Yang Kai grit his teeth and gathered his strength as much as he could while bringing Thunder Shadow along in a random direction. A few moments later, the Pseudo-Royal Lord rushed to the vicinity of where Yang Kai was previously and began searching around with his divine sense, but he did not find any traces. His face turned dark and he quickly swept away to continue investigating the nearby area. This was a matter of whether or not he could advance and become a true Royal Lord, so he was determined to dig Yang Kai out. Even though he was currently a Pseudo-Royal Lord, a gap still existed between him and a true Royal Lord. After reaching his current height, how could he not want to go further? Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if he did manage to catch Yang Kai this time, then there was a high probability that he would be able to kill him and end his scourge once and for all. Yang Kai had caused far too much damage to the Black Ink clan, and many of their people had lived under his threat in their early years, so how could anyone from the Black Ink clan not hate him to the bone? That was why he spared no effort in searching for Yang Kai. Even though he had lost sight of the latter, he had no intention of giving up at all. The Pseudo-Royal Lord even sent messages out in all directions, summoning more from his clan to join the search. For a time, many from the Black Ink clan within the Universe Furnace began to gather in one place, to the shock of the humans. Fortunately, the humans basically moved in groups to form battle formations, and those from the Black Ink clan had other tasks to focus on, so they did not have time to start random conflicts with the humans. However, this unusual gathering still raised the guards of the many humans as they had no idea what the Black Ink clan was up to. In the void, Tian Xiaozhu, alongside Zhan Tianhe and his other 3 companions, stopped in place and looked back from where they came, and all of them wrinkled their brows. This couldn't be helped as they had already encountered several groups of Black Ink clansmen who were converging towards a certain direction. Just like the humans, there was no longer anyone from the Black Ink clan moving alone. It had been a while since the Universe Furnace opened up. So, after being inside for so long, the masters of both sides should be able to find allies by now. As for those who did not, it was highly likely they had already been killed or were hiding somewhere, not daring to reveal themselves. The Black Ink clansmen that Tian Xiaozhu and the others encountered during this period were all groups of several territory lords. Even though both sides had sensed each other's presence, neither had any intention of starting trouble with the other. They just brushed by each other from a distance. Lu Feifei was more sensitive among them, so she had noticed the unusual situation from early on and could not help but ask, "Senior brother Tian, do you think senior brother Yang may be in trouble?" These territory lords had quite clearly received some sort of message to gather, otherwise, there was no reason for all of them to be heading in the same direction. Moreover, they were all heading towards where they came from, and they knew exactly what had happened there and what was going to be happening next as well. Tian Xiaozhu had clearly sensed it as well and nodded. "It's inevitable that he'll stir up some trouble by trying to snatch Chestnut straight from the fire, but there's nothing we can do to help." If they could have provided any help to him, then they wouldn't have left so easily. There was a great possibility that Yang Kai might draw the attention of both the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King by attempting to seize the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill from right under their noses. When that happened, he could escape by relying on his space secret techniques, but they did not have that ability, so following Yang Kai would only hinder him. But from the current situation, it seemed that things were not going too well on Yang Kai's side, otherwise, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be gathering so many masters. "Let's go look for Ouyang Lai." Tian Xiaozhu quickly made a decision. The Black Ink clan had their royal lord, and the Chaos Spirit clan had their Chaos Spirit King. However, the human race had a ninth-order master in the universe furnace as well. Only by seeking Ouyang Lai's help would they be able to provide Yang Kai the capital to fight back. After making up his mind, Tian Xiaozhu was about to depart with his group when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Link!" The faces of Zhan Tianhe and the others turned serious, but there was no helping it as a powerful aura suddenly intruded into their perception, and the aura was equivalent to those of a ninth-order master or royal lord. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was a pseudo-royal lord, as there was hardly any difference between them and a true royal lord in terms of aura alone. This was especially the case if their aura was fully exposed. The only difference was that the pseudo-royal lords could not fully make use of their power and could only effectively bring out around 70% of what a true royal lord could. The aura they perceived was unfamiliar, so it was obviously not a ninth-order master. That could only mean that it was either a royal lord or a pseudo-royal lord. Martial Peak, Chapter 5761, The One Who Strikes First Wins. Their auras linked together and they quickly formed a 5 elements formation with the veteran 8th Order Master Tian Xiaozhu as the core, standing by in wait for a fight. With this formation, they would still have a chance even if they were to encounter a pseudo-royal lord. But if it was a true royal lord, then they would surely be no match for them. So, after getting into formation, all of them were secretly praying that it was not a real royal lord that was coming over, otherwise, all of them were possibly going to be buried here today. Xiongji reassured everyone, "No need to worry too much. We've only discovered one royal lord before, but there were a considerable number of pseudo-royal lords who came in. It's reasonable to say that it's likely a pseudo-royal lord who's approaching. There's no way we'll be so unlucky as to encounter another royal lord, right?" Lu Feifei couldn't help but glance over at him. "That's what I was assuming as well, but after hearing you say that, I feel a bad premonition. Calm your minds and concentrate." Tian Xiaozhu shouted. Lu Feifei and Xiongji shut their mouths at once. While they were talking, a figure in the distance entered their vision. All they saw was a vast and imposing black ink cloud that was quickly approaching them. "Xiongji, you damn crow-mouth." Zhan Tianhe's expression changed for the worse. Exactly as they feared, the one who was approaching was, in fact, a true royal lord. Xiongji felt depressed. He had only made an offhand remark, yet how did he become a crowmouth? It was inevitable that all of them would feel anguished at this encounter. Even in the Five Elements formation, it was very likely that their fates in the face of this royal lord were going to be unpleasant. However, there was no way they wouldn't even resist when facing an enemy of this caliber. They were all determined to bite off a chunk of that royal lord's flesh even if they were to die here. They would fight with all their might. Prepare for battle. Tian Xiaozhu was a veteran 8th Order master, and after experiencing so many life-and-death battles in his life, he was able to calm himself quickly and shouted for the rest of them to focus. The battle formation was running, their auras were connected, and world force was churning. Tian Xiaozhu was about to lead his junior brothers and junior sister into a fight to the death with the royal lord, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to run after being taken aback for a moment. That left Zhang Tianhe and the rest puzzled, but since they were in a battle formation, the rest of them could only follow Tian Xiaozhu under the pull of their auras. Very soon though, they realized why their senior brother Tian had run. That was because it wasn't simply a royal lord coming at them from afar, there was an even stronger aura following closely behind him, one that felt extremely strange. It was unlike a 9th Order master or royal lord, instead, it was like. Could it be that Chaos Spirit King? Lu Fei came to a realization. They were wondering how there could be so many royal lords popping out at once, but it was very clear that this was the same royal lord that they sensed with Yang Kai back then. The Black Ink clan didn't have two true royal lords, it was still just one. Previously, the royal lord was fighting against the Chaos Spirit King where the Chaos Spirits were gathering earlier, and at this moment, the Chaos Spirit King was chasing down the royal lord, clearly trying to kill him. However, what confused them was why the Chaos Spirit King would chase him all the way here. Didn't it have to protect its clansmen? And what about the chaos entity that swallowed the supreme Great Open Heaven pill? Instantaneously, all of them understood something. Most likely, Yang Kai had succeeded in seizing the pill and had escaped. The Chaos Spirit King must have mistaken Yang Kai to be on the Black Ink clan side, so it turned its anger on the royal lord when it failed to find Yang Kai. That would explain why there had been so many Black Ink clansmen gathering in that direction recently. It was very obvious that they were trying to dig out Yang Kai's location. Understanding this, Zhang Tianhe and the others all glanced at each other, feeling impressed. As expected of senior brother Yang, he had truly succeeded in seizing the chestnut from the fire, and the fact that he got his hands on a supreme Great Open Heaven pill also meant that a new 9th Order master would soon exist among their ranks. Even more amazingly, he had managed to toss the pot of trouble into the hands of the Black Ink clan as well. But now, their situation wasn't so good. They weren't as fast as the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King, so it would only be a matter of time before they caught up to them. They had no choice but to avoid them, yet the Royal Lord was chasing after them like maggots on rotting bones. It was very obvious that his intentions were to drag them into the fray so as to divert the Chaos Spirit King's attention. Something had to be done, otherwise, they would be forced into a passive position once the Royal Lord made his move. "Everyone, do you trust this old man?" Tian Xiaozhu suddenly called out to them. Zhang Tianhe and the others did not understand what he meant, but they could vaguely guess what he intended to do and quickly answered, "No need to stand on ceremony, senior brother Tian. If senior brother wishes to do something, please act freely." Tian Xiaozhu let out a hearty laugh, "In that case, let us fight the royal lord together." With those words, he suddenly turned around again and charged towards the royal lord. Behind them, the royal lord who was running away had long picked up on these humans' presence, and it was also true that he intended to hold off the Chaos Spirit King after him with the help of these 8th Order masters. There was not much he had to do, he just had to stop these humans for a moment, then there was no way the Chaos Spirit King would just sit back and let them go. When that happened, he could get the humans to fight the Chaos Spirit King, and then he could take advantage of that opportunity to escape with his superior speed. It was a sound plan, yet he never would have expected these humans to have the guts to turn around and attack him. The royal lord couldn't help but be taken aback by this unexpected reaction. The very sight made him furious. Being chased by the Chaos Spirit King that lacked sapience was terrible in and of itself, but the other party's fist was bigger, so there was no helping it. However, how did those Eighth Order Masters dare to underestimate him like this? Courting death. This newly advanced royal lord coldly snorted and raised his hand. Black ink strength gathered in his palm before he clenched his fist and threw a punch in Tian Xiaozhu's direction. Inside of the Five Elements formation, the 5 Eighth Order Masters were arranged into a V shape with Tian Xiaozhu at the lead. Before the royal lord's fist had even reached them, Tian Xiaozhu had already spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a dense blood mist that wrapped around the 5 of them, and his already stunning aura rose to another level. World force surged fiercely, and all their bodies shone brightly. The eventual clash caused space to shake for a moment, and several muffled grunts rang out. The royal lord's body was pushed back slightly, but the mighty black ink cloud remained mostly intact. On the other hand, the streak of blood-red light was blasted back while its glow faded greatly. It wasn't until they tumbled nearly 1,000,000 kilometers before the 5 Eighth Order Masters managed to steady themselves. At this moment, the faces of the 5 humans were pale, and blood was spilling from the corners of their mouths, especially Tian Xiaozhu, who had taken the lead. His face had turned almost as white as a sheet of paper, and a part of his chest had caved in. Even with the 5 of them assuming the 5 Elements formation, having to take a head-on blow from a royal lord still did not go down well for them. However, Tian Xiaozhu was laughing loudly. "You two have fun, we'll be taking our leave." Barely maintaining the battle formation, he spat out another mouthful of blood essence and activated a secret technique. Then, along with Zhan Tian he and the others, they turned into a streak of red light that quickly moved away. The aftershocks of a fierce battle could be heard from behind them, as well as the royal lord's unresigned roar of fury. "Humans, I'll bury all of you and exterminate your entire race." He had originally intended to stop the Eighth Order Masters here for a while and drag them into the fight, but he never expected them to act against him first before he put his plan into motion. They had done exactly what he was planning to do. Under the momentum of the 5 Elements formation, the 5 Eighth Order Masters combined their strengths to launch a single attack, but still did not gain much out of it. Instead, they had all come out injured. As the core of the formation, Tian Xiaozhu had even briefly trod upon the gates of death, but the result proved that it was undoubtedly the right choice to make. As a result of the resistance they had put up, the royal lord was halted for a moment, even pushed back slightly, which was just enough for the Chaos Spirit King who was chasing after him to catch up. While 2 top masters were now engaged in a close-quarters melee, how could they have any strength left to care about Tian Xiaozhu and his group? This truly was snatching life from the gates of death. It was difficult for them to have done something like this without great courage, but fortunately, there was never a shortage of courage among the brave warriors of the human race, especially among old veteran Eighth Order Masters like Tian Xiaozhu. Seeking a ray of hope in desperation had always been something that they were best at. Tian Xiaozhu and the others managed to escape from a crisis for the time being, but with the varying injuries that all of them suffered necessitated finding a place to hide and recuperate. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King were not fighting again, shattering chaos and tearing apart the void. However, for top masters such as them, even if there was a noticeable difference in true strength between them, it was not so easy for either side to take the life of the other. The fight would most likely end in the Royal Lord escaping again in the end, with the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him incessantly. Elsewhere, Yang Kai felt as if he were a lamp running out of oil. After seizing the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill, he managed to escape with Thunder Shadow. Even though he found an opportunity to recover during this period, the Black Ink clan would soon discover his trail and he would be forced to flee again, so he did not manage to heal much. He could sense that a wave of black ink clansmen was constantly converging towards this area. It seemed like the loss of a supreme grade open heaven pill had truly irked them. He was in bad shape now, and so was Thunder Shadow, so he was simply powerless to deal with so many enemies. Yang Kai had no choice but to constantly move around while finding breathing room to heal. But if things went on like this, it wouldn't be long before he had no way to escape and would have to fight to the death. He had to find a safe place to recover from his injuries. However, though the universe furnace world was vast and the terrain complex, it was difficult to find a truly safe place, especially when the Black Ink clan were currently trying to seek him out. As he ran, Yang Kai considered his options, and the only place that he could hide seemed obvious. If he hid inside of the infinite river that was said to run through the entire universe furnace world, then no matter how many masters from the Black Ink clan came, they might still not be able to find him. However, the infinite river was formed of chaotic shattered Tao essence, so if he hid inside of it, being corrupted by the shattered Tao essence would still bring great risk to him. For a while, Yang Kai was at a loss. The main reason for that was because he currently had no idea how far away he was from the infinite river. But no matter what, it was still a way out for him. While escaping, Yang Kai searched for the location of the infinite river. During that time, he encountered some Black Ink clansmen who were trying to seek him out, so he had no choice but to use his space secret techniques, which drained a lot of his energy and exacerbated his injuries. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5762, Entering the River. Following his senses, Yang Kai fled in the direction he thought the infinite river was, but he couldn't catch any sign of it no matter how far he flew. This made him doubt himself and wonder whether he had gotten the direction wrong. But if the infinite river truly did run through the entire universe furnace world, then it wouldn't matter which direction he went in. He would eventually find it. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound broke through the world and the Grand Tao shook. The universe furnace was evolving again. How many times has it been now? Yang Kai was starting to lose count. He had no idea whether this was the 6th time or the 7th time. He quickly stopped in place and calmed his mind to perceive the changes happening around him. Each evolution was a process of the Grand Tao changing from chaos to order. After 9 times, the shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace world would no longer exist, and everything here would no longer be any different from the outside world. It was a miraculous process, and Yang Kai had a feeling that if one were able to see through the secrets of this evolution, it would come with great rewards for any cultivator, and perhaps even an unimaginable pleasant surprise. He had calmed his mind to pay attention to the evolutions before, but he was unable to gain anything from them, let alone this time when he was in bad shape and on the run. Very soon, the evolution was over. The sense of chaos in the universe furnace world had definitely become less apparent, and the shattered Tao essence had also grown much thinner. Now, some new pure Grand Tao had even emerged. The invisible fog that enveloped the entire universe furnace was being lifted gradually as the Grand Tao evolved. It was at that moment that 2 divine senses emerged from the void and probed his position. Yang Kai's face turned dark and he quickly manipulated space principles to escape. As the chaotic energy grew thinner, it also made it easier for one to scan their surroundings. A few moments later, 2 territory lords rushed over to this place from different directions, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. However, the lingering fluctuations of space principles left behind told a clear story. They hastened to send out messages through their black ink nests in all directions to gather in this direction. On the other side, Yang Kai appeared with Thunder Shadow, exhausted beyond measure. He had never tried using instantaneous movement so many times with a companion in the same realm before, and it was several times more tiring than if he were to do this alone. While he was mulling over what to do next, Yang Kai sensed something and sent out his divine sense to check in one direction. In the next moment, the sound of water emerged, splashing deep within his mind. The infinite river. Yang Kai was overjoyed. It seemed that his memory had been correct and he was indeed moving in the direction of the infinite river. Now, he was finally getting closer. He quickly moved towards the infinite river with Thunder Shadow and soon saw the magnificent current that looked like it had no source nor end again. Now that he had found it, Yang Kai started to feel a little hesitant. There was no doubt that hiding in the infinite river was the only choice he had left. With the Black Ink clan gathering to search for him, and with him in his current condition, he would sooner or later be surrounded if he did not get a chance to properly recover. When that happened, he would get no response even if he cried out to the heavens for aid. However, if he really did enter the infinite river, Yang Kai had no idea what he would encounter there. The large river was not safe after all. Unfortunately, he had no other choice right now. Yang Kai grit his teeth and circulated his power to protect himself and the dazed Thunder Shadow who was on his shoulder. He then leapt into the river, which remained completely silent without even the slightest splash. The humans had a lot of information regarding the universe furnace world in their hands, of which included information about the infinite river that was all provided by Blood Crow. However, even though the infinite river was mentioned in that information, there was nothing said about what would happen if one was to fall into it. Yang Kai speculated that Blood Crow had neither considered the possibility, or that anyone who fell into the river had died, and that was why no information about it was available. Yang Kai speculated entering the river was a risky move, and the moment he did he confirmed that theory. As soon as he fell into the infinite river, he could feel rich shattered Tao essence corroding his body from all directions. It felt as if countless chaos entities were attacking him at the same time. In fact, that was indeed what was going on. Chaos entities were formed from shattered Tao essence to begin with, so being surrounded by shattered Tao essence was no different than being attacked by the chaos entities. Even though Yang Kai had already taken precautions, his body still felt weak in an instant and he could hardly muster any strength while he sank. His mind was even being flooded with all sorts of inexplicable emotions that made him feel pessimistic, dépassé, and distracted. The Black Ink clan was so powerful, could the human race really resist them? Even though it seemed like the both sides could compete as equals, the Black Ink clan still had masters on their side that had not been deployed yet. Moreover, there was still Mo, who was sealed in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even if the humans exterminated all of the Black Ink clan in the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, it was still impossible to end this war that had started in the early ancient era without a way to deal with Mo. That was an opponent that not even the 10 martial ancestors like Tsang were able to solve. So, why was he doing so much to seize the supreme grade open heaven pill? Now, he had gotten himself surrounded from all sides, chased down by his enemies until he had nowhere to go. With so many gloomy thoughts pounding on his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel tempted to just sink down and stop caring about all the annoying things happening outside. Becoming a part of this infinite river did not seem all that bad either. Suddenly, he realized why Blood Crow's information did not include anything about what happened when one fell into the river. Most likely, all who had fallen in had died. A touch of coolness spread out in his head like the sun rising into the sky. Under its impact, all of those distracting thoughts disappeared into nothingness. Yang Kai quickly circulated his power to stabilize his sinking body and he couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. As he expected, the infinite river was extremely strange. If the soul-warming lotus had not protected him in that moment, then he might truly have met his demise. The shattered Tao essence that was gushing over from all directions contained all sorts of mysterious powers that was simply not something a human could withstand. That power had the ability to influence the most minute and imperceptible flaws deep within a person's heart and magnify them infinitely. It was not a power that merely confused a person, but rather a mysterious part of the Grand Tao. Yang Kai was instantly on alert and took the initiative to circulate the soul-warming lotus's power in order to protect himself. Turning his head over, he could see a peaceful look on the face of Thunder Shadow, who was perched on his shoulder, his eyes looking blank and hollow. It was apparent that he had also been affected, and even his flesh was showing signs of disintegration. If one's body were to disintegrate in this kind of place, then the only result would surely be a death without a burial. Yang Kai raised his voice at once and shouted, "Thunder Shadow!" Thunder Shadow turned his head languidly to look at him, but he did not show any signs of responding in the slightest, as if he had already accepted his fate. Yang Kai panicked. He had the soul-warming lotus to protect himself, so he was temporarily able to stabilize his mind, but Thunder Shadow didn't have that advantage. If this situation continued, then it would not take long before Thunder Shadow really died. Shattered Tao essence was scouring them from all directions, and it was because of its influence that both he and Thunder Shadow were acting so strangely. In that case, the only thing Yang Kai could do was to find a way to shield themselves from the shattered Tao essence. Yang Kai immediately circulated his Tao strengths of space and time to summon his own space-time river, coiling it around their bodies and protecting both Thunder Shadow and himself while pushing away the infinite river's water. In the next moment, Thunder Shadow abruptly came to his senses and his eyes were filled with fear at what he'd just experienced. This river is too strange. Not only strange, it was simply evil. Even a master of Yang Kai's caliber had fallen prey to it momentarily, so there was no need to even mention how ordinary Eighth Order masters and territory lords would react. Even those pseudo-royal lords would likely not have gotten out safely if they fell into the river. However, he had no idea whether Ninth Order masters or royal lords could withstand the river's corruption or not. Yang Kai answered with a grunt and gritted his teeth, examining his own small universe. He had not paid too much attention to it before, but when he brought out the space-time river, he realized that something unusual was happening to his small universe. The infinite river's water was not only corrupting his flesh and mind, but also his small universe. At this moment, the World Tree's clone was swaying in his small universe, its gigantic canopy forming a layer of protection like an umbrella, blocking the shattered Tao essence's encroachment. The realization was fearful to Yang Kai. If the World Tree's clone had not been here to shield and isolate his small universe, then even if he could shake off the influence on his mind with the help of the soul-warming lotus, his small universe would still have been polluted. Once the infinite river's water encroached upon his small universe, it would definitely be filled with great amounts of the chaotic and disorderly shattered Tao essence. At that point, he would surely be greatly affected by it. If that were to happen, then not to mention maintaining his original strength, even just keeping his order from regressing would have been a great outcome. The dangers of this infinite river were truly unpreventable. Yang Kai was now certain that even if a Ninth Order master were to fall into this place, they would not have fared well. Even if they were able to withstand the river's corruption for a time, the integrity of their own small universe would still be affected. The soul-warming lotus and the World Tree clone had helped Yang Kai greatly this time around. He was fine for now, but the need to protect Thunder Shadow with the space-time river was a huge drain to his Tao strengths. However, it was not too much of a problem for him. Yang Kai carefully adjusted his space-time river, reducing its size and volume so as to reduce the consumption. He only stopped once the space-time river was barely enveloping Thunder Shadow. As for himself, he did not need its protection. The soul-warming lotus and the World Tree clone were enough. Even though it was a bumpy process, they had still escaped that situation without much harm in the end. It seemed like jumping into the infinite river was the right decision. Without the Black Ink clan to disturb him, Yang Kai said, "Let's recuperate for now." Thunder Shadow nodded and silently took out a space ring before fetching some healing pills and swallowing them. Though he was from the monster race and some spirit pills refined by humans were not usable for him, healing pills were still fine. He had been beaten senseless previously and was now greatly in need of recuperation. Yang Kai also took out some healing pills and gulped them down, then he silently shut his eyes and began adjusting his breathing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5763, Diving Deep. Yang Kai's injuries were extremely severe, but his restorative abilities were strong, so his physical injuries were not a big problem for him. Only, his soul had received some damage from him being forced to use a soul-rending thorn against that pseudo-royal lord, which would require the slow nurturing of the soul-warming lotus to recover from. Fortunately, he had only used one, so the injury to his soul was not particularly serious. One human and one monster quietly recuperated inside the river, remaining still and allowing the river to wash over them. Meanwhile, another reign of terror had arisen outside due to that supreme-grade open heaven pill. There were constantly black-ink clansmen gathering, searching for Yang Kai and breaking out into conflict with the humans who were here. After several evolutions of the Universe Furnace's Grand Tao, the situation had become much clearer, unlike before where it would often take long to bump into another living soul. Now, both the human race and Black Ink clan would move in groups and each encounter would end in a bloody battle. At first, the humans had suffered a bit of a loss due to the large number of masters on the Black Ink clan side, but as time passed, the humans gradually noticed the unusual situation here, especially as Tian Xiaozhu and the others were also spreading the news, causing more and more humans to start converging. Yang Kai had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, but he was currently being hunted down by the Black Ink clan, and his current status was unknown. That could, certainly, not be good. The existence of a supreme-grade open heaven pill was equivalent to another Ninth-Order master, not to mention Yang Kai's position in the human race. No matter what, they could not allow the Black Ink clan to get him. Using the communication beads that they brought with them, the humans rallied their allies and swarmed over. When Ouyang Lai, the newly advanced Ninth Order master, rushed over after receiving the message that had been passed on several times before, the situation had already fallen completely out of control. Aftershocks from battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan could be felt practically everywhere across a vast stretch of the void, throwing the Universe Furnace world into unrest. Inside the Infinite River, neither Yang Kai nor Thunder Shadow, who were both recuperating, were aware of the situation outside. After swallowing a large number of spirit pills, both of their conditions gradually improved. Some time had passed before Yang Kai felt that his injuries were no longer an issue, and the damage to his soul was stabilized by the soul-warming lotus, though full recovery would take much longer. His current state would not affect his combat capabilities at least. Yang Kai then checked on Thunder Shadow's condition, and though Thunder Shadow's recovery speed was not slow, it still wasn't as quick as him. Currently, he had mostly recovered from his injuries, but he was still enveloped in the space-time river. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's movements, Thunder Shadow slowly opened his eyes to say, "I'm fine now." The bodies of those from the monster race were extremely strong to begin with, so even though he had been beaten by the pseudo-royal lord until he had almost become a dead leopard, since he survived in the end, it would not be too much trouble for Thunder Shadow to recover. Yang Kai nodded but was in no rush to leave. Instead, he looked down and gazed for a moment, before muttering, "Say, what do you think is inside this infinite river?" The most mysterious and magnificent thing inside of the Universe Furnace was undoubtedly the infinite river. This large river was formed purely out of chaotic shattered Tao essence and ran through practically the entirety of the Universe Furnace world. Yang Kai did not think too much about it when he first saw the river. Moreover, he was focused on searching for the supreme-grade open heaven pills then and had no time to wonder about such things. However, through his time in the infinite river, hiding and recuperating, something came to mind. Could the infinite river truly be as simple as it seemed on the surface? The Universe Furnace was the most miraculous treasure in the universe to begin with, and this was the most mysterious part of it. There was most likely more to this river than met the eye. Hearing his question, Thunder Shadow became wary. What are you thinking of doing? Even though he was only Yang Kai's monster self, he could vaguely sense that Yang Kai had come up with some dangerous ideas. After all, his true self had never been the type to sit still when something piqued his interest. Sure enough, Yang Kai said, since we have nothing to do, why don't we go in and take a look? Thunder Shadow was speechless. What do you mean nothing to do? There were still many supreme-grade open heaven pills scattered outside, and there were also many black ink clansmen to kill. How could there be nothing to do? Yang Kai reasoned, there are probably many of them searching for me outside, including pseudo-royal lords and that royal lord. If worse comes to worst, the Chaos Spirit King may be searching for me too. If we go out now, we would end up running around and hiding anyway, so we might as well stay here a while longer and wait for things outside to clear up before heading out. You do have a point. Thunder Shadow was silent for a moment. You're the big brother, so you decide. Yang Kai nodded. Let's go and take a look, then. Saying so, he immediately sank down with Thunder Shadow following close behind him, the space-time river coiling around his body and blocking the scouring of the chaotic force. The infinite river looked wide and deep from the outside, but there had to be a limit. However, as he sank further down, Yang Kai felt that something wasn't quite right. Based on his senses, the depth that he and Thunder Shadow reached was so deep that they could likely have passed through the entire river, but in truth, their bodies were still surrounded in the chaotic flow, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. The inside of this infinite river truly was something special. Yang Kai became increasingly cautious. Moreover, the further they sank, the stronger the impact of the water became. Every so often, they could even feel strong currents and turbulence trying to sweep them away. The soul-warming lotus's power was continuously roused, protecting Yang Kai's mind to stop him from being affected by the chaotic energy. Inside his small universe, the large umbrella-like canopy of the World Tree clone was also growing more and more dense. The infinite river was clearly full of dangers, yet Yang Kai was obstinate in exploring its depths. Thunder Shadow was genuinely surprised that he could survive thus far with such a daredevil nature. Yang Kai laughed out loud. How could you be born without me? You make it sound as if I'm your son. Thunder Shadow was instantly silent. They continued to sink deeper, and when they reached an unknown depth, the undercurrent suddenly grew even more turbulent, and the impact of each wave would violently sap away the Tao strength of them both, causing the space-time river to flicker in unrest. After reaching this point, even Yang Kai was starting to think of giving up. Previously, the reason he was able to hold on was naturally because he hadn't brought out his full power yet. However, it seemed now that he would truly be unable to make it out if he were to continue going any further. Once his Tao strength was depleted, and he was no longer able to maintain the space-time river, it would truly be the end of the road for him. Investigating the infinite river was just a passing whim for Yang Kai. It was a pity that he got nothing out of it, but it was not worth it to put too much into this. However, just as Yang Kai was about to retreat, his expression turned solemn. He could vaguely feel the environment around him was changing, as if it was no longer as chaotic. Thunder Shadow saw a certain look on Yang Kai's face and had a bad premonition. Even though he was currently in the same cultivation realm as his original, the difference in their abilities was great. He was completely oblivious to some of the things that Yang Kai was able to sense, so he had no idea what Yang Kai discovered, but he seemed excited. As expected, the next moment, Yang Kai dove down with great enthusiasm, and he was even going at a much faster rate. Thunder Shadow couldn't help but sigh and swallow his words of persuasion. If his main self wanted to take the risk, then he had no choice but to surrender and join him. After all, he couldn't just abandon himself and run away. But soon, Thunder Shadow also noticed that something was not right as he muttered in surprise, "The river is changing?" He was also in the 8th order, so though he had noticed the changes later than Yang Kai, he did still sense them. Yang Kai nodded. It does seem to be showing some unusual changes. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-64, Chaos splits into Yin and Yang. Deep inside the infinite river, when the density of the chaotic energy reached a certain limit, an amazing change happened that got Yang Kai excited, and it was also the reason why he insisted on diving further. As for what exactly that change was, Yang Kai could not describe it for the time being. Perhaps it would become clearer as he continued to descend. However, he could clearly feel the impact of the water surrounding him weakening slightly. Did things reverse once they reached extremes? With the weakening of the river's impact, the pressure that he had to bear naturally lessened, so Yang Kai was in no hurry to retreat now. He had already gotten through the most difficult part, and now it was, naturally, time for a proper exploration of the infinite river's depths. Yang Kai had a feeling that he might be able to touch upon some secrets here that were not known to the world at large. There may have been those who thought about exploring the infinite river before, but it would have been impossible for them to reach this far. It was more than the accumulation of Yang Kai's heritage that enabled him to reach this place, it was also his other blessings. Whether it was the soul-warming lotus to protect his mind or the world tree clone to protect his small universe, these were all conditions that ordinary people could not meet. Not even the Ninth Order Masters could copy such a performance. Moreover, Yang Kai was not inferior to any Ninth Order Master when it came to attainments in one's own grand Daos, he was merely lacking in cultivation. The greatest asset one could rely on to explore the depths of the infinite river was Dao strength. One's cultivation was merely secondary. That was why Yang Kai could conclude almost for certain that nobody had ever reached this place before, let alone explored the infinite river's depths to begin with. The inside of the infinite river was originally dim, but at some point, a few faint spots of fluorescence began to appear in the surging river around him. The fluorescence was divided into two colors, yellow and blue. It wasn't obvious at first, but as Yang Kai went deeper, more and more points of light began to appear around him. Looking around him, the lights were like ribbons, floating in the river, their luminescence creating a beautiful and colorful sight as they swayed along the flow of the water. The color of those lights felt familiar to Yang Kai, moreover, their auras were not unfamiliar either. Yang Kai was jolted by sudden enlightenment. Chaos divides into Yin and Yang. Thunder Shadow was also filled with profound thoughts at the sight, but he was not as knowledgeable as his main self, so though he had some understanding, it was not very clear. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The idea to explore the infinite river's interior had been a mere whim at the start. Many Black Ink clansmen were searching for him outside, so he just wanted to wait inside of the river for a while longer and let the storm die down, but to gain such an unexpected harvest here was a true surprise to him. He actually witnessed chaos dividing into Yin and Yang at an unknown depth deep inside the infinite river. This was a true evolution of Dao strength, the primordial separation of chaos. Yang Kai steadied himself and concentrated, silently perceiving the changes in the grand Dao around him. Only after a long time did he open his eyes again with a thoughtful expression, then, his body moved, continuing deeper together with Thunder Shadow. The lower down he dove, the more the yellow and blue lights grew in number until at a certain point that was all Yang Kai could see. Moreover, Yang Kai no longer felt any chaotic shattered Dao essence after reaching this place. This was where the grand Daos of Yin and Yang gathered. A pure and primordial power surged in this place, openly displaying the ultimate profundity of the two grand Daos of Yin and Yang. Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were practically swimming in an inexhaustible grand Dao river. Yang Kai was thrilled, but also felt that it was a pity at the same time. He was thrilled because of how pure and rich the Dao strength was in this place. Anyone who came here would be able to absorb and refine it, rapidly increasing their attainments in the grand Daos of Yin and Yang. This was primordial Tao strength which had split from chaos after all, so there was no way it would not be pure. It was just a pity that the Taos of Yin and Yang was not the main grand Taos that Yang Kai cultivated, though he did have some of its Tao essences in his small universe. However, that was only there as a part of what he gained from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. If a cultivator from Yin-Yang heaven were to come here, they would truly be like thieves entering a treasure mountain. For example, old ancestor Xiao Xiao, Luo Tinghe, and even his own wives Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan would definitely save centuries, if not millennia of hard cultivation to raise their attainments in their grand Taos. He sighed in his heart. Since they couldn't come here to grab these benefits, he would just have to do it in their place. When he opened up his small universe, it began swallowing up the Tao strengths in this place as if it had been starving for hundreds of years. Yang Kai had done a similar thing in the past, inside of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, but the conditions then were different from now. The many grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were all of varying volume and strength, each of them containing a random grand Tao. Back then, Yang Kai had taken each one of those grand Tao rivers into his small universe and refined them there. However, there was no need for that here. The Tao strengths of Yin and Yang here were so rich that he just had to open up his small universe and they would crash inside by themselves. Currently, a considerable number of Emperor Realm Masters had been gathered in the Void Tao Temple in Yang Kai's small universe. All of them had condensed their Tao seals and were usually cultivating in retreat or training and sparring with each other. One female cultivator who mainly cultivated the Yin-Yang Grand Tao felt a stir, as if something new had been added to the world around her, and she couldn't help but be enlightened to many things all at once. Things that she usually couldn't understand opened up to her at this moment. She immediately ended her chat with her companion and sat down cross-legged to meditate. This made her companion dumbfounded, completely flabbergasted at how she had suddenly gained enlightenment out of nowhere. Martial Peak, Chapter 5765, 5 Elements Give Rise to 10,000 Taos. The evolution of Tao strength was an amazing process. Deep inside of the infinite river, the yellow and blue colors were gradually replaced by 5 different colors of light. Gold represented the metal element, green represented the wood element, blue represented the water element, red represented the fire element, and brown represented the earth element. The intermingling of 5 colors caused the interior of the river to become more and more colorful. Chaos divides into Yin and Yang, and then Yin and Yang transform into 5 elements. The Grand Tao of Yin and the Grand Tao of Yang could be encompassed into a single Grand Tao just as it could be 2 separate ones. The Grand Tao of the 5 elements was the same. If it were broken down, then the Grand Tao of the 5 elements would contain 5 different Grand Taos. There would always be preferences as to which a cultivator focused on during their cultivation. But for any cultivator, Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements were the foundation of the Tao, and that was because once one reached the Emperor realm in their cultivation and condensed their Tao seal, they would have to start refining a complete set of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements materials to split heaven and earth apart within their bodies to form a small universe. Even the tallest building had to start with a base, so the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements were critical. Therefore, no matter which open heaven realm master it was, or whatever type of Grand Tao they cultivated, they more or less had some experience with the Taos of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Only, their attainments would vary in each of them. In Yang Kai's case, without the gains he made at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon back then, even though he had some attainments in the Grand Taos of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, it was merely superficial. But now, his Yin-Yang Grand Tao was quickly nearing the 8th level of mastery, and the 5 elements Grand Tao was also bound to transform here. Rich and pure primordial Tao strengths of the 5 elements surrounded his body, but Yang Kai was not in any hurry to take it in and refine it. Instead, he was silently experiencing it. After a few moments, Yang Kai opened his eyes and shook his head slowly. His attainments in the Five Elements Grand Tao were not very high, so at this moment, he was only able to feel the Tao strength of the surrounding five elements interacting with each other and changing endlessly, but not much more. However, he was not discouraged. Right now, it was more important to raise his attainments in this Grand Tao. Yang Kai was starting to feel some pressure again after arriving at this place. The scouring of Tao's strength around them caused the space-time river, which had been coiling around him and Thunder Shadow this whole time, to become restless. This was clearly because of his lack of attainments in the Grand Tao of the Five Elements. As before, Yang Kai opened his small universe's portal and swallowed up the Tao strength here as much as possible while refining it. The Five Elements Tao essence was rapidly accumulating inside a void world. Yang Kai couldn't help but be reminded of the situation back then in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, which was similar to what he was experiencing now, but there, he still had to spend some effort to capture each one of the Grand Tao rivers. Here, it was completely different. All he had to do was devour Tao strength. And, as the concentration of Five Elements Tao essence increased, more and more disciples suddenly gained enlightenment in the Void Tao Temple and hurried to cultivate in seclusion. After some time had passed, Yang Kai felt himself reaching another bottleneck, and the Five Elements Tao essence in his small universe could not increase with ease anymore. Even if he took in more Tao strength, he wouldn't be able to refine it. His perception told him that his attainments in the Five Elements Grand Tao were more or less the same as his Yin-Yang Grand Tao now. Both of them stopped near the peak of the 7th level. Sure enough, the 8th level was a firm boundary in each Grand Tao that could not be broken through so easily. Just like before, Yang Kai created an isolated area in his small universe and sealed some Five Elements Tao strength for later use. As he had previously considered, the sealed Tao strength of Yin and Yang could be given to Chu Huashang and Tao Ling Wan. If he had no use for the Tao strength of the Five Elements after leaving this place, he could still split them with the other masters. There was currently a considerable number of masters among the human race, and though the newly advanced high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were not weak, their accumulation of heritage was still greatly lacking when compared with the older 8th Order veterans, especially in terms of attainments in their Grand Taos. The older 8th Order masters had already reached the limits of their own martial Tao and were unable to reach higher realms, but the accumulation of experience through many years still helped to improve their perception of their own Grand Taos. The young high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters had only cultivated for a short time, especially the fine seedlings who had broken through into the 7th Order directly. The higher the starting point, the more quickly their cultivation could improve, but one's comprehension of their Grand Tao may not be able to keep up with such a growth rate. Many things needed to be polished with time. This Five Elements Tao strength would benefit many cultivators when brought out. As Yang Kai's attainments in the Five Elements Grand Tao deepened, the pressure on him lessened in turn. Yang Kai waited until he had secured enough Tao strength of the Five Elements inside of his small universe before stopping and continuing to sink further. Thunder Shadow suddenly spoke up at that moment. According to you, chaos divides into Yin and Yang transforms into the Five Elements, then would the next step be the Five Elements give rise to 10,000 Taos? Yang Kai nodded, most likely. Thunder Shadow was shaken. Could such a miraculous evolution happen inside of this infinite river? This was not only the evolution of the Grand Tao, but also the transformation of heaven and earth. What the Grand Tao showed here was equivalent to presenting the universe's evolution from chaos, step by step. Perhaps this was how the vast expanse of heaven and earth was created in the long-lost era of chaos. These were just vague speculations from Yang Kai, so he dared not make a firm deduction. One human and one monster continued to sink down, and the evolution of Tao's strength around them happened just as Thunder Shadow suggested. As the 5 elements intersected and intertwined, they began to transform into 10,000 Daos. The further down they went, the more brilliant the colors became. Colorful bands of all different colors gathered deep in the river, converging into a turbulent flow. Even though he had expected it before, Yang Kai still could not help but feel complicated emotions well up within him when he saw this sight with his own eyes. Exhaling softly, Yang Kai cheered, "Third brother, we're rich." Thunder Shadow had no time to care about him right now, as he had long circulated his power to grab onto a flashing lightning ribbon, opening up his mouth wide and gulping it down. That was naturally a manifestation of Thunder Dao's strength in its purest, most primordial state. Thunder Shadow's mouth was full of lightning as he chewed. Even the pattern on his fur was shimmering. While swallowing, he mumbled, "It really is convenient for you with your small universe." To devour and refine Dao strength, Yang Kai need only open the portal to his small universe, but not Thunder Shadow. He was from the monster race and cultivated the primal art, so was without a small universe and thus only able to benefit by doing this. Previously, he was already filled with envy when he saw Yang Kai wantonly devouring and refining the grand Daos of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Now, he finally got his turn to reap some benefits. While refining the Thunder Dao strength, Thunder Shadow lamented, "It's a shame that second brother isn't here." Yang Kai had not been able to find his human self, Fang Tian Ci, all this while. He had no idea where the latter had hidden himself. Though, it was just a passing lamentation. Thunder Shadow caught another shadowy Dao strength ribbon and continued chewing and refining it. As for his poor second brother, he had long been tossed to the back of his mind. Unlike Thunder Shadow, who was selective with what he ate, Yang Kai naturally did not reject anything that came his way, like an ocean open to all rivers. As the portal was opened again, the colorful rivers flooded into his small universe. Despite putting all his effort into refining them, Yang Kai still could not keep up with the speed at which the Dao strengths were pouring in. The Dao essences of all sorts of grand Daos were constantly accumulating inside his small universe, and his attainments were steadily increasing. Inside the Void Dao Temple, things had been strange recently. Firstly, a female disciple who cultivated the Yin-Yang Grand Dao suddenly gained enlightenment and sank into cultivation. Following that, another 3 disciples cultivating the 5 elements Grand Dao showed similar signs. This made the other disciples very envious. Their cultivation had long since reached the peak of the Emperor realm, and they had also condensed their own Dao seals and refined various materials. They were only one step away from advancing to the open heaven realm. It was just a shame that the Dao Lord never showed himself in these recent years to guide them out, so there was no way for them to leave Void World. After reaching their cultivation realm, it would be difficult to make any further progress unless they left this world to advance to the open heaven realm. So, it was inevitable that the others would become envious as they saw these people making gains in their grand Daos. Recently, however, more and more disciples were gaining enlightenment, often without doing anything at all. Some were even blessed inexplicably while merely chatting idly and drinking tea with their companions, gaining a sudden understanding of mysteries they could not see through in the past. For a while, the originally lively Void Dao Temple became extremely quiet.